2. The Secret Society. 5. The Order behind the scenes. We had already suspected the existence of a group of individuals, if not a coherent order, behind the Knights Templar. The claim that the temple was created by the Prieur de Chaume thus seemed slightly more plausible than the other assertions in the Prieur documents. It was with this claim, therefore, that we started our examination. As early as 1962 the Prieur de Chaume had been mentioned, briefly, cryptically, and in passing, in a work by Gerard de Sede. The first detailed reference to it that we found, however, was a single page in the dossier Secrets. At the top of this page there is a quotation from René Grousset, one of the foremost 20th-century authorities on the Crusades, whose monumental opus on the subject, published during the 1930s, is regarded as a seminal work by such modern historians as Sir Stephen Runciman. The quotation refers to Baudouin, younger brother of Godefroy de Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine and conqueror of the Holy Land. On Godefroy's death, Baudouin accepted the crown offered him, and thereby became the first official king of Jerusalem. According to René Grousset, there existed, through Baudouin, a royal tradition. And because it was founded on the Rock of Chaon, this tradition was equal to the reigning dynasties in Europe: the Capetian dynasty of France, the Anglo-Norman, Plantagenet dynasty of England, the Hohenstaufen and Habsburg dynasties which presided over Germany, and the Old Holy Roman Empire. But Baudouin and his descendants were elected kings, not kings by blood. Why, then, should Grousset speak of a royal tradition which existed through him? Grousset himself does not explain. Nor does he explain why this tradition, because it was founded on the Rock of Chaon, should be equal to the foremost dynasties of Europe. On the page in the dossier Secrets, Grousset's quotation is followed by an allusion to the mysterious Prieur de Chaume, or Order de Chaume, as it was apparently called at the time. According to the text, the Order de Chaume was founded by Godefroy de Bouillon in 1090, 9 years before the conquest of Jerusalem, although there are other Prieur documents which give the founding date as 1099. According to the text, Baudouin, Godefroy's younger brother, owed his throne to the order. And according to the text, the order's official seat, or headquarters, was a specific abbey, the Abbey of Notre Dame du Mont de Chaon in Jerusalem. Or perhaps just outside Jerusalem on Mount Chaon, the famous high hill just south of the city. On consulting all standard 20th-century works on the Crusades, we found no mention whatever of any Order de Chaume. We therefore undertook to establish whether or not such an order ever existed, and whether it could have had the power to confer thrones. To do that, we were obliged to rummage through sheaves of antiquated documents and charters. We did not just seek explicit references to the order. We also sought some trace of its possible influence and activities. And we endeavored to confirm whether or not there was an abbey called Notre Dame du Mont de Chaon. To the south of Jerusalem looms the high hill of Mount Chaon. In 1099, when Jerusalem fell to Godefroy de Bouillon's Crusaders, there stood on this hill the ruins of an old Byzantine basilica, dating supposedly from the 4th century, and called the Mother of all Churches, a most suggestive title. According to numerous extant charters, chronicles and contemporary accounts, an abbey was built on the site of these ruins. It was built at the express command of Godefroy de Bouillon. It must have been an imposing edifice, a self-contained community. According to one chronicler, writing in 1172, it was extremely well fortified, with its own walls, towers and battlements. And this structure was called the Abbey of Notre Dame du Mont de Chaon. Someone, obviously, had to occupy the premises. Could they have been an autonomous order, taking their name from the site itself? Could the occupants of the abbey indeed have been the Order de Chaon? It was not unreasonable to assume so. The knights and monks who occupied the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, also installed by Godefroy, were formed into an official and duly constituted order, the Order of the Holy Sepulchre. The same principle might well have obtained for the occupants of the abbey on Mount Chaon, and it would seem to have done so. According to the leading 19th-century expert on the subject, the abbey was inhabited by a chapter of Augustinian canons, charged with serving the sanctuaries under the direction of an abbot. The community assumed the double name of Saint Marie du Mont Sion et du Saint Esprit. And another historian, writing in 1698, is more explicit still: there were in Jerusalem during the Crusades knights attached to the Abbey of Notre Dame de Chaon who took the name of Chevaliers de l'Ordre de Notre Dame de Chaon. 3. If this were not sufficient confirmation, we also discovered documents of the period, original documents bearing the seal and signature of one or another prior of Notre Dame de Chaon. There is a charter, for example, signed by a prior Arnaldus and dated July 19, 1116. On another charter, dated May 2, 1125, Arnaldus's name appears in conjunction with that of Hugues de Payen, first Grand Master of the Temple. So far the prior documents had proved valid, and we could assert that an Order de Chaon did exist by the turn of the 12th century. Whether or not the order had actually been formed earlier, however, remained an open question. There is no consistency about which comes first, an order or the premises in which it is housed. The Cistercians, for instance, took their name from a specific place, Citeaux. On the other hand, the Franciscans and Benedictines to cite but 2 examples took their names from individuals and predated any fixed abode. The most we could say, therefore, was that an abbey existed by 1100 and housed an order of the same name, which may have been formed earlier. The prior documents imply that it was, and there is some evidence to suggest, albeit vaguely and obliquely, that this may indeed have been the case. It is known that in 1070, 29 years before the First Crusade, a specific band of monks from Calabria in southern Italy arrived in the vicinity of the Ardennes forest, part of Godefroy de Bouillon's domains. According to Gerard de Cide, this band of monks was led by an individual called Ursus, a name which the prior documents consistently associate with the Merovingian bloodline. On their arrival in the Ardennes, the Calabrian monks obtained the patronage of Mathilde de Toscane, Duchess of Lorraine, who was Godefroy de Bouillon's aunt and, in effect, foster mother. From Mathilde the monks received a tract of land at Orval, not far from Stenay, where Dagobert II had been assassinated some 500 years earlier. Here an abbey was established to house them. Nevertheless, they did not remain at Orval very long. By 1108 they had mysteriously disappeared, and no record of their whereabouts survives. Tradition says they returned to Calabria. Orval, by 1131, had become one of the fiefs owned by Saint Bernard. Before their departure from Orval, however, the Calabrian monks may have left a crucial mark on Western history. According to Gerard de Cide, at least, they included the man subsequently known as Peter the Hermit. If this is so, it would be extremely significant, for Peter the Hermit is often believed to have been Godefroy de Bouillon's personal tutor. Nor is that his only claim to fame. In 1095, along with Pope Urban II, Peter made himself known throughout Christendom by charismatically preaching the need for a crusade, a holy war which would reclaim Christ's sepulchre and the Holy Land from the hands of the Muslim infidel. Today Peter the Hermit is regarded as one of the chief instigators of the Crusades. When Islam was established in the 7th century, it was at first accommodating to the Christian communities in its midst, communities sometimes orthodox, sometimes heterodox, sometimes heretical. During the 8th and 9th centuries, however, these communities were subjected to increasing persecution, and substantial numbers of Christians fled, taking with them their sacred texts and establishing new monasteries in Sicily and Calabria, then under the rule of the Byzantine Empire. In 1070, persecution of those few remaining in the Holy Land intensified when Arab Muslims were overrun by Turks from the northeast, and this precipitated a new exodus to Sicily and Calabria. A year later, in 1071, the last possessions of the Byzantine Empire in Italy fell to the Normans and the House of Anjou. Sicily and Calabria were now Norman territory. Against this background, the origins of the monastic order at Orval become clearer, more comprehensible, and more plausible. It is certainly conceivable that an order of monks with long suppressed information about Jesus could have found their way to Calabria from Egypt, from Syria or Lebanon, from Asia Minor, perhaps from the Holy Land itself. And it is equally conceivable that an Italian noblewoman, Mathilde de Toscane, could have granted them land in her husband's fiefdom of the Ardennes. In the process, she and her family could well have become privy to whatever secrets her beneficiaries harbored. Her beneficiaries may, indeed, have become beneficiaries in exchange for their information. If the monks at Orval had been driven from the Holy Land, their preaching of a crusade to reclaim their lost domain would be explicable enough. And if Mathilde knew of Godefroy de Bouillon's claim to Davidic descent, she would have had all the more reason to become the monk's protectress. This would explain the central legend of Orville the ring lost in a pool, then found in the belly of a fish, which so closely echoes the story associated with King Solomon. On the basis of hints intimated in the prior documents, we began to wonder whether there might have been some sort of shadowy continuity between the monks of Orville, Peter the Hermit, and the Order de Chaune. It would certainly seem that the monks at Orville were not just a random band of itinerant religious devotees. On the contrary, their movements, their collective arrival in the Ardennes from Calabria, and their mysterious disappearance en masse attest to some kind of cohesion, some kind of organization, and perhaps a permanent base somewhere. And if Peter were a member of this band of monks, his preaching of a crusade might have been a manifestation not of rampant fanaticism, but of calculated policy. If he was Godefroy's personal tutor, moreover, he might well have played some role in convincing his pupil to embark for the Holy Land. And when the monks vanished from Orville, they might not have returned to Calabria after all. They might have established themselves in Jerusalem, perhaps in the Abbey of Notre Dame de Chaune. This, of course, was only a speculative hypothesis, with no documentary confirmation. Again, however, we soon found fragments of circumstantial evidence to support it. When Godefroy de Bouillon embarked for the Holy Land, he is known to have been accompanied by an entourage of anonymous figures who acted as advisors and administrators, the equivalent, in effect, of a modern general staff. But Godefroy's was not the only Christian army to embark for Palestine. There were no less than 3 others, each commanded by an illustrious and influential Western potentate. If the crusade proved successful, if Jerusalem did fall, and a Frankish kingdom were established, any one of these 4 potentates would have been eligible to occupy its throne. And yet Godefroy seems to have known beforehand that he would be selected. Alone among the European commanders, he renounced his fiefs, sold all his goods, and made it apparent that the Holy Land, for the duration of his life, would be his domain. In 1099, immediately after the capture of Jerusalem, a group of anonymous figures convened in secret conclave. The identity of this group has eluded all historical inquiry, although Guillaume de Tyre, writing 3/4 of a century later, reports that the most important of them was a certain bishop from Calabria. In any case, the purpose of the meeting was clear: to elect a king of Jerusalem. And despite a persuasive claim by Raymond, Count of Toulouse, the mysterious and obviously influential electors promptly offered the throne to Godefroy de Bouillon. With uncharacteristic modesty, Godefroy declined the title, accepting instead that of Defender of the Holy Sepulchre. In other words, he was a king in everything but name. And when he died, in 1100, his brother, Baudouin, did not hesitate to accept the name as well. Could the mysterious conclave which elected Godefroy ruler have been the elusive monks from Orville, including perhaps Peter the Hermit, who was in the Holy Land at the time and enjoyed considerable authority? And could this same conclave have occupied the abbey on Mount Chaune? In short, could those 3 ostensibly distinct groups of individuals, the monks from Orville, the conclave who elected Godefroy, and the occupants of Notre Dame de Chaune, have been one and the same? The possibility cannot be proved, but neither can it be dismissed out of hand. And if it is true, it would certainly attest to the Order de Chaune's power, a power which included the right to confer thrones. The mystery surrounding the foundation of the Knights Templar. The text in the dossier's secrets goes on to refer to the Order of the Temple. The founders of the temple are specifically listed as Hugues de Payen, Baisal de St. Omer and Hugues, Comte de Champagne, along with certain members of the Order de Chaune, André de Montbard, Archambaud de Saint-Aignan, Nivard de Montdidier, Gondomar and Rossal. We were already familiar with Hugues de Payen and André de Montbard, Saint Bernard's uncle. We were also familiar with Hugues, Count of Champagne, who donated the land for Saint Bernard's Abbey at Clairvaux, became a Templar himself in 1124, pledging fealty to his own vassal, and received from the Bishop of Chartres the letter quoted in Chapter 3. But although the Count of Champagne's connection with the Templars was well known, we had never before seen him cited as one of their founders. In the dossier's secrets he is. And André de Montbard, Saint Bernard's shadowy uncle, is listed as belonging to the Order de Chaune, in other words to another order, which predates the Order of the Temple and plays an instrumental role in the Temple's creation. Nor is that all. The text in the dossier's secret states that in March 1117, Baudouin I, who owed his throne to Chaun, was obliged to negotiate the constitution of the Order of the Temple at the site of St. Leonard of Acre. Our own research revealed that St. Leonard of Acre was in fact one of the fiefs of the Order de Chaun. But we were uncertain why Baudouin should have been obliged to negotiate the temple's constitution. In French, the verb certainly connotes a degree of coercion or pressure. And the implication in the dossier's secrets was that this pressure was brought to bear by the Order de Chaun to whom Baudouin owed his throne. If this were the case, the Order de Chaun would have been a most influential and powerful organization, an organization which could not only confer thrones, but also, apparently, compel a king to do its bidding. If the Order de Chaun was in fact responsible for Godefroy de Bouillon's election, then Baudouin, Godefroy's younger brother, would have owed his throne to its influence. As we had already discovered, moreover, there was indisputable evidence that the Order of the Temple existed, at least in embryonic form, a good 4 years before the generally accepted foundation date of 1118. In 1117, Baudouin was a sick man, whose death was patently imminent. It is therefore possible that the Knights Templar were active, albeit in an ex officio capacity, long before 1118 as, say, a military or administrative arm of the Order de Chaun, housed in its fortified abbey. And it is possible that King Baudouin, on his deathbed, was compelled by illness, by the Order de Chaun or by both to grant the Templars some official status, to give them a constitution, and make them public. In researching the Templars, we had already begun to discern a web of intricate, elusive and provocative connections, the shadowy vestiges perhaps of some ambitious design. On the basis of these connections, we had formulated a tentative hypothesis. Whether our hypothesis was accurate or not, we could not know, but the vestiges of a design had now become even more apparent. We assembled the fragments of the pattern as follows. 1. In the late 11th century, a mysterious group of monks from Calabria appears in the Ardennes, where they are welcomed, patronized and given land at Orval by Godefroy de Bouillon's aunt and foster mother. 2. A member of this group may have been Godefroy's personal tutor, and may have co-instigated the First Crusade. 3. Sometime before 1108 the monks at Orval decamp and disappear. Although there is no record of their destination, it may well have been Jerusalem. Certainly Peter the Hermit embarked for Jerusalem, and if he was one of the monks at Orval, it is probable that his brethren later joined him. For in 1099 Jerusalem falls and Godefroy is offered a throne by an anonymous conclave, a leader of whom, like the monks of Orval, is of Calabrian origin. 5. An abbey is built at Godefroy's behest on Mount Chaun, which houses an order of the same name as itself, an order which may comprise the individuals who offered him the throne. 6. By 1114 the Knights Templar are already active, perhaps as the Order de Chaun's armed entourage, but their constitution is not negotiated until 1117, and they themselves are not made public until the following year. 7. In 1115 Saint Bernard, member of the Cistercian order, then on the brink of economic collapse, emerges as the preeminent spokesman of Christendom. And the formerly destitute Cistercians rapidly become one of the most prominent, influential, and wealthy institutions in Europe. 8. In 1131 Saint Bernard receives the Abbey of Orval, vacated some years before by the monks from Calabria. Orval then becomes a Cistercian house. 9. At the same time certain obscure figures seem to move constantly in and out of these events, stitching the tapestry together in a manner that is not altogether clear. The Count of Champagne, for example, donates the land for St. Bernard's Abbey at Clairvaux, establishes a court at Troyes, whence the Grail romances subsequently issue, and, in 1114, contemplates joining the Knights Templar, whose first recorded Grand Master, Hugues de Payen, is already his vassal. 10. André de Montbard, St. Bernard's uncle, and an alleged member of the Order de Chaun, joins Hugues de Payen in founding the Knights Templar. Shortly thereafter André's two brothers join St. Bernard at Clairvaux. 11. St. Bernard becomes an enthusiastic public relations exponent for the Templars, contributes to their official incorporation and the drawing up of their rule, which is essentially that of the Cistercians, Bernard's own order. 12. Between approximately 1115 and 1140, both Cistercians and Templars begin to prosper, acquiring vast sums of money and tracts of land. Again, we could not but wonder whether this multitude of intricate connections was indeed wholly coincidental. Were we looking at a number of essentially disconnected people, events and phenomena which just happened, at intervals, to overlap and cross each other's paths? Or were we dealing with something that was not random or coincidental at all? Were we dealing with a plan of some sort, conceived and engineered by some human agency? And could that agency have been the Ordre de Chaon? Could the Ordre de Chaon have actually stood behind both Saint Bernard and the Knights Templar? And could both have been acting in accordance with some carefully evolved policy? Louis VII and the Prieur de Chaon. The Prieur documents gave no indication of the Ordre de Chaon's activities between 1118, the public foundation of the Templars, and 1152. For the whole of that time, it would seem, the Ordre de Chaon remained based in the Holy Land, in the abbey outside Jerusalem. Then, on his return from the Second Crusade, Louis VII of France is said to have brought with him 95 members of the order. There is no indication of the capacity in which they might have attended the king, nor why he should have extended his bounty to them. But if the Ordre de Chaon was indeed the power behind the temple, that would constitute an explanation, since Louis VII was heavily indebted to the temple, both for money and military support. In any case, the Ordre de Chaon, created half a century previously by Godefroy de Bouillon, in 1152 established or re-established a foothold in France. According to the text, 62 members of the order were installed at the large priory of Saint Samson at Orleans, which King Louis had donated to them. 7 were reportedly incorporated into the fighting ranks of the Knights Templar. And 26 groups of 13 each are said to have entered the small priory of the Mount of Chaon, situated at Saint Jean le Blanc on the outskirts of Orleans. In trying to authenticate these statements, we suddenly found ourselves on readily provable ground. The charters by which Louis VII installed the Ordre de Chaon at Orleans are still extant. Copies have been reproduced in a number of sources, and the originals can be seen in the municipal archives of Orleans. In the same archives there is also a bull dated 1178, from Pope Alexander III, which officially confirms the Ordre de Chaon's possessions. These possessions attest to the order's wealth, power and influence. They include houses and large tracts of land in Picardy in France, including Saint Samson at Orleans in Lombardy, Sicily, Spain and Calabria, as well, of course, as a number of sites in the Holy Land, including St. Leonard at Acre. Until the Second World War, in fact, there were in the archives of Orleans no less than 20 charters specifically citing the Ordre de Chaon. During the bombing of the city in 1940, all but 3 of these disappeared. The cutting of the elm at Geysers. If the Prieur documents can be believed, 1188 was a year of crucial importance for both Chaon and the Knights Templar. A year before, in 1187, Jerusalem had been lost to the Saracens chiefly through the impetuosity and ineptitude of Gerard de Riedfort, Grand Master of the Temple. The text in the dossier's secrets is considerably more severe. It speaks not of Gerard's impetuosity or ineptitude, but of his treason, a very harsh word indeed. What constituted this treason is not explained. But as a result of it, the initiates of Chaon are said to have returned en masse to France, presumably to Orleans. Logically, this assertion is plausible enough. When Jerusalem fell to the Saracens, the abbey on Mount Chaon would obviously have fallen as well. Deprived of their base in the Holy Land, it would not be surprising if the abbey's occupants had sought refuge in France, where a new base already existed. The events of 1187, Gerard de Riedfort's treason, and the loss of Jerusalem seem to have precipitated a disastrous rift between the Ordre de Chaon and the Order of the Temple. It is not clear precisely why this should have occurred, but according to the dossier's secrets, the following year witnessed a decisive turning point in the affairs of both orders. In 1188, a formal separation supposedly occurred between the two institutions. The Ordre de Chaon, which had created the Knights Templar, now washed its hands of its celebrated protégés. The parent, in other words, officially disowned the child. This rupture is said to have been commemorated by a ritual or ceremony of some sort. In the dossier's secrets and other Prieur documents, it is referred to as the cutting of the elm, and allegedly took place at Geysers. Accounts are garbled and obscure, but history and tradition both confirm that something extremely odd occurred at Geysers in 1188, which did involve the cutting of an elm. On the land adjacent to the fortress there was a meadow called the Champ's Acre, the Sacred Field. According to medieval chroniclers, the site had been deemed sacred since pre-Christian times, and during the 12th century had provided the setting for numerous meetings between the kings of England and France. In the middle of the sacred field stood an ancient elm. And in 1188, during a meeting between Henry II of England and Philippe II of France, for some unknown reason this elm became an object of serious, even bloody, contention. According to one account, the elm afforded the only shade on the sacred field. It was said to be more than 800 years old, and so large that 9 men, linking hands, could barely encompass its trunk. Under the shade of this tree Henry II and his entourage supposedly took shelter, leaving the French monarch, who arrived later, to the merciless sunlight. By the third day of negotiations French tempers had become frayed by the heat, insults were exchanged by the men-at-arms, and an arrow flew from the ranks of Henry's Welsh mercenaries. This provoked a full-scale onslaught by the French, who greatly outnumbered the English. The latter sought refuge within the walls of Geyzers itself, while the French are said to have cut down the tree in frustration. Philippe II then stormed back to Paris in a huff, declaring he had not come to Geyzers to play the role of woodcutter. The story has a characteristic medieval simplicity and quaintness, contenting itself with superficial narrative while hinting between the lines at something of greater import, explanations and motivations which are left unexplored. In itself it would almost seem to be absurd and possibly apocryphal as, say, the tales associated with the founding of the Order of the Garter. And yet there is confirmation of the story, if not its specific details, in other accounts. According to another chronicle, Philippe seems to have given notice to Henry that he intended to cut down the tree. Henry supposedly responded by reinforcing the trunk of the elm with bands of iron. On the following day the French armed themselves and formed a phalanx of 5 squadrons, each commanded by a distinguished lord of the realm, who advanced on the elm, accompanied by slingmen, as well as carpenters equipped with axes and hammers. A struggle is said to have ensued, in which Richard Coeur de Lion, Henry's eldest son and his heir, participated, attempting to protect the tree and spilling considerable blood in the process. Nevertheless, the French held the field at the end of the day, and the tree was cut down. This second account implies something more than a petty squabble or minor skirmish. It implies a full-scale engagement, involving substantial numbers and possibly substantial casualties. Yet no biography of Richard makes much of the affair, still less explores it. Again, however, the prior documents were confirmed by both recorded history and tradition to the extent, at least, that a curious dispute did occur at Geyzers in 1188, which involved the cutting of an elm. There is no external confirmation that this event was related in any way to either the Knights Templar or the Ordre de Chaon. On the other hand, the existing accounts of the affair are too vague, too scant, too incomprehensible, too contradictory to be accepted as definitive. It is extremely probable that Templars were present at the incident. Richard I was frequently accompanied by Knights of the Order, and moreover, Geyzers, 30 years before, had been entrusted to the temple. Given the existing evidence, it is certainly possible, if not likely, that the cutting of the elm involved something more, or something other than the accounts which have been preserved for posterity imply. Indeed, given the sheer oddness of surviving accounts, it would not be surprising if there were something else involved, something overlooked, or perhaps never made public by history, something, in short, of which the surviving accounts are a species of allegory, simultaneously intimating and concealing an affair of much greater import. Ormus. From 1188 onwards, the prior documents maintain, the Knights Templar were autonomous, no longer under the authority of the Ordre de Chaon, or acting as its military and administrative arm. From 1188 onwards the Templars were officially free to pursue their own objectives and ends, to follow their own course through the remaining century, or so of their existence to their grim doom in 1307. And in the meantime, as of 1188, the Ordre de Chaon is said to have undergone a major administrative restructuring of its own. Until 1188 the Ordre de Chaon and the Order of the Temple are said to have shared the same Grand Master. Hugues de Payen and Bertrand de Blanchefort, for example, would thus have presided over both institutions simultaneously. Commencing in 1188, however, after the cutting of the elm, the Ordre de Chaon reportedly selected its own Grand Master, who had no connection with the temple. The first such Grand Master, according to the Prier documents, was Jean de Geysers. In 1188 the Order de Chaune is also said to have modified its name, adopting the one which has allegedly obtained to the present the Prier de Chaune. And, as a kind of subtitle, it is said to have adopted the curious name Ormus. This subtitle was supposedly used until 1306, a year before the arrest of the French Templars. The device for Ormus was and involves a kind of acrostic or anagram which combines a number of key words and symbols. Ours means bear in French, Ursus in Latin, and echo, as subsequently became apparent, of Dagobert II and the Merovingian dynasty. Orm is French for elm. Or, of course, is gold. And the M which forms the frame enclosing the other letters is not only an M, but also the astrological sign for Virgo, connoting, in the language of medieval iconography, Notre Dame. Our researches revealed no reference anywhere to a medieval order or institution bearing the name Ormus. In this case, we could find no external substantiation for the text in the dossier's secrets, nor even any circumstantial evidence to argue its veracity. On the other hand, Ormus does occur in two other radically different contexts. It figures in Zoroastrian thought and in Gnostic texts, where it is synonymous with the principle of light. And it surfaces again among the pedigrees claimed by late 18th century Freemasonry. According to Masonic teachings, Ormus was the name of an Egyptian sage and mystic, a Gnostic adept of Alexandria. He lived, supposedly, during the early years of the Christian epoch. In AD 46 he and 6 of his followers were supposedly converted to a form of Christianity by one of Jesus's disciples, St. Mark in most accounts. From this conversion a new sect or order is said to have been born, which fused the tenets of early Christianity with the teachings of other, even older mystery schools. To our knowledge this story cannot be authenticated. At the same time, however, it is certainly plausible. During the 1st century AD, Alexandria was a veritable hotbed of mystical activity, a crucible in which Judaic, Mithraic, Zoroastrian, Pythagorean, Hermetic and Neoplatonic doctrines suffused the air and combined with innumerable others. Teachers of every conceivable kind abounded, and it would hardly be surprising if one of them adopted a name implying the principle of light. According to Masonic tradition, in AD 46 Ormus is said to have conferred on his newly constituted order of initiates a specific identifying symbol, a red or a rose cross. Granted, the red cross was subsequently to find an echo in the blazon of the Knights Templar, but the import of the text in the dossier's secrets, and in other Prier documents, is unequivocally clear. One is intended to see in Ormus the origins of the so-called Rosecroix or Rosicrucians. And in 1188 the Prier de Chaune is said to have adopted a second subtitle, in addition to Ormus. It is said to have called itself L'Ordre de la Rose-Croix Veritas. At this point we seem to be in very questionable territory, and the text in the Prier documents began to appear highly suspect. We were familiar with the claims of the modern Rosicrucians in California and other contemporary organizations, who claim for themselves, after the fact, a pedigree harking back to the mists of antiquity which includes most of the world's great men. An order of the Rose-Croix dating from 1188 appeared equally spurious. As Francis Yates had demonstrated convincingly, there is no known evidence of any Rosicrucians, at least by that name, before the early 17th century or perhaps the last years of the 16th. The myth surrounding the legendary order dates from approximately 1605, and first gained impetus a decade later with the publication of 3 inflammatory tracts. These tracts, which appeared in 1614, 1615 and 1616 respectively, proclaimed the existence of a secret brotherhood or confraternity of mystical initiates, allegedly founded by one Christian Rosenkreutz who, it was maintained, was born in 1378 and died, at the hoary age of 106, in 1484. Christian Rosenkreutz and his secret confraternity are now generally acknowledged to have been fictitious, a hoax of sorts, devised for some purpose no one has yet satisfactorily explained, although it was not without political repercussions at the time. Moreover, the author of one of the 3 tracts, the famous chemical wedding of Christian Rosenkreutz, which appeared in 1616, is now known. He was Johann Valentin Andrea, a German writer and theologian living in Württemberg, who confessed that he composed the chemical wedding as a ludibrium, a joke, or perhaps a comedy in Dante's and Balzac's sense of the word. There is reason to believe that Andrea, or one of his associates, composed the other Rosicrucian tracts as well, and it is to this source that Rosicrucianism, as it evolved, and as one thinks of it today, can be traced. If the prior documents were accurate, however, we would have to reconsider, and think in terms of something other than a 17th century hoax. We would have to think in terms of a secret order or society that actually existed, a genuine clandestine brotherhood or confraternity. It need not have been holy or even primarily mystical. It might well have been largely political. But it would have existed a full 425 years before its name ever became public, and a good 2 centuries before its legendary founder is alleged to have lived. Again, we found no substantiating evidence. Certainly the rose has been a mystical symbol from time immemorial, and enjoyed a particular vogue during the Middle Ages in the popular romance of the Rose by Jean de Meung, for instance, and in Dante's Paradiso. And the red cross was also a traditional symbolic motif. Not only was it the blazon of the Knights Templar, it subsequently became the cross of St. George and, as such, was adopted by the Order of the Garter created some 30 years after the fall of the temple. But though roses and red crosses abounded as symbolic motifs, there was no evidence of an institution or an order, still less of a secret society. On the other hand, Francis Yates maintains that there were secret societies functioning long before the 17th century Rosicrucians, and that these earlier societies were, in fact, Rosicrucian in political and philosophical orientation, if not necessarily in name. Thus, in conversation with one of our researchers, she described Leonardo as a Rosicrucian, using the term as a metaphor to define his values and attitudes. In 1629, when Rosicrucian interest in Europe was at its zenith, a man named Robert Denyau, cure of geysers, composed an exhaustive history of geysers and the geysers family, the Histoire politique de geysers et du pays de Volxane. This manuscript is now in the Bibliothèque de Rouen. In this manuscript, according to a note by Gerard de Sede, is the information that the Rose-Croix was founded by Jean de Geysers in 1188. In other words, there was apparently a verbatim 17th century confirmation of the claims made by the prior documents. Granted, Denyau's manuscript was composed some 4.5 centuries after the alleged fact. But, if true, it constitutes an extremely important fragment of evidence. And the fact that it issues from geysers renders it all the more important. We looked at this manuscript. It was immediately clear that there were major difficulties in verifying this information. Of some 575 handwritten pages, the majority are barely legible, and many pages are missing while others have been cut or have had sections removed. Only the Calendarium Martyrology is clearly legible. It was, of course, a conveniently difficult text to proffer as a source of important information. We were left, therefore, with no confirmation, only a possibility. But in every respect so far the prior documents had proved astonishingly accurate. Thus it would have been rash to dismiss them out of hand. We were not prepared to accept them on blind, unquestioning faith. But we did feel obliged to reserve judgment. The prior at Orleans. In addition to their more grandiose claims, the prior documents offered information of a very different kind, minutiae so apparently trivial and inconsequential that their significance eluded us. At the same time, the sheer unimportance of this information argued in favor of its veracity. Quite simply, there seemed to be no point in inventing or concocting such minor details. And what was more, the authenticity of many of these details could be confirmed. Thus, for example, Gerard, abbot of the little priory at Orleans between 1239 and 1244, is said to have ceded a tract of land at Acre to the Teutonic Knights. Why this should warrant mention is unclear, but it can be definitively established. The actual charter exists, dating from 1239 and bearing Gerard's signature. Information of a similar, albeit more suggestive, kind is offered on an abbot named Adam, who presided over the little priory at Orleans in 1281. In that year, according to the prior documents, Adam ceded a tract of land near Orville to the monks then occupying the abbey, their Cistercians, who had moved in under the aegis of St. Bernard a century and a half before. We could not find written evidence of this particular transaction, but it would seem plausible enough there are charters attesting to numerous other transactions of the same nature. What makes this one interesting, of course, is the recurrence of Orville, which had figured earlier in our inquiry. Moreover, the tract of land in question would seem to have been of special import, for the prior documents tell us that Adam incurred the wrath of the brethren of Shaun for his donation so much, so that he was apparently compelled to renounce his position. The act of abdication, according to the dossier's secrets, was formally witnessed by Thomas de Sainville, Grand Master of the Order of St. Lazarus. Immediately afterwards Adam is said to have gone to Acre, then to have fled the city when it fell to the Saracens, and to have died in Sicily in 1291. Again we could not find the actual charter of abdication. But Thomas de Sainville was Grand Master of the Order of St. Lazarus in 1281, and the headquarters of St. Lazarus were near Orleans where Adam's abdication would have taken place. And there is no question that Adam went to Acre. 2 proclamations and 2 letters were in fact signed by him there, the first dated August 1281, the second March 1289. The head of the Templars. According to the prior documents, the Prieur de Shaun was not, strictly speaking, a perpetuation or continuation of the Order of the Temple. On the contrary, the text stresses emphatically that the separation between the 2 orders dates from the cutting of the elm in 1188. Apparently, however, some kind of rapport continued to exist, and, in 1307, Guillaume de Guisers received the golden head, caput Lvii, from the Order of the Temple. Our investigation of the Templars had already acquainted us with this mysterious head. To link it with Shaun, however, and with the seemingly important Guisers family, again struck us as dubious, as if the prior documents were straining to make powerful and evocative connections. And yet it was precisely on this point that we found some of our most solid and intriguing confirmation. According to the official records of the Inquisition, the guardian and administrator of the goods of the temple at Paris, after the arrests, was a man of the king named Guillaume Pidoy. Before the inquisitors on May 11, 1308, he declared that at the time of the arrest of the Knights Templar, he, together with his colleague Guillaume de Guisers and one Rainier Borden, had been ordered to present to the Inquisition all the figures of metal or wood they had found. Among the goods of the temple they had found a large head of silver gilt, the image of a woman, which Guillaume, on May 11, presented before the Inquisition. The head carried a label, caput Lviim. If the head continued to baffle us, the context in which Guillaume de Guisers appeared was equally perplexing. He is specifically cited as being a colleague of Guillaume Pidoy, one of King Philippe's men. In other words, he, like Philippe, would seem to have been hostile to the Templars and participated in the attack upon them. According to the prior documents, however, Guillaume was Grand Master of the Prieur de Shaun at the time. Did this mean that Shaun endorsed Philippe's action against the temple, perhaps even collaborated in it? There are certain prior documents which hint that this may have been the case, that Shaun, in some unspecified way, authorized and presided over the dissolution of its unruly protégés. On the other hand, the prior documents also imply that Shaun exercised a kind of paternal protectiveness towards at least certain Templars during the Order's last days. If this is true, Guillaume de Guisers might well have been a double agent. He might well have been responsible for the leak of Philippe's plans, the means whereby the Templars received advance warning of the king's machinations against them. If, after the formal separation in 1188, Shaun did in fact continue to exercise some clandestine control over temple affairs, Guillaume de Guisers might have been partially responsible for the careful destruction of the Order's documents and the unexplained disappearance of its treasure. The Grand Masters of the Templars. In addition to the fragmentary information discussed above, the text in the dossier's secrets includes 3 lists of names. The first of these is straightforward enough, the least interesting, and the least open to controversy or doubt, being merely a list of abbots who presided over Shaun's lands in Palestine between 1152 and 1281. Our research confirmed its veracity. It appears elsewhere, independent of the dossier's secrets and in accessible, unimpugnable sources. The lists in these sources agree with that in the dossier's secrets, except that 2 names are missing in the sources. In this case, then, the prior documents not only agree with verifiable history, but are more comprehensive in that they fill certain lacunae. The second list in the dossier's secrets is a list of the Grand Masters of the Knights Templar from 1118, until 1190, in other words, from the temple's public foundation until its separation from Shaun and the cutting of the elm at geysers. At first there seemed nothing unusual or extraordinary about this list. When we compared it to other lists, however, those cited by acknowledged historians writing on the Templars, for instance, certain obvious discrepancies quickly emerged. According to virtually all other known lists, there were 10 Grand Masters between 1118 and 1190. According to the dossier's secrets, there were only 8. According to most other lists, André de Montbard, Saint Bernard's uncle, was not only a co-founder of the order, but also its Grand Master between 1153 and 1156. According to the dossier's secrets, however, André was never Grand Master, but would seem to have continued functioning as he does all through his career behind the scenes. According to most other lists, Bertrand de Blanchefort appears as 6th Grand Master of the Temple, assuming his office, after André de Montbard, in 1156. According to the dossier's secrets, Bertrand is not 6th, but 4th in succession, becoming Grand Master in 1153. There were other such discrepancies and contradictions, and we were uncertain what to make of them or how seriously to take them. Because it disagreed with those compiled by established historians, were we to regard the list in the dossier's secrets as wrong? It must be emphasized that no official or definitive list of the Temple's Grand Masters exists. Nothing of the sort has been preserved or handed down to posterity. The Temple's own records were destroyed or disappeared, and the earliest known compilation of the Order's Grand Masters dates from 1342, 30 years after the Order itself was suppressed, and 225 years after its foundation. As a result, historians compiling lists of Grand Masters have based their findings on contemporary chroniclers, on a man writing in 1170, for example, who makes a passing allusion to one or another individual as Master or Grand Master of the Temple. And additional evidence can be obtained by examining documents and charters of the period, in which one or another Templar official would append one or another title to his signature. It is thus hardly surprising that the sequence and dating of Grand Masters should engender considerable uncertainty and confusion. Nor is it surprising that sequence and dating should vary, sometimes dramatically, from writer to writer, account to account. Nevertheless, there were certain crucial details like those summarized above in which the prior documents deviated significantly from all other sources. We could not, therefore, ignore such deviations. We had to determine, as far as we could, whether the list in the dossier's secrets was based on sloppiness, ignorance, or both, or, alternatively, whether this list was indeed the definitive one, based on inside information, inaccessible to historians. If Shaun did create the Knights Templar, and if Shaun, or at least its records, did survive to the present day, we could reasonably expect it to be privy to details unobtainable elsewhere. Most of the discrepancies between the list in the dossier's secrets and those in other sources can be explained fairly easily. At this point, it is not worth exploring each such discrepancy and accounting for it. But a single example should serve to illustrate how and why such discrepancies might occur. In addition to the Grand Master, the Temple had a multitude of local masters: a master for England, for Normandy, for Aquitaine, for all the territories comprising its domains. There was also an overall European master, and, it would appear, a maritime master as well. In documents and charters, these local or regional masters would invariably sign themselves Magister Templi, Master of the Temple. And on most occasions the Grand Master, through modesty, carelessness, indifference, or slapdash insouciance, would also sign himself as nothing more than Magister Templi. In other words, André de Montbard, Regional Master of Jerusalem, would, on a charter, have the same designation after his name as the Grand Master Bertrand de Blanchefort. It is thus not difficult to see how a historian, working with one or two charters alone and not cross-checking his references, might readily misconstrue André's true status in the order. By virtue of precisely this kind of error, many lists of Templar Grand Masters include a man named Everard de Bars. But the Grand Master, by the Temple's own constitutions, had to be elected by a general chapter in Jerusalem and had to reside there. Our research revealed that Everard de Bars was a regional master, elected and resident in France, who did not set foot in the Holy Land until much later. On this basis he could be excised from the list of Grand Masters, as indeed he was in the dossier's secrets. It was specifically on such academic fine points that the prior documents displayed a meticulous accuracy and precision we could not imagine being contrived after the fact. We spent more than a year considering and comparing various lists of Templar Grand Masters. We consulted all writers on the order, in English, French and German, and then checked their sources as well. We examined the chronicles of the time like those of Guillaume de Tyre and other contemporary accounts. We consulted all the charters we could find and obtained comprehensive information on all those known to be still extant. We compared signatories and titles on numerous proclamations, edicts, deeds and other Templar documents. As a result of this exhaustive inquiry, it became apparent that the list in the dossier's secrets was more accurate than any other, not only on the identity of the Grand Masters, but on the dates of their respective regimes as well. If a definitive list of the Temple's Grand Masters did exist, it was in the dossier's secrets. The accuracy of this list was not only important in itself. The implications attending it were much broader. Granted, such a list might perhaps have been compiled by an extremely careful researcher, but the task would have been monumental. It seemed much more likely to us that a list of such accuracy attested to some repository of privileged or inside information hitherto inaccessible to historians. Whether our conclusion was warranted or not, we were confronted by one indisputable fact: someone had obtained access, somehow, to a list which was more accurate than any other. And since that list, despite its divergence from others more accepted, proved so frequently to be correct, it lent considerable credibility to the prior documents as a whole. If the dossier's secrets were demonstrably reliable in this critical respect, there was somewhat less reason to doubt them in others. Such reassurance was both timely and necessary. Without it, we might well have dismissed the third list in the dossier's secrets, the Grand Masters of the Prieur de Chaun, out of hand. For this third list, even at a cursory glance, seemed absurd. 6. The Grand Masters and the Underground Stream. In the dossier's secrets, the following individuals are listed as successive Grand Masters of the Prieur de Chaun, or, to use the official term, not near, an old French word which means navigator or helmsman. Jean de Geysers 1188–1220. Marie de Saint Clair 1220–66. Guillaume de Geysers 1266–1307. Edouard de Bar 1307–36. Jean de Bar 1336–51. Jean de Saint Clair 1351–66. Blanche d'Evre 1366–98. Nicolas Flamel 1398–1418. René d'Anjou 1418–80. Yolande de Bar 1480–83. Sandro Filippi 1483–1510. Leonard da Vinci 1510–19. Connétable de Bourbon 1519–27. Ferdinand de Gonzague 1527–75. Louis de Nevers 1575–95. Robert Flood 1595–1637. J. Valentine Andrea 1637–54. Robert Boyle 1654–91. Isaac Newton 1691–1727. Charles Radcliffe 1727–46. Charles de Lorraine 1746–80. Maximilien de Lorraine 1780–1801. Charles Nodier 1801–44. Victor Hugo 1844–85. Claude Debussy 1885–1918. Jean Cocteau 1918. When we first saw this list, it immediately provoked our skepticism. On the one hand, it includes a number of names which one would automatically expect to find on such a list, names of famous individuals associated with the occult and esoteric. On the other hand, it includes a number of illustrious and improbable names, individuals whom, in certain cases, we could not imagine presiding over a secret society. At the same time, many of these latter names are precisely the kind that 20th-century organizations have often attempted to appropriate for themselves, thus establishing a species of spurious pedigree. There are, for example, lists published by Amorc, the modern Rosicrucians based in California, which include virtually every important figure in Western history and culture whose values, even if only tangentially, happen to coincide with the order's own. An often haphazard overlap or convergence of attitudes is deliberately misconstrued as something tantamount to initiated membership. And thus one is told that Dante, Shakespeare, Goethe and innumerable others were Rosicrucians, implying that they were card-carrying members who paid their dues regularly. Our initial attitude towards the above list was equally cynical. Again, there are the predictable names associated with the occult and esoteric. Nicholas Flamel, for instance, is perhaps the most famous and well-documented of medieval alchemists. Robert Fludd, 17th-century philosopher, was an exponent of Hermetic thought and other arcane subjects. Johann Valentin Andrea, German contemporary of Fludd, composed, among other things, some of the works which spawned the myth of the fabulous Christian Rosenkreuz. And there are also names like Leonardo da Vinci and Sandro Filippi, who is better known as Botticelli. There are names of distinguished scientists, like Robert Boyle and Sir Isaac Newton. During the last 2 centuries, the Prieur de Chaum's Grand Masters are alleged to have included such important literary and cultural figures as Victor Hugo, Claude Debussy, and Jean Cocteau. By including such names, the list in the dossier's secrets could not but appear suspect. It was almost inconceivable that some of the individuals cited had presided over a secret society, and still more, a secret society devoted to occult and esoteric interests. Boyle and Newton, for example, are hardly names that people in the 20th century associate with the occult and esoteric. And though Hugo, Debussy and Cocteau were immersed in such matters, they would seem to be too well known, too well researched and documented, to have exercised a grand mastership over a secret order. Not, at any rate, without some word of it somehow leaking out. On the other hand, the distinguished names are not the only names on the list. Most of the other names belong to high-ranking European nobles, many of whom are extremely obscure, unfamiliar not only to the general reader, but even to the professional historian. There is Guillaume de Geysers, for instance, who in 1306 is said to have organized the Prieur de Chaum into a Hermetic Freemasonry. And there is Guillaume's grandfather, Jean de Geysers, who is said to have been Chaum's first independent Grand Master, assuming his position after the cutting of the elm and the separation from the temple in 1188. There is no question that Jean de Geysers existed historically. He was born in 1133 and died in 1220. He is mentioned in charters and was at least nominal lord of the famous fortress in Normandy where meetings traditionally convened between English and French kings took place, as did the cutting of the elm in 1188. Jean seems to have been an extremely powerful and wealthy landowner and, until 1193, a vassal of the King of England. He is also known to have possessed property in England and Sussex, and the manor of Titchfield in Hampshire. According to the dossier's secrets, he met Thomas à Becket at Geysers in 1169, though there is no indication of the purpose of this meeting. We were able to confirm that Becket was indeed at Geysers in 1169, and it is therefore probable that he had some contact with the lord of the fortress, but we could find no record of any actual encounter between the two men. In short, Jean de Geysers, apart from a few bland details, proved virtually untraceable. He seemed to have left no mark whatever on history, save his existence and his title. We could find no indication of what he did, what might have constituted his claim to fame, or have warranted his assumption of Chaum's Grand Mastership. If the list of Chaum's purported Grand Masters was authentic, what, we wondered, did Jean do to earn his place on it? And if the list were a latter-day fabrication, why should someone so obscure be included at all? There seemed to us only one possible explanation, which did not really explain very much in fact. Like the other aristocratic names on the list of Chaum's Grand Masters, Jean de Geysers appeared in the complicated genealogies which figured elsewhere in the Prieur documents. Together with those other elusive nobles, he apparently belonged to the same dense forest of family trees ultimately descended, supposedly, from the Merovingian dynasty. It thus seemed evident to us that the Prieur de Chaum to a significant extent, at least, was a domestic affair. In some way the order appeared to be intimately associated with a bloodline and a lineage. And it was their connection with this bloodline or lineage that perhaps accounted for the various titled names on the list of Grand Masters. From the list quoted above, it would seem that Chaum's Grand Mastership has recurrently shifted between two essentially distinct groups of individuals. On the one hand, there are the figures of monumental stature, who through esoterica, the arts or sciences, have produced some impact on Western tradition, history and culture. On the other hand, there are members of a specific and interlinked network of families noble, and sometimes royal. In some degree, this curious juxtaposition imparted plausibility to the list. If one merely wished to concoct a pedigree, there would be no point in including so many unknown or long-forgotten aristocrats. There would be no point, for instance, in including a man like Charles de Lorraine, Austrian field marshal in the 18th century, brother-in-law to the Empress Maria Theresa, who proved himself signally inept on the battlefield, and was trounced in one engagement after another by Frederick the Great of Prussia. In this respect, at least, the Prieur de Chaulnes would seem to be both modest and realistic. It does not claim to have functioned under the auspices of unqualified geniuses, superhuman masters, illumined initiates, saints, sages, or immortals. On the contrary, it acknowledges its grand masters to have been fallible human beings, a representative cross-section of humanity, a few geniuses, a few notables, a few average specimens, a few nonentities, even a few fools. Why, we could not but wonder, would a forged or fabricated list include such a spectrum? If one wishes to contrive a list of grand masters, why not make all the names on it illustrious? If one wishes to concoct a pedigree which includes Leonardo, Newton and Victor Hugo, why not also include Dante, Michelangelo, Goethe and Tolstoy instead of obscure people like Edouard de Bar and Maximilien de Lorraine? Why, moreover, were there so many lesser lights on the list? Why a relatively minor writer like Charles Nodier, rather than contemporaries like Byron or Pushkin? Why an apparent eccentric like Cocteau rather than men of such international prestige as André Gide or Albert Camus? And why the omission of individuals like Poussin, whose connection with the mystery had already been established? Such questions nagged at us and argued that the list warranted consideration before we dismissed it as an arrant fraud. We therefore embarked on a lengthy and detailed study of the alleged Grand Masters, their biographies, activities, and accomplishments. In conducting this study, we tried, as far as we could, to subject each name on the list to certain critical questions. 1. Was there any personal contact, direct or indirect, between each alleged Grand Master, his immediate predecessor and immediate successor? 2. Was there any affiliation, by blood or otherwise, between each alleged Grand Master and the families who figured in the genealogies of the Prieur documents with any of the families of purported Merovingian descent, and especially the ducal house of Lorraine? 3. Was each alleged Grand Master in any way connected with Renaissance Chateau, Geysers, Stenay, St. Sulpice, or any of the other sites that had recurred in the course of our previous investigation? 4. If Chaulnes defined itself as a Hermetic Freemasonry, did each alleged Grand Master display a predisposition towards Hermetic thought, or an involvement with secret societies? Although information on the alleged Grand Masters before 1400 was difficult, sometimes impossible to obtain, our investigation of the later figures yields some astonishing results and consistency. Many of them were associated, in one way or another, with one or more of the sites that seemed to be relevant. Rennes-le-Château, Geysers, Stenay, or St. Sulpice. Most of the names on the list were either allied by blood to the House of Lorraine or associated with it in some other fashion. Even Robert Flood, for example, served as tutor to the sons of the Duke of Lorraine. From Nicolas Flamel on, every name on the list, without exception, was steeped in Hermetic thought, and often also associated with secret societies, even men whom one would not readily associate with such things, like Boyle and Newton. And with only one exception, each alleged Grand Master had some contact, sometimes direct, sometimes through close mutual friends with those who preceded and succeeded him. As far as we could determine, there was only one apparent break in the chain. And even this, which seems to have occurred around the French Revolution, between Maximilian of Lorraine and Charles Nodier, is not by any means conclusive. In the context of this chapter, it is not feasible to discuss each alleged Grand Master in detail. Some of the more obscure figures assume significance only against the background of a given age, and to explain this significance fully would entail lengthy digressions into forgotten byways of history. In the case of the more famous names, it would be impossible to do them justice in a few pages. In consequence, the relevant biographical material on the alleged Grand Masters and the connections between them have been consigned to an appendix, CPP 441-65. The present chapter will dwell on broader social and cultural developments, in which a succession of alleged Grand Masters played a collective part. It was in such social and cultural developments that our research seemed to yield a discernible trace of the Prieur de Chaum's hand. René d'Anjou. Although little known today, René d'Anjou, Good King René as he was known, was one of the most important figures in European culture during the years immediately preceding the Renaissance. Born in 1408, during his life he came to hold an awesome array of titles. Among the most important were Count of Bar, Count of Provence, Count of Piedmont, Count of Guise, Duke of Calabria, Duke of Anjou, Duke of Lorraine, King of Hungary, King of Naples and Sicily, King of Aragon, Valencia, Majorca and Sardinia, and, perhaps most resonant of all, King of Jerusalem. This last was, of course, purely titular. Nevertheless, it invoked a continuity extending back to Godefroy de Bouillon, and was acknowledged by other European potentates. One of René's daughters, Marguerite d'Anjou, in 1445 married Henry VI of England and played a prominent role in the Wars of the Roses. In its earlier phases, René d'Anjou's career seems to have been in some obscure way associated with that of Jeanne d'Arc. As far as is known, Jeanne was born in the town of Domremy, in the Duchy of Bar, making her René's subject. She first impressed herself on history in 1429, when she appeared at the fortress of Vaucouleurs, a few miles up the Meuse from Domremy. Presenting herself to the commandant of the fortress, she announced her divine mission to save France from the English invaders and ensure that the Dauphin, subsequently Charles VII, was crowned king. In order to perform this mission, she would have had to join the Dauphin at his court at Chinon, on the Loire, far to the southwest. But she did not request a passage to Chinon of the commandant at Vaucouleurs, she requested a special audience with the Duke of Lorraine, René's father-in-law and great-uncle. In deference to her request, Jeanne was granted an audience with the Duke at his capital in Nancy. When she arrived there, René d'Anjou is known to have been present. And when the Duke of Lorraine asked her what she wished, she replied explicitly, in words that have constantly perplexed historians, "Your son-in-law, a horse and some good men to take me into France." Both at the time and later, speculation was rife about the nature of René's connection with Jeanne. According to some sources, probably inaccurate, the two were lovers. But the fact remains that they knew each other, and that René was present when Jeanne first embarked on her mission. Moreover, contemporary chroniclers maintain that when Jeanne departed for the Dauphin's court at Chinon, René accompanied her. And not only that. The same chroniclers assert that René was actually present at her side during the siege of Orleans. In the centuries that followed, a systematic attempt seems to have been made to expunge all trace of René's possible role in Jeanne's life. Yet René's later biographers cannot account for his whereabouts or activities between 1429 and 1431, the apex of Jeanne's career. It is usually and tacitly assumed that he was vegetating at the ducal court in Nancy, but there is no evidence to support this assumption. Circumstances argue that René did accompany Jeanne to Chinon. For if there was any one dominant personality at Chinon at the time, that personality was Yolande d'Anjou. It was Yolande who provided the febrile, weak-willed Dauphin with incessant transfusions of morale. It was Yolande who inexplicably appointed herself Jeanne's official patroness and sponsor. It was Yolande who overcame the court's resistance to the visionary girl, and obtained authorization for her to accompany the army to Orleans. It was Yolande who convinced the Dauphin that Jeanne might indeed be the savior she claimed to be. It was Yolande who contrived the Dauphin's marriage to her own daughter. And Yolande was René d'Anjou's mother. As we studied these details, we became increasingly convinced, like many modern historians, that something was being enacted behind the scenes, some intricate, high-level intrigue, or audacious design. The more we examined it, the more Jeanne d'Arc's meteoric career began to suggest a put-up job, as if someone, exploiting popular legends of a virgin from Lorraine and playing ingeniously on mass psychology, had engineered and orchestrated the Maid of Orleans's so-called mission. This did not, of course, presuppose the existence of a secret society. But it rendered the existence of such a society decidedly more plausible. And if such a society did exist, the man presiding over it might well have been René d'Anjou. René and the theme of Arcadia. If René was associated with Jeanne d'Arc, his later career, for the most part, was distinctly less bellicose. Unlike many of his contemporaries, René was less a warrior than a courtier. In this respect he was misplaced in his own age. He was, in short, a man ahead of his time, anticipating the cultured Italian princes of the Renaissance. An extremely literate person, he wrote prolifically and illuminated his own books. He composed poetry and mystical allegories, as well as compendiums of tournament rules. He sought to promote the advancement of knowledge, and at one time employed Christopher Columbus. He was steeped in esoteric tradition, and his court included a Jewish astrologer, Kabbalist and physician known as Jean de Saint-Remy. According to a number of accounts, Jean de Saint-Remy was the grandfather of Nostradamus, the famous 16th-century prophet who was also to figure in our story. René's interests included chivalry and the Arthurian and Grail romances. Indeed, he seems to have had a particular preoccupation with the Grail. He is said to have taken great pride in a magnificent cup of red porphyry, which, he asserted, had been used at the wedding at Cana. He had obtained it, he claimed, at Marseilles, where the Magdalene, according to tradition, landed with the Grail. Other chroniclers speak of a cup in René's possession, perhaps the same one which bore a mysterious inscription incised into the rim, Que bien boire du voir. Que boire tout d'une baleine voir Dieu et la Madeleine. He who drinks well will see God. He who quaffs at a single draught will see God and the Magdalene. The Rosicrucian manifestos. It would not be inaccurate to regard René d'Anjou as a major impetus behind the phenomenon now called the Renaissance. By virtue of his numerous Italian possessions, he spent some years in Italy, and through his intimate friendship with the ruling Sforza family of Milan, he established contact with the Medici of Florence. There is good reason to believe that it was largely René's influence which prompted Cosimo de' Medici to embark on a series of ambitious projects destined to transform Western civilization. In 1439, while René was resident in Italy, Cosimo de' Medici began sending his agents all over the world in quest of ancient manuscripts. Then, in 1444, Cosimo founded Europe's first public library, the Library of San Marco, and thus began to challenge the Church's long monopoly of learning. At Cosimo's express commission, the corpus of Platonic, Neoplatonic, Pythagorean, Gnostic and Hermetic thought found its way into translation for the first time and became readily accessible. Cosimo also instructed the University of Florence to begin teaching Greek, for the first time in Europe for some 700 years. And he undertook to create an academy of Pythagorean and Platonic studies. Cosimo's academy quickly generated a multitude of similar institutions throughout the Italian peninsula, which became bastions of Western esoteric tradition. And from them the high culture of the Renaissance began to blossom. René d'Anjou not only contributed in some measure to the formation of the academies, but also seems to have conferred upon them one of their favorite symbolic themes, that of Arcadia. Certainly it is in René's own career that the motif of Arcadia appears to have made its debut in post-Christian Western culture. In 1449, for example, at his court of Tarascon, René staged a series of pas d'armes, curious hybrid amalgams of tournament and masque, in which knights tilted against each other and, at the same time, performed a species of drama or play. One of René's most famous pas d'armes was called the pas d'armes of the shepherdess. Played by his mistress at the time, the shepherdess was an explicitly Arcadian figure, embodying both romantic and philosophical attributes. She presided over a tourney in which knights assumed allegorical identities representing conflicting values and ideas. The event was a singular fusion of the pastoral Arcadian romance with the pageantry of the Round Table and the mysteries of the Holy Grail. Arcadia figures elsewhere in René's work as well. It is frequently denoted by a fountain or a tombstone, both of which are associated with an underground stream. This stream is usually equated with the river Alpheus, the central river in the actual geographical Arcadia in Greece, which flows underground and is said to surface again at the fountain of Arethusa in Sicily. From the most remote antiquity to Coleridge's Kubla Khan, the river Alpheus has been deemed sacred. Its very name derives from the same root as the Greek word alpha, meaning first or source. For René, the motif of an underground stream seems to have been extremely rich in symbolic and allegorical resonances. Among other things, it would appear to connote that underground esoteric tradition of Pythagorean, Gnostic, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic thought. But it might also connote something more than a general corpus of teachings, perhaps some very specific factual information, a secret of some sort, transmitted in clandestine fashion from generation to generation. And it might connote an unacknowledged and thus subterranean bloodline. In the Italian academies, the image of the underground stream appears to have been invested with all these levels of meaning. And it recurs consistently, so much so, indeed, that the academies themselves have often been labeled Arcadian. Thus, in 1502, a major work was published, a long poem entitled Arcadia, by Jacopo Sannazaro, and René d'Anjou's Italian entourage of some years before included one Jacques Sannazaro, probably the poet's father. In 1553, Sannazaro's poem was translated into French. It was dedicated, interestingly enough, to the Cardinal of Lenoncourt, ancestor of the 20th century Count of Lenoncourt, who compiled the genealogies and the Prieur documents. During the 16th century, Arcadia and the underground stream became a prominent cultural fashion. In England, they inspired Sir Philip Sidney's most important work, Arcadia. In Italy, they inspired such illustrious figures as Torquato Tasso, whose masterpiece, Jerusalem Delivered, deals with the capture of the Holy City by Godefroy de Bouillon. By the 17th century, the motif of Arcadia had culminated in Nicolas Poussin and Les Berger's d'Arcadie. The more we explored the matter, the more apparent it became that something, a tradition of some sort, a hierarchy of values or attitudes, perhaps a specific body of information, was constantly being intimated by that underground stream. This image seems to have assumed obsessive proportions in the minds of certain eminent political families of the period, all of whom, directly or indirectly, figure in the genealogies of the Prieur documents. And the families in question seem to have transmitted the image to their protégés in the arts. From René d'Anjou, something seems to have passed to the Medici, the Sforza, the Este, and the Gonzaga, the last of whom, according to the Prieur documents, provided Chaun with two Grand Masters, Ferrante de Gonzaga and Louis de Gonzaga, Duke of Nevers. From them it appears to have found its way into the work of the epoch's most illustrious poets and painters, including Botticelli and Leonardo da Vinci. The Rosicrucian Manifestos. A somewhat similar dissemination of ideas occurred in the 17th century, first in Germany, then spreading to England. In 1614, the first of the so-called Rosicrucian Manifestos appeared, followed by a second tract a year later. These manifestos created a furor at the time, provoking fulminations from the Church and the Jesuits, and eliciting fervently enthusiastic support from liberal factions in Protestant Europe. Among the most eloquent and influential exponents of Rosicrucian thought was Robert Fludd, who is listed as the Prieur de Chaun's 16th Grand Master, presiding between 1595 and 1637. Among other things, the Rosicrucian Manifestos promulgated the story of the legendary Christian Rosenkreuz. They purported to issue from a secret, invisible confraternity of initiates in Germany and France. They promised a transformation of the world and of human knowledge in accordance with esoteric, Hermetic principles, that underground stream which had flowed from René d'Anjou through the Renaissance. A new epoch of spiritual freedom was heralded, an epoch in which man would liberate himself from his former shackles, would unlock hitherto dormant secrets of nature, and would govern his own destiny in accord with harmonious, all-pervading universal and cosmic laws. At the same time, the manifestos were highly inflammatory politically, fiercely attacking the Catholic Church and the Old Holy Roman Empire. These manifestos are now generally believed to have been written by a German theologian and esotericist, Johann Valentin Andrea, listed as Grand Master of the Prieur de Chaun after Robert Fludd. If they were not written by Andrea, they were certainly written by one or more of his associates. In 1616, a third Rosicrucian tract appeared, The Chemical Wedding of Christian Rosenkreuz. Like the two previous works, The Chemical Wedding was originally of anonymous authorship, but Andrea himself later confessed to having composed it as a joke or comedy. The Chemical Wedding is a complex Hermetic allegory, which subsequently influenced such works as Goethe's Faust. As Francis Yates has demonstrated, it contains unmistakable echoes of the English esotericist, John Dee, who also influenced Robert Fludd. Andrea's work also evokes resonances of the Grail romances, and of the Knights Templar. Christian Rosenkreuz, for instance, is said to wear a white tunic with a red cross on the shoulder. In the course of the narrative, a play is performed, an allegory within an allegory. This play involves a princess, of unspecified royal lineage, whose rightful domains have been usurped by the Moors, and who is washed ashore in a wooden chest. The rest of the play deals with her vicissitudes and her marriage to a prince who will help her regain her heritage. Our research revealed the sordid second and third-hand links between Andrea and the families whose genealogies figure in the Prieur documents. We discovered no first-hand or direct links, however, except perhaps for Frederick, Elector Palatine of the Rhine. Frederick was the nephew of an important French Protestant leader, Henri de la Tour d'Auvergne, Viscount of Turin and Duke of Bouillon. Godefroy de Bouillon's old title. Henri was also associated with the Longueville family, which figured prominently in both the Prieur documents and our own inquiry. And in 1591 he had taken great trouble to acquire the town of Stenay. In 1613 Frederick of the Palatinate had married Elizabeth Stuart, daughter of James I of England, granddaughter of Mary Queen of Scots and great-granddaughter of Marie de Guise, and Guise was the cadet branch of the House of Lorraine. Marie de Guise, a century before, had been married to the Duke of Longueville and then, on his death, to James V of Scotland. This created a dynastic alliance between the houses of Stuart and Lorraine. In consequence, the Stuarts began to figure, if only peripherally, in the genealogies of the Prieur documents, and Andrea, as well as the three alleged Grand Masters who followed him, displayed varying degrees of interest in the Scottish royal house. During this period the House of Lorraine was, to a significant degree, in eclipse. If Chaumont was a coherent and active order at the time, it might therefore have transferred its allegiance at least partially and temporarily to the decidedly more influential Stuarts. In any case, Frederick of the Palatinate, after his marriage to Elizabeth Stuart, established an esoterically oriented court at his capital of Heidelberg. As Francis Yates writes, a culture was forming in the Palatinate which came straight out of the Renaissance, but with more recent trends added, a culture which may be defined by the adjective Rosicrucian. The prince around whom these deep currents were swirling was Friedrich, Elector Palatine, and their exponents were hoping for a politico-religious expression of their aims. The Frederikian movement was an attempt to give those currents politico-religious expression, to realize the ideal of Hermetic reform centered on a real prince. It created a culture, a Rosicrucian state with its court centered on Heidelberg. In short, the anonymous Rosicrucians and their sympathizers seem to have invested Frederick with a sense of mission, both spiritual and political. And Frederick seems to have readily accepted the role imposed upon him, together with the hopes and expectations it entailed. Thus, in 1618 he accepted the crown of Bohemia, offered him by that country's rebellious nobles. In doing so he incurred the wrath of the papacy and the Holy Roman Empire and precipitated the chaos of the 30 Years' War. Within 2 years he and Elizabeth had been driven into exile in Holland, and Heidelberg was overrun by Catholic troops. And for the ensuing quarter of a century Germany became the major battleground for the most bitter, bloody, and costly conflict in European history. Before the 20th century, a conflict in which the Church almost managed to reimpose the hegemony she had enjoyed during the Middle Ages. Amidst the turmoil raging around him, Andrea created a network of more or less secret societies known as the Christian Unions. According to Andrea's blueprint, each society was headed by an anonymous prince, assisted by 12 others divided into groups of 3, each of whom was to be a specialist in a given sphere of study. The original purpose of the Christian Unions was to preserve threatened knowledge, especially the most recent scientific advances, many of which the Church deemed heretical. At the same time, however, the Christian Unions also functioned as a refuge for persons fleeing the Inquisition, which accompanied the invading Catholic armies, and was intent on rooting out all vestiges of Rosicrucian thought. Thus numerous scholars, scientists, philosophers and esotericists found a haven in Andrea's institutions. Through them many were smuggled to safety in England, where Freemasonry was just beginning to coalesce. In some significant sense, Andrea's Christian unions may have contributed to the organization of the Masonic Lodge system. Among the displaced Europeans finding their way to England were a number of Andrea's personal associates, Samuel Hartlib, for example, Johann Komensky, better known as Comenius, with whom Andrea maintained a continuing correspondence, Theodore Hack, who was also a personal friend of Elizabeth Stuart and maintained a correspondence with her, and Dr. John Wilkins, formerly personal chaplain to the son of Frederick of the Palatinate and subsequently Bishop of Chester. Once in England, these men became closely associated with Masonic circles. They were intimate with Robert Moray, for instance, whose induction into a Masonic lodge in 1641 is one of the earliest on record, with Elias Ashmole, antiquarian and expert on chivalric orders, who was inducted in 1646, with the young but precocious Robert Boyle, who, though not himself a Freemason, was a member of another, more elusive secret society. There is no concrete evidence that this secret society was the Prieur de Chaune, but Boyle, according to the Prieur documents, succeeded Andrea as Chaune's Grand Master. During Cromwell's protectorate, these dynamic minds, both English and European, formed what Boyle, in a deliberate echo of the Rosicrucian manifestos, called an invisible college. And with the restoration of the monarchy in 1660, the Invisible College became the Royal Society 12 with the Stuart ruler, Charles II, as its patron and sponsor. One could reasonably argue that the Royal Society itself, at least in its inception, was a quasi-Masonic institution derived, through Andrea's Christian unions, from the invisible Rosicrucian Brotherhood. But this was not to be the culmination of the underground stream. On the contrary, it was to flow from Boyle to Sir Isaac Newton, listed as Chaune's next Grand Master, and thence into the complex tributaries of 18th-century Freemasonry. The Stuart dynasty. According to the Prieur documents, Newton was succeeded as Chaune's Grand Master by Charles Radcliffe. The name was hardly as resonant to us as Newton's, or Boyle's, or even Andrea's. Indeed, we were not at first certain who Charles Radcliffe was. As we began to research into him, however, he emerged as a figure of considerable, if subterranean, consequence in 18th-century cultural history. Since the 16th century, the Radcliffes had been an influential Northumbrian family. In 1688, shortly before he was deposed, James II had created them Earls of Derwentwater. Charles Radcliffe himself was born in 1693. His mother was an illegitimate daughter of Charles II by his mistress, Moll Davies. Radcliffe was thus, on his mother's side, of royal blood, a grandson of the next-to-last Stuart monarch. He was a cousin of Bonnie Prince Charlie and of George Leigh, Earl of Lichfield, another illegitimate grandson of Charles II. Not surprisingly, therefore, Radcliffe devoted much of his life to the Stuart cause. In 1715 this cause rested with the Old Pretender, James III, then in exile, and residing at Bar-le-Duc, under the special protection of Duke of Lorraine. Radcliffe and his elder brother, James, both participated in the Scottish rebellion of that year. Both were captured and imprisoned, and James was executed. Charles, in the meantime, apparently aided by the Earl of Lichfield, made a dashing and unprecedented escape from Newgate prison, and found refuge in the Jacobite ranks in France. In the years that followed he became personal secretary to the young pretender, Bonnie Prince Charlie. In 1745 the latter landed in Scotland, and embarked on his quixotic attempt to reinstate the Stuarts on the British throne. In the same year Radcliffe, en route to join him, was captured in a French ship off the Dogger Bank. A year later, in 1746, the young pretender was disastrously defeated at the Battle of Culloden Moor. A few months thereafter, Charles Radcliffe died beneath the headsman's axe at the Tower of London. During their stay in France, the Stuarts had been deeply involved in the dissemination of Freemasonry. Indeed, they are generally regarded as the source of the particular form of Freemasonry known as Scottish Rite. Scottish Rite Freemasonry introduced higher degrees than those offered by other Masonic systems at the time. It promised initiation into greater and more profound mysteries supposedly preserved and handed down in Scotland. It established more direct connections between Freemasonry and the various activities alchemy, Kabbalism, and Hermetic thought, for instance, which were regarded as Rosicrucian. And it elaborated not only on the antiquity, but also on the illustrious pedigree of the craft. It is probable that Scottish Rite Freemasonry was originally promulgated, if not indeed devised, by Charles Radcliffe. In any case, Radcliffe, in 1725, is said to have founded the first Masonic lodge on the continent, in Paris. During the same year, or perhaps in the year following, he seems to have been acknowledged Grand Master of all French lodges, and it is still cited as such a decade later, in 1736. The dissemination of 18th-century Freemasonry owes more, ultimately, to Radcliffe than to any other man. This has not always been readily apparent because Radcliffe, especially after 1738, kept a relatively low profile. To a very significant degree, he seems to have worked through intermediaries and mouthpieces. The most important of these, and the most famous, was the enigmatic individual known as the Chevalier Andrew Ramsay. Ramsay was born in Scotland sometime during the 1680s. As a young man, he was a member of a quasi-Masonic, quasi-Rosicrucian society called the Philadelphians. Among the other members of this society were at least two close friends of Isaac Newton. Ramsay himself regarded Newton with unmitigated reverence, deeming him a kind of high mystical initiate, a man who had rediscovered and reconstructed the eternal truths concealed in the ancient mysteries. Ramsay had other links with Newton. He was associated with Jean de Sagilliers, one of Newton's closest friends. In 1707 he studied mathematics under one Nicolas Fatio de Duillier, the most intimate of all Newton's companions. Like Newton, he displayed a sympathetic interest in the Camisards, a sect of Cathar-like heretics then suffering persecution in southern France, and a kind of cause célèbre for Fatio de Duillier. By 1710 Ramsay was in Cambrai and on intimate terms with the mystical philosopher Fenelon, formerly cure of Saint Sulpice, which, even at that time, was a bastion of rather questionable orthodoxy. It is not known precisely when Ramsay made Charles Radcliffe's acquaintance, but by the 1720s he was closely affiliated with the Jacobite cause. For a time he even served as Bonnie Prince Charlie's tutor. Despite his Jacobite connections, Ramsay returned to England in 1729, where, notwithstanding an apparent lack of appropriate qualifications, he was promptly admitted to the Royal Society. He also became a member of a rather more obscure institution called the Gentlemen's Club of Spalding. This club included men like de Sagilliers, Alexander Pope and, until his death in 1727, Isaac Newton. By 1730 Ramsay was back in France and increasingly active on behalf of Freemasonry. He is on record as having attended lodge meetings with a number of notable figures, including de Sagilliers. And he received special patronage from the Tour d'Auvergne family, the Viscounts of Turin and Dukes of Bouillon, who, 3/4 of a century before, had been related to Frederick of the Palatinate. In Ramsay's time, the Duke of Bouillon was a cousin of Bonnie Prince Charlie, and among the most prominent figures in Freemasonry. He conferred an estate and a townhouse on Ramsay, whom he also appointed tutor to his son. In 1737 Ramsay delivered his famous oration, a lengthy disquisition on the history of Freemasonry, which subsequently became a seminal document for the craft. On the basis of this oration, Ramsay became the preeminent Masonic spokesman of his age. Our research convinced us, however, that the real voice behind Ramsay was that of Charles Radcliffe, who presided over the lodge at which Ramsay delivered his discourse, and who appeared again, in 1743, as chief signatory at Ramsay's funeral. But if Radcliffe was the power behind Ramsay, it would seem to have been Ramsay who constituted the link between Radcliffe and Newton. Despite Radcliffe's premature death in 1746, the seeds he had sown in Europe continued to bear fruit. Early in the 1750s, a new ambassador of Freemasonry appeared, a German named Karl Gottlieb von Hund. Hund claimed to have been initiated in 1742, a year before Ramsay's death, for years before Radcliffe's. At his initiation, he claimed he had been introduced to a new system of Freemasonry, confided to him by unknown superiors. These unknown superiors, Hund maintained, were closely associated with the Jacobite cause. Indeed, he even believed at first that the man who presided over his initiation was Bonnie Prince Charlie. And although this proved not to be the case, Hund remained convinced that the unidentified personage in question was intimately connected with the young pretender. It seems reasonable to suppose that the man who actually presided was Charles Radcliffe. The system of Freemasonry to which Hund was introduced, a further extension of the Scottish Rite, was subsequently called strict observance. Its name derived from the oath it demanded, an oath of unswerving, unquestioning obedience to the mysterious unknown superiors. And the basic tenet of the strict observance was that it had descended directly from the Knights Templar, some of whom had purportedly survived the purge of 1307-14 and perpetuated their order in Scotland. We were already familiar with this claim. On the basis of our own research, we could allow it some truth. A contingent of Templars had allegedly fought on Robert Bruce's side at the Battle of Bannockburn. Because the papal bull dissolving the Templars was never promulgated in Scotland, the order was never officially suppressed there. And we ourselves had located what seemed to be a Templar graveyard in Argyllshire. The earliest of the stones in this graveyard dated from the 13th century, the later ones from the 18th. The earlier stones bore certain unique carvings and incised symbols identical to those found at known Templar preceptories in England and France. The later stones combined these symbols with specifically Masonic motifs, attesting thereby to some sort of fusion. It was thus not impossible, we concluded, that the order had indeed perpetuated itself in the trackless wilderness of medieval Argyll, maintaining a clandestine existence, gradually secularizing itself, and becoming associated with both Masonic guilds and the prevailing clan system. The pedigree Hund claimed for the strict observance did not, therefore, seem to us altogether improbable. To his own embarrassment and subsequent disgrace, however, he was unable to elaborate further on his new system of Freemasonry. As a result, his contemporaries dismissed him as a charlatan, and accused him of having fabricated the story of his initiation, his meeting with unknown superiors, his mandate to disseminate the strict observance. To these charges Hund could only reply that his unknown superiors had inexplicably abandoned him. They had promised to contact him again and give him further instructions, he protested, but they had never done so. To the end of his life he affirmed his integrity, maintaining he had been deserted by his original sponsors, who he insisted had actually existed. The more we considered Hund's assertions, the more plausible they sounded, and he appeared to have been a hapless victim not so much of deliberate betrayal as of circumstances beyond everyone's control. For according to his own account, Hund had been initiated in 1742, when the Jacobites were still a powerful political force in continental affairs. By 1746, however, Radcliffe was dead. So were many of his colleagues, while others were in prison or exile as far away, in some cases, as North America. If Hund's unknown superiors failed to re-establish contact with their protégé, the omission does not seem to have been voluntary. The fact that Hund was abandoned immediately after the collapse of the Jacobite cause would seem, if anything, to confirm his story. There is another fragment of evidence which lends credence not only to Hund's claims, but to the prior documents as well. This evidence is a list of Grand Masters of the Knights Templar, which Hund insisted he had obtained from his unknown superiors. On the basis of our own research, we had concluded that the list of Templar Grand Masters in the dossier's secrets was accurate, so accurate, in fact, that it appeared to derive from inside information. Save for the spelling of a single surname, the list Hund produced agreed with the one in the dossier's secret. In short, Hund had somehow obtained a list of Templar Grand Masters more accurate than any other known at the time. Moreover, he obtained it when many documents on which we relied, charters, deeds, proclamations, were still sequestered in the Vatican and unobtainable. This would seem to confirm that Hund's story of unknown superiors was not a fabrication. It would also seem to indicate that those unknown superiors were extraordinarily knowledgeable about the order of the Temple, more knowledgeable than they could possibly have been without access to privileged sources. In any case, despite the charges leveled against him, Hund was not left completely friendless. After the collapse of the Jacobite cause, he found a sympathetic patron, and a close companion, in no less a person than the Holy Roman Emperor. The Holy Roman Emperor at this time was François, Duke of Lorraine, who, by his marriage to Maria Theresa of Austria in 1735, had linked the houses of Habsburg and Lorraine and inaugurated the Habsburg-Lorraine dynasty. And according to the prior documents, it was François' brother, Charles de Lorraine, who succeeded Radcliffe as Chaun's Grand Master. François was the first European prince to become a Mason and to publicize his Masonic affiliations. He was initiated in 1731 at the Hague, a bastion of esoteric activity since Rosicrucian circles had installed themselves there during the 30 Years' War. And the man who presided over François' initiation was Jean de Saguliers, intimate associate of Newton, Ramsay and Radcliffe. Shortly after his initiation, moreover, François embarked for a lengthy stay in England. Here he became a member of that innocuous-sounding institution, the Gentlemen's Club of Spalding. In the years that followed, François de Lorraine was probably more responsible than any other European potentate for the spread of Freemasonry. His court at Vienna became, in a sense, Europe's Masonic capital, and a center for a broad spectrum of other esoteric interests as well. François himself was a practicing alchemist, with an alchemical laboratory in the imperial palace, the Hofburg. On the death of the last Medici, he became Grand Duke of Tuscany, and deftly thwarted the Inquisition's harassment of Freemasons in Florence. Through François, Charles Radcliffe, who had founded the first Masonic lodge on the continent, left a durable legacy. Charles Nodier and his circle. Compared to the important cultural and political figures who preceded him, compared even to a man like Charles Radcliffe, Charles Nodier seemed a most unlikely choice for Grand Master. We knew him primarily as a kind of literary curiosity, a relatively minor belles lettrist, a somewhat garrulous essayist, a second-rate novelist and short story writer in the bizarre tradition of E.T.A. Hoffmann and, later, Edgar Allan Poe. In his own time, however, Nodier was regarded as a major cultural figure, and his influence was enormous. Moreover, he proved to be connected with our inquiry in a number of surprising ways. By 1824, Nodier was already a literary celebrity. In that year he was appointed the chief librarian at the Arsenal Library, the major French depository for medieval and specifically occult manuscripts. Among its various treasures, the Arsenal was said to have contained the alchemical works of Nicolas Flamel, the medieval alchemist listed as one of Chaun's earlier Grand Masters. The Arsenal also contained the library of Cardinal Richelieu, an exhaustive collection of works on magical, Kabbalistic, and Hermetic thought. And there were other treasures too. On the outbreak of the French Revolution, monasteries throughout the country had been plundered, and all books and manuscripts sent to Paris for storage. Then in 1810, Napoleon, as part of his ambition to create a definitive world library, confiscated and brought to Paris almost the entire archive of the Vatican. There were more than 3,000 cases of material, some of which all the documents pertaining to the Templars, for example, had been specifically requested. Although some of these papers were subsequently returned to Rome, a great many remained in France. And it was material of this sort, occult books and manuscripts, works plundered from monasteries and the archive of the Vatican, that passed through the hands of Nodier and his associates. Methodically they sifted it, catalogued it, explored it. Among Nodier's colleagues in this task were Eliphas Levi and Jean-Baptiste Pitois, who adopted the nom de plume of Paul Christian. The works of these two men, over the years that followed, engendered a major renaissance of interest in esoterica. It is to these two men, and to Charles Nodier, their mentor, that the French occult revival of the 19th century, as it has been called, can ultimately be traced. Indeed, Pitois' history and practice of magic became a Bible for 19th-century students of the arcane. Recently reissued in English translation complete with its original dedication to Nodier, it is now a coveted work among modern students of the occult. During his tenure at the Arsenal, Nodier continued to write and publish prolifically. Among the most important of his later works is a massive, lavishly illustrated, multi-volume opus of antiquarian interest, devoted to sites of particular consequence in ancient France. In this monumental compendium, Nodier devoted considerable space to the Merovingian epoch, a fact all the more striking in that no one at the time displayed the least interest in the Merovingians. There are also lengthy sections on the Templars, and there is a special article on geysers, including a detailed account of the mysterious cutting of the elm in 1188, which, according to the Prieur documents, marked the separation between the Knights Templar and the Prieur de Chaun. At the same time, Nodier was more than a librarian and a writer. He was also a gregarious, egocentric and flamboyant individual who constantly sought the center of attention and did not hesitate to exaggerate his own importance. In his quarters at the Arsenal Library, he inaugurated a salon which established him as one of the most influential and prestigious aesthetic potentates of the epoch. By the time of his death in 1844, he had served as mentor for a whole generation, many of whom quite eclipsed him in their subsequent achievements. For example, Nodier's chief disciple and closest friend was the young Victor Hugo, Chaun's next Grand Master according to the prior documents. There was François-René de Chateaubriand, who made a special pilgrimage to Poussin's tomb in Rome, and had a stone erected there bearing a reproduction of Les Burger's d'Arcady. There were Balzac, Delacroix, Dumas père, Lamartine, Musset, Théophile Gautier, Gerard de Nerval, and Alfred de Vigny. Like the poets and painters of the Renaissance, these men often drew heavily on esoteric, and especially Hermetic, tradition. They also incorporated in their works a number of motifs, themes, references, and allusions to the mystery which, for us, commenced with Saunière and Rennes-le-Château. In 1832, for instance, a book was published entitled A Journey to Rennes-les-Bains, which speaks at length of a legendary treasure associated with Blanchefort and Rennes-le-Château. The author of this obscure book, Auguste de Labousse Roquefort, also produced another work, The Lovers to Eleanor. On the title page there appears, without any explanation, the motto Et in Arcadia Ego. Nodier's literary and esoteric activities were quite clearly pertinent to our investigation. But there was another aspect of his career which was, if anything, more pertinent still. For Nodier, from his childhood, was deeply involved in secret societies. As early as 1790, for instance, at the age of 10 he is known to have been involved in a group called the Philadelphies. Around 1793, he created another group, or perhaps an inner circle of the first, which included one of the subsequent plotters against Napoleon. A charter dated 1797 attests to the foundation of yet another group also called the Philadelphies in that year. In the library of Besançon there is a cryptic essay composed and recited to this group by one of Nodier's closest friends. It is entitled Le Burger Arcadien au premier accents d'une flûte champêtre. The Arcadian shepherd sounds the first accents of a rustic flute. In Paris in 1802, Nodier wrote of his affiliation with a secret society, which he described as biblical and Pythagorean. Then, in 1815, he published anonymously one of his most curious and influential works, The History of Secret Societies in the Army. In this book, Nodier is deliberately ambiguous. He does not clarify definitively whether he is writing pure fiction or pure fact. If anything, he implies, the book is a species of thinly disguised allegory of actual historical occurrences. In any case, it develops a comprehensive philosophy of secret societies. And it credits such societies with a number of historical accomplishments, including the downfall of Napoleon. There are a great many secret societies in operation, Nodier declares. But there is one, he adds, that takes precedence over all others, that in fact presides over all the others. According to Nodier, this supreme secret society is called the Philadelphies. At the same time, however, he speaks of the oath which binds me to the Philadelphies, and which forbids me to make them known under their social name. Nevertheless, there is a hint of Chaun in an address which Nodier quotes. It was supposedly made to an assembly of Philadelphies by one of the plotters against Napoleon. The man in question is speaking of his newly born son. He is too young to engage himself to you by the oath of Annibal, but remember I have named him Eliason, and that I delegate to him the guard of the temple and the altar, if I should die ere I have seen fall from his throne the last of the oppressors of Jerusalem. Nodier's book burst on the scene when fear of secret societies had assumed virtually pathological proportions. Such societies were often blamed for instigating the French Revolution and the atmosphere of post-Napoleonic Europe was similar, in many respects, to that of the McCarthy era in the United States during the 1950s. People saw, or imagined they saw, conspiracies everywhere. Witch hunts abounded. Every public disturbance, every minor disruption, every untoward occurrence was attributed to subversive activity, to the work of highly organized clandestine organizations working insidiously behind the scenes, eroding the fabric of established institutions, perpetrating all manner of devious sabotage. This mentality engendered measures of extreme repression. And the repression, directed often at a fictitious threat, in turn engendered real opponents, real groups of subversive conspirators who would form themselves in accordance with the fictitious blueprints. Even as figments of the imagination, secret societies fostered a pervasive paranoia in the upper echelons of government, and this paranoia frequently accomplished more than any secret society itself could possibly have done. There is no question that the myth of the secret society, if not the secret society itself, played a major role in 19th century European history. And one of the chief architects of that myth, and possibly of a reality behind it, was Charles Nodier. Debussy and the Rose-Croix. The trends to which Nodier gave expression a fascination with secret societies and a renewed interest in the esoteric continued to gain influence and adherents throughout the 19th century. Both trends reached a peak in the Paris of the fin de siècle, the milieu of Claude Debussy, Chaun's alleged grand master, when Béranger Saunière, in 1891, discovered the mysterious parchments at Rennes-le-Château. Debussy seems to have made Victor Hugo's acquaintance through the symbolist poet Paul Verlaine. Subsequently, he set a number of Hugo's works to music. He also became an integral member of the symbolist circles which, by the last decade of the century, had come to dominate Parisian cultural life. These circles were sometimes illustrious, sometimes odd, sometimes both. They included the young cleric Émile Hoffet and Emma Cave, through whom Debussy came to meet Saunière. There was also the enigmatic magus of French symbolist poetry, Stéphane Mallarmé, one of whose masterpieces, Lapper's Midi d'un Faun, Debussy set to music. There was the symbolist playwright, Maurice Maeterlinck, whose Merovingian drama, Pelléas et Mélisande, Debussy turned into a world-famous opera. There was the flamboyant Comte Philippe Auguste Villiers de Isle-Adam, whose Rosicrucian play, Axel, became a Bible for the entire symbolist movement. Although his death in 1918 prevented its completion, Debussy began to compose a libretto for Villiers' occult drama, intending to turn it, too, into an opera. Among his other associates were the luminaries who attended Mallarmé's famous Tuesday night soirées: Oscar Wilde, W. B. Yeats, Stephen George, Paul Valéry, the young André Gide, and Marcel Proust. In themselves, Debussy's and Mallarmé's circles were steeped in esoterica. At the same time, they overlapped circles that were more esoteric still. Thus Debussy consorted with virtually all the most prominent names in the so-called French occult revival. One of these was the Marquis Stanislas de Guaita, an intimate of Emma Cave and founder of the so-called Kabbalistic Order of the Rose-Croix. A second was Jules Bois, a notorious Satanist, another intimate of Emma Cave, and a friend of MacGregor Mathers. Prompted by Jules Bois, Mathers established the most famous British occult society of the period, the Order of the Golden Dawn. Another occultist of Debussy's acquaintance was Dr. Gerard Incos, better known as Papoose, under which name he published what is still considered one of the definitive works on the tarot. Papoose was not only a member of numerous esoteric orders and societies, but also a confidant of the Tsar and Tsarina, Nicholas and Alexandra of Russia. And among Papoose's closest associates was a name which had already figured in our inquiry, that of Jules Douanel. In 1890, Douanel had become librarian at Carcassonne and established a Neo-Catholic church in the Languedoc, in which he and Papoose functioned as bishops. Douanel in fact proclaimed himself Gnostic Bishop of Mirepoix, which included the parish of Montségur, and of Alet, which included the parish of Rennes-le-Château. Douanel's church was supposedly consecrated by an Eastern bishop in Paris at the home, interestingly enough, of Lady Caithness, wife of the Earl of Caithness, James Sinclair. In retrospect, this church seems to have been merely another innocuous sect or cult, like so many of the fin de siècle. At the time, however, it caused considerable alarm in official quarters. A special report was prepared for the Holy Office of the Vatican on the resurgence of Cathar tendencies. And the Pope issued an explicit condemnation of Douanel's institution, which he militantly denounced as a new manifestation of the ancient Albigensian heresy. Notwithstanding the Vatican's condemnation, Douanel, by the mid-1890s, was active in Saunière's home territory, and at precisely the time that the cure of Rennes-le-Château began to flaunt his wealth. The two men may well have been introduced by Debussy, or by Emma Cave, or by the Abbé Henri Boudet, cure of Rennes-les-Bains, best friend of Saunière, and colleague of Douanel in the Society of Arts and Sciences of Carcassonne. One of the closest of Debussy's occult contacts was Josephine Pelledin, another friend of Papus and, predictably enough, another intimate of Emma Cave. In 1889 Pelledin embarked on a visit to the Holy Land. When he returned he claimed to have discovered Jesus's tomb not at the traditional site of the Holy Sepulchre, but under the Mosque of Omar, formerly part of the Templars' enclave. In the words of an enthusiastic admirer, Pelledin's alleged discovery was so astonishing that at any other era it would have shaken the Catholic world to its foundations. Neither Pelledin nor his associates, however, volunteered any indication of how Jesus's tomb could have been so definitively identified and verified as such, nor why its discovery should necessarily shake the Catholic world unless, of course, it contains something significant, controversial, perhaps even explosive. In any case, Pelledin did not elaborate on his purported discovery. But though a self-professed Catholic, he nevertheless insisted on Jesus's mortality. In 1890 Pelledin founded a new order, the Order of the Catholic Rose-Croix, the Temple and the Grail. And this order, unlike the other Rose-Croix institutions of the period, somehow escaped papal condemnation. In the meantime, Pelledin turned his attention increasingly to the arts. The artist, he declared, should be a knight in armor, eagerly engaged in the symbolic quest for the Holy Grail. And in adherence to this principle, Pelledin embarked on a fully fledged aesthetic crusade. It took the form of a highly publicized series of annual exhibitions, known as the Salon de la Rose plus Croix, whose avowed purpose was to ruin realism, reform Latin taste and create a school of idealist art. To that end certain themes and subjects were autocratically and summarily rejected as unworthy no matter how well executed, even if perfectly. The list of rejected themes and subjects included prosaic history painting, patriotic and military painting, representations of contemporary life, portraits, rustic scenes and all landscapes except those composed in the manner of Poussin. Nor did Pelledin confine himself to painting. On the contrary, he attempted to promulgate his aesthetic in music and the theater as well. He formed his own theater company, which performed specially composed works on such subjects as Orpheus, the Argonauts and the Quest for the Golden Fleece, the Mystery of the Rose-Croix and the Mystery of the Grail. One of the regular promoters and patrons of these productions was Claude Debussy. Among Pelledin's and Debussy's other associates was Maurice Barres, who, as a young man, had been involved in a Rose-Croix circle with Victor Hugo. In 1912 Barres published his most famous novel, La Colline Inspirée, The Inspired Mount. Certain modern commentators have suggested that his work is in fact a thinly disguised allegory of Béranger's Saunière and Rennes-le-Château. Certainly there are parallels which would seem too striking to be wholly coincidental. But Barres does not situate his narrative in Rennes-le-Château, or any other place in the Languedoc. On the contrary, the inspired mount of the title is a mountain surmounted by a village in Lorraine. And the village is the old pilgrimage center of Chaon. Jean Cocteau. More than Charles Radcliffe, more than Charles Nodier, Jean Cocteau seemed to us a most unlikely candidate for the grand mastership of an influential secret society. In Radcliffe's and Nodier's cases, however, our investigation had yielded certain connections of considerable interest. In Cocteau's we discovered very few. Certainly he was raised in a milieu close to the corridors of power, his family were politically prominent, and his uncle was an important diplomat. But Cocteau, at least ostensibly, abandoned this world, leaving home at the age of 15 and plunging into the seedy subculture of Marseilles. By 1908 he had established himself in Bohemian artistic circles. In his early 20s he became associated with Proust, Gide and Maurice Barres. He was also a close friend of Victor Hugo's great-grandson, Jean, with whom he embarked on assorted excursions into spiritualism and the occult. He quickly became versed in esoterica, and Hermetic thinking shaped not only much of his work, but also his entire aesthetic. By 1912, if not earlier, he had begun to consort with Debussy, to whom he alludes frequently, if non-committally, in his journals. In 1926 he designed the set for a production of the opera Pelléas et Melisande because, according to one commentator, he was unable to resist linking his name for all time to that of Claude Debussy. Cocteau's private life, which included bouts of drug addiction and a sequence of homosexual affairs, was notoriously erratic. This has fostered an image of him as a volatile and recklessly irresponsible individual. In fact, however, he was always acutely conscious of his public persona, and whatever his personal escapades, he would not let them impede his access to people of influence and power. As he himself admitted, he had always craved public recognition, honor, esteem, even admission to the Académie Française. And he made a point of conforming sufficiently to assure him of the status he sought. Thus he was never far removed from prominent figures like Jacques Maritain and André Malraux. Although never ostensibly interested in politics, he denounced the Vichy government during the war and seems to have been quietly in league with the resistance. In 1949 he was made a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor. In 1958 he was invited by de Gaulle's brother to make a public address on the general subject of France. It is not the kind of role one generally attributes to Cocteau, but he appears to have played it frequently enough, and to have relished doing so. For a good part of his life, Cocteau was associated sometimes intimately, sometimes peripherally with royalist Catholic circles. Here he frequently hobnobbed with members of the old aristocracy, including some of Proust's friends and patrons. At the same time, however, Cocteau's Catholicism was highly suspect, highly unorthodox, and seems to have been more an aesthetic than a religious commitment. In the latter part of his life, he devoted much of his energy to redecorating churches, curious echo, perhaps, of Béranger Saunière. Yet even then his piety was questionable. They take me for a religious painter because I've decorated a chapel. Always the same mania for labeling people. Like Saunière, Cocteau, in his redecorations, incorporated certain curious and suggestive details. Some are visible in the Church of Notre Dame de France, around the corner from Leicester Square in London. The church itself dates from 1865 and may, at its consecration, have had certain Masonic connections. In 1940, at the peak of the Blitz, it was seriously damaged. Nevertheless, it remained the favorite center of worship for many important members of the Free French forces. And after the war it was restored and redecorated by artists from all over France. Among them was Cocteau, who, in 1960, 3 years before his death, executed a mural depicting the crucifixion. It is an extremely singular crucifixion. There is a black sun and a sinister, green-tinged and unidentified figure in the lower right-hand corner. There is a Roman soldier holding a shield with a bird emblazoned on it, a highly stylized bird suggesting an Egyptian rendering of Horus. Among the mourning women and dice-throwing centurions, there are 2 incongruously modern figures, one of whom is Cocteau himself, presented as a self-portrait, with his back significantly turned on the cross. Most striking of all is the fact that the mural depicts only the lower portion of the cross. Whoever hangs upon it is visible only as far up as the knees, so that one cannot see the face, or determine the identity of who is being crucified. And fixed to the cross, immediately below the anonymous victim's feet, is a gigantic rose. The design, in short, is a flagrant Rose-Croix device. And if nothing else, it is a very singular motif for a Catholic church. The 2 John XCIs. The dossier secrets, in which the list of Chaune's alleged Grand Masters appeared, were dated 1956. Cocteau did not die until 1963. There was thus no indication of who might have succeeded him, or of who might preside over the Prieur de Chaune at present. But Cocteau himself posed one additional point of immense interest. Until the cutting of the elm in 1188, the Prieur documents asserted Chaune and the Order of the Temple shared the same Grand Master. After 1188, Chaune is said to have chosen a Grand Master of its own, the first of them being Jean de Geysers. According to the Prieur documents, every Grand Master, on assuming his position, has adopted the name of Jean, John, or, since there were 4 women, Jean, Joan. Chaune's Grand Masters are therefore alleged to have comprised a continuous succession of Jeans and Jeans, from 1188 to the present. This succession was clearly intended to imply an esoteric and hermetic papacy based on John, in contrast, and perhaps opposition, to the exoteric one based on Peter. One major question, of course, was which John? John the Baptist? John the Evangelist, the beloved disciple in the fourth Gospel? Or John the Divine, author of the Book of Revelation? It seemed it must be one of these three, because Jean de Geysers in 1188 had purportedly taken the title of Jean II. Who, then, was Jean I? Whatever the answer to that question, Jean Cocteau appeared on the list of Chouin's alleged Grand Masters as Jean XXIII. In 1959, while Cocteau still presumably held the Grand Mastership, Pope Pius XII died, and the assembled cardinals elected, as their new pontiff, Cardinal Angelo Roncalli of Venice. Any newly elected pope chooses his own name, and Cardinal Roncalli caused considerable consternation when he chose the name of John XXIII. Such consternation was not unjustified. In the first place, the name John had been implicitly anathematized, since it was last used in the early 15th century by an antipope. Moreover, there had already been a John XXIII. The antipope who abdicated in 1415 and who, interestingly enough, had previously been Bishop of Valette was in fact John XXIII. It was thus unusual, to say the least, for Cardinal Roncalli to assume the same name. In 1976 an enigmatic little book was published in Italy, and soon after translated into French. It was called The Prophecies of Pope John XXIII and contained a compilation of obscure prophetic prose poems reputedly composed by the pontiff who had died 13 years before in 1963, the same year as Cocteau. For the most part these prophecies are extremely opaque, and defy any coherent interpretation. Whether they are indeed the work of John XXIII is also open to question. But the introduction to the work maintains that they are Pope John's work. And it maintains something further as well, that John XXIII was secretly a member of the Rosecroix with whom he had become affiliated while acting as papal nuncio to Turkey in 1935. Needless to say, this assertion sounds incredible. Certainly it cannot be proved, and we found no external evidence to support it. But why, we wondered, should such an assertion even have been made in the first place? Could it be true after all? Could there be at least a grain of truth in it? In 1188 the Prieur de Chouin is said to have adopted the subtitle of Rose-Croix Veritas. If Pope John was affiliated with a Rose-Croix organization, and if that organization was the Prieur de Chouin, the implications would be extremely intriguing. Among other things, they would suggest that Cardinal Roncalli, on becoming pope, chose the name of his own secret Grand Master so that, for some symbolic reason, there would be a John XXIII presiding over Chouin and the papacy simultaneously. In any case, the simultaneous rule of a John or Jean XXIII over both Chouin and Rome would seem to be an extraordinary coincidence. Nor could the Prieur documents have devised a list to create such a coincidence, a list which culminated with Jean XXIII at the same time that a man with that title occupied the throne of St. Peter. For the list of Chouin's alleged Grand Masters had been composed and deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale no later than 1956, 3 years before John XXIII became pope. There was another striking coincidence. In the 12th century an Irish monk named Malachi compiled a series of Nostradamus-like prophecies. In these prophecies, which, incidentally, are said to be highly esteemed by many important Roman Catholics, including the present Pope, John Paul II, Malachi enumerates the pontiffs who will occupy the throne of St. Peter in the centuries to come. For each pontiff he offers a species of descriptive motto. And for John XXIII the motto, translated into French, is Pastor et not near Shepherd and Navigator. The official title of Chouin's alleged Grand Master is also not near. Whatever the truth underlying these strange coincidences, there is no question that more than any other man Pope John XXIII was responsible for reorienting the Roman Catholic Church and bringing it, as commentators have frequently said, into the 20th century. Much of this was accomplished by the reforms of the Second Vatican Council, which John inaugurated. At the same time, however, John was responsible for other changes as well. He revised the Church's position on Freemasonry, for example breaking with at least 2 centuries of entrenched tradition, and allowing that a Catholic might be a Freemason. And in June 1960 he issued a profoundly important apostolic letter. This missive addressed itself specifically to the subject of the precious blood of Jesus. It ascribed a hitherto unprecedented significance to that blood. It emphasized Jesus' suffering as a human being, and maintained that the redemption of mankind had been effected by the shedding of his blood. In the context of Pope John's letter, Jesus' human passion, and the shedding of his blood, assume a greater consequence than the resurrection, or even than the mechanics of the crucifixion. The implications of this letter are ultimately enormous. As one commentator has observed, they alter the whole basis of Christian belief. If man's redemption was achieved by the shedding of Jesus' blood, his death and resurrection became incidental, if not, indeed, superfluous. Jesus need not have died on the cross for the faith to retain its validity. 7. Conspiracy through the centuries. How were we to synthesize the evidence we had accumulated? Much of it was impressive and seemed to bear witness to some pattern, some coherent design. The list of Shaun's alleged Grand Masters, however improbable it had originally appeared, now displayed some intriguing consistencies. Most of the figures on the list, for example, were connected, either by blood or personal association, with the families whose genealogies figured in the Prieur documents, and particularly with the House of Lorraine. Most of the figures on the list were involved with orders of one kind or another, or with secret societies. Virtually all the figures on the list, even when nominally Catholic, held unorthodox religious beliefs. Virtually all of them were immersed in esoteric thought and tradition. And in almost every case there had been some species of close contact between an alleged Grand Master, his predecessor, and his successor. Nevertheless, these consistencies, impressive though they might be, did not necessarily prove anything. They did not prove, for instance, that the Prieur de Chaun, whose existence during the Middle Ages we had confirmed, had actually continued to survive through the subsequent centuries. Still less did they prove that the individuals cited as Grand Masters actually held that position. It still seemed incredible to us that some of them really did. So far as certain individuals were concerned, the age at which they allegedly became Grand Master argued against them. Granted, it was possible that Edouard de Bar might have been selected Grand Master at the age of 5, or René d'Anjou at the age of 8, on the basis of some hereditary principle. But no such principle seemed to obtain for Robert Flood or Charles Nodier, who both supposedly became Grand Master at the age of 21, or for Debussy, who supposedly did so aged 23. Such individuals would not have had time to work their way up through the ranks, as one might, for example, in Freemasonry. Nor had they even become solidly established in their own spheres. This anomaly made no apparent sense. Unless one assumed that Shaun's Grand Mastership was often purely symbolic, a ritual position occupied by a figurehead who, perhaps, was not even aware of the status accorded him. However, it proved futile to speculate, at least on the basis of the information we possessed. We therefore turned back to history again, seeking evidence of the Prieur de Chaun elsewhere, in quarters other than the list of alleged Grand Masters. We turned particularly to the fortunes of the House of Lorraine, and some of the other families cited in the Prieur documents. We sought to verify other statements made in those documents. And we sought additional evidence for the work of a secret society, acting more or less covertly behind the scenes. If it was indeed genuinely secret, we did not, of course, expect to find the Prieur de Chaun explicitly mentioned by that name. If it had continued to function through the centuries, it would have done so under a variety of shifting guises and masks, fronts and facades, just as it purportedly functioned for a time under the name Ormus, which it discarded. Nor would it have displayed a single obvious and specific policy, political position, or prevailing attitude. Indeed, any such cohesive and unified stance, even if it could be gleaned, would have seemed highly suspect. If we were dealing with an organization which had survived for some 9 centuries, we would have to credit it with considerable flexibility and adaptability. Its very survival would have hinged on these qualities, and without them, it would have degenerated into an empty form, as devoid of any real power as, say, the yeoman of the guard. In short, the Prieur de Chaun could not have remained rigid and immutable for the whole of its history. On the contrary, it would have been compelled to change periodically, modify itself, and its activities, adjust itself, and its objectives to the shifting kaleidoscope of world affairs, just as cavalry units during the last century have been compelled to exchange their horses for tanks and armored cars. In its capacity to conform to a given age and exploit and master its technology and resources, Shaun would have constituted a parallel to what seemed its exoteric rival, the Roman Catholic Church, or perhaps, to cite a deceptively sinister example, to the organization known as the Mafia. We did not, of course, see the Prieur de Shaun as unadulterated villains. But the Mafia at least provided testimony of how, by adapting itself from age to age, a secret society could exist, and of the kind of power it could exercise. The Prieur de Shaun in France. According to the Prieur documents, Shaun between 1306 and 1480 possessed 9 commanderies. In 1481, when René d'Anjou died, this number was supposedly expanded to 27. The most important are listed as having been situated at Bourges, Geysers, Jarnac, Mont Saint-Michel, Montrevel, Paris, Le Puy, Solzames and Stenay. And, the dossier's secrets add cryptically, there was an arch called Bethania House of and situated at Rennes-le-Château. It is not clear precisely what this passage means, except that Rennes-le-Château would appear to enjoy some kind of highly special significance. And surely it cannot be coincidental that Saunière, on building his villa, then christened it Villa Bethania. According to the dossier's secrets, the commandery at Geysers dated from 1306, and was situated in the Rue de Vienne. From here it supposedly communicated, via an underground passageway, with the local cemetery, and with the subterranean chapel of St. Catherine located beneath the fortress. In the 16th century this chapel, or perhaps a crypt adjacent to it, is said to have become a depository for the archives of the Prieur de Shaun, housed in 30 coffers. Early in 1944, when Geysers was occupied by German personnel, a special military mission was sent from Berlin, with instructions to plan a series of excavations beneath the fortress. The Allied invasion of Normandy thwarted any such undertaking, but not long after, a French workman named Roger Lomoy embarked on excavations of his own. In 1946, Lomoy announced to the mayor of Geysers that he had found an underground chapel containing 19 sarcophagi of stone and 30 coffers of metal. His petition to excavate further, and make public his discovery, was delayed almost deliberately, it might seem, by a welter of official red tape. At last, in 1962, Lomoy commenced his requested excavations at Geysers. They were conducted under the auspices of André Malraux, French Minister of Culture at the time, and were not officially open to the public. Certainly no coffers or sarcophagi were found. Whether the underground chapel was found has been debated in the press, as well as in various books and articles. Lomoy insisted he did find his way again to the chapel, but its contents had been removed. Whatever the truth of the matter, there is mention of the subterranean chapel of St. Catherine in 2 old manuscripts, one dated 1696, and the other 1375. On this basis, Lomoy's story at least becomes plausible. So does the assertion that the subterranean chapel was a depository for Shaun's archives. For we, in our own research, found conclusive proof that the Prieur de Shaun continued to exist for at least 3 centuries after the Crusades and the dissolution of the Knights Templar. Between the early 14th and early 17th centuries, for example, documents pertinent to Orleans, and to Shaun's base there at St. Sampson, make sporadic references to the order. Thus it is on record that in the early 16th century members of the Prieur de Shaun at Orleans, by flouting their rule and refusing to live in common, incurred the displeasure of the Pope and the King of France. Towards the end of the 15th century the order was also accused of a number of offences, failing to observe their rule, living individually rather than in common, being licentious, residing outside the walls of St. Sampson, boycotting divine services, and neglecting to rebuild the walls of the house, which had been seriously damaged in 1562. By 1619 the authorities seem to have lost patience. In that year, according to the records, the Prieur de Shaun was evicted from St. Sampson, and the house was made over to the Jesuits. From 1619 onwards we could find no reference to the Prieur de Shaun, not, at any rate, under that name. But if nothing else, we could at least prove its existence until the 17th century. And yet the proof itself, such as it was, raised a number of crucial questions. In the first place, the references we found cast no light whatever on Shaun's real activities, objectives, interests, or possible influence. In the second place, these references, it seemed, bore witness only to something of trifling consequence, a curiously elusive fraternity of monks or religious devotees whose behavior, though unorthodox and perhaps clandestine, was of relatively minor import. We could not reconcile the apparently remiss occupants of St. Sampson with the celebrated and legendary Rose Croix, or a band of wayward monks with an institution whose grand masters supposedly comprised some of the most illustrious names in Western history and culture. According to the Prior documents, Chaun was an organization of considerable power and influence, responsible for creating the Templars and manipulating the course of international affairs. The references we found suggested nothing of such magnitude. One possible explanation, of course, was that St. Sampson at Orleans was but an isolated seat, and probably a minor one, of Chaun's activities. And indeed, the list of Chaun's important commanderies in the dossier's secrets does not even include Orleans. If Chaun was in fact a force to be reckoned with, Orleans can only have been one small fragment of a much broader pattern. And if this were the case, we would have to look for traces of the order elsewhere. The Dukes of Guise and Lorraine. During the 16th century, the House of Lorraine and its cadet branch, the House of Guise, made a concerted and determined attempt to topple the Valois dynasty of France, to exterminate the Valois line and claim the French throne. This attempt, on several occasions, came within a hair's breadth of dazzling success. In the course of some 30 years, all Valois rulers, heirs and princes were wiped out, and the line driven to extinction. The attempt to seize the French throne extended across 3 generations of the Guise and Lorraine families. It came closest to success in the 1550s and 1560s under the auspices of Charles, Cardinal of Lorraine, and his brother, François, Duke of Guise. Charles and François were related to the Gonzaga family of Mantua, and to Charles de Montpensier, Constable of Bourbon, listed in the dossier's secrets as Grand Master of Chaun until 1527. Moreover, François, Duke of Guise, was married to Endeste, Duchess of Guisers. And in his machinations for the throne he seems to have received covert aid and support from Ferrante de Gonzaga, allegedly Grand Master of Chaun from 1527 until 1575. Both François and his brother, the Cardinal of Lorraine, have been stigmatized by later historians as rabidly bigoted and fanatic Catholics, intolerant, brutal, and bloodthirsty. But there is substantial evidence to suggest that this reputation is to some extent unwarranted, at least so far as adherence to Catholicism is concerned. François and his brother appear, quite patently, to have been brazen, if cunning, opportunists, courting both Catholics and Protestants in the name of their ulterior design. In 1562, for example, at the Council of Trent, the Cardinal of Lorraine launched an attempt to decentralize the papacy, to confer autonomy on local bishops, and restore the ecclesiastical hierarchy to what it had been in Merovingian times. 1. The Dukes of Guise and Lorraine. By 1563, François de Guise was already virtually king when he fell to an assassin's bullet. His brother, the Cardinal of Lorraine, died 12 years later, in 1575. But the vendetta against the French royal line did not cease. In 1584, the new Duke of Guise and new Cardinal of Lorraine embarked on a fresh assault against the throne. Their chief ally in this enterprise was Louis de Gonzaga, Duke of Nevers, who, according to the Prior documents, had become Grand Master of Chaun 9 years before. The banner of the conspirators was the Cross of Lorraine, the former emblem of René d'Anjou. The feud continued. By the end of the century, the Valois were at last extinct. But the House of Guise had bled itself to death in the process, and could put forward no eligible candidate for a throne that finally lay within its grasp. It is simply not known whether there was an organized secret society, or secret order, supporting the houses of Guise and Lorraine. Certainly they were aided by an international network of emissaries, ambassadors, assassins, agents, provocateurs, spies, and agents who might well have comprised such a clandestine institution. According to Gerard de Sede, one of these agents was Nostradamus, and there are other Prior documents which echo M. de Sede's contention. In any case, there is abundant evidence to suggest that Nostradamus was indeed a secret agent working for François de Guise and Charles, Cardinal of Lorraine. If Nostradamus was an agent for the houses of Guise and Lorraine, he would have been responsible not only for providing them with important information concerning the activities and plans of their adversaries, but he would also, in his capacity as astrologer to the French court, have been privy to all manner of intimate secrets, as well as quirks and weaknesses of personality. By playing on vulnerabilities with which he had become acquainted, he could have psychologically manipulated the Valois into the hands of their enemies. And by virtue of his familiarity with their horoscopes, he might well have advised their enemies on, say, an apparently propitious moment for assassination. Many of Nostradamus's prophecies, in short, may not have been prophecies at all. They may have been cryptic messages, ciphers, schedules, timetables, instructions, blueprints for action. Whether this was actually the case or not, there is no question that some of Nostradamus's prophecies were not prophecies but referred, quite explicitly, to the past, to the Knights Templar, the Merovingian dynasty, the history of the House of Lorraine. A striking number of them refer to the Raises, the old Count of Rennes-le-Château. And the numerous quatrains which refer to the advent of Le Grand Monarque, the great monarch, indicate that this sovereign will derive ultimately from the Languedoc. Our research revealed an additional fragment which linked Nostradamus even more directly to our investigation. According to Gerard de Cide, as well as to popular legend, Nostradamus, before embarking on his career as prophet, spent considerable time in Lorraine. This would appear to have been some sort of novitiate or period of probation, after which he was supposedly initiated into some portentous secret. More specifically, he is said to have been shown an ancient and arcane book, on which he based all his own subsequent work. And this book was reportedly divulged to him at a very significant place, the mysterious Abbey of Orval, donated by Godefroy de Bouillon's foster mother, where our research suggested that the Prieur de Chaume may have had its inception. In any case, Orval continued for another 2 centuries to be associated with the name of Nostradamus. As late as the French Revolution and the Napoleonic era, books of prophecies, purportedly authored by Nostradamus, were issuing from Orval. The bid for the throne of France. By the mid-1620s, the throne of France was occupied by Louis XIII. But the power behind the throne, and the real architect of French policy, was the king's prime minister, Cardinal Richelieu. Richelieu is generally acknowledged to have been the arch Machiavel, the supreme machinator, of his age. He may have been something more as well. While Richelieu established an unprecedented stability in France, the rest of Europe and especially Germany flamed in the throes of the 30 Years' War. In its origins, the 30 Years' War was not essentially religious. Nevertheless, it quickly became polarized in religious terms. On one side were the staunchly Catholic forces of Spain and Austria. On the other were the Protestant armies of Sweden and the small German principalities, including the Palatinate of the Rhine, whose rulers, Elector Frederick and his wife Elizabeth Stuart, were in exile at The Hague. Frederick and his allies in the field were endorsed and supported by Rosicrucian thinkers and writers both on the continent and in England. In 1633, Cardinal Richelieu embarked on an audacious and seemingly incredible policy. He brought France into the 30 Years' War, but not on the side one would expect. For Richelieu, a number of considerations took precedence over his religious obligations as cardinal. He sought to establish French supremacy in Europe. He sought to neutralize the perpetual and traditional threat posed to French security by Austria and Spain. And he sought to shatter the Spanish hegemony, which had obtained for more than a century, especially in the old Merovingian heartland of the Low Countries and parts of modern Lorraine. As a result of these factors, Europe was taken aback by the unprecedented action of a Catholic cardinal, presiding over a Catholic country, dispatching Catholic troops to fight on the Protestant side against other Catholics. No historian has ever suggested that Richelieu was a Rosicrucian. But he could not possibly have done anything more in keeping with Rosicrucian attitudes, or more likely to win him Rosicrucian favor. In the meantime, the House of Lorraine had again begun to aspire, albeit obliquely, to the French throne. This time the claimant was Gaston d'Orléans, younger brother of Louis XIII. Gaston was not himself of the House of Lorraine. In 1632, however, he had married the Duke of Lorraine's sister. His heir would thus carry Lorraine blood on the maternal side, and if Gaston ascended the throne, Lorraine would preside over France within another generation. This prospect was sufficient to mobilize support. Among those asserting Gaston's right of succession, we found an individual we had encountered before, Charles, Duke of Guise. Charles had been tutored by the young Robert Flood. And he had married Henriette Catherine de Joyeuse, owner of Cuisa and Arques, where the tomb identical to the one in Poussin's painting is located. Attempts to depose Louis in favor of Gaston failed, but time it seemed was on Gaston's side, or at least on the side of Gaston's heirs, for Louis XIII and his wife, Anne of Austria, remained childless. Rumors were already in circulation that the king was homosexual or sexually incapacitated, and indeed, according to certain reports following his subsequent autopsy, he was pronounced incapable of begetting children. But then, in 1638, after 23 years of sterile marriage, Anne of Austria suddenly produced a child. Few people at the time believed in the boy's legitimacy, and there is still considerable doubt about it. According to both contemporary and later writers, the child's true father was Cardinal Richelieu, or perhaps a stud employed by Richelieu, quite possibly his protégé and successor, Cardinal Mazarin. It has even been claimed that after Louis XII's death, Mazarin and Anne of Austria were secretly married. In any case, the birth of an heir to Louis XIII was a serious blow to the hopes of Gaston d'Orléans and the House of Lorraine. And when Louis and Richelieu both died in 1642, the first in a series of concerted attempts was launched to oust Mazarin and keep the young Louis XIV from the throne. These attempts, which began as popular uprisings, culminated in a civil war that flared intermittently for 10 years. To historians, that war is known as the Fronde. In addition to Gaston d'Orléans, its chief instigators included a number of names, families and titles already familiar to us. There was Frédéric Maurice de la Tour d'Auvergne, Duke of Bouillon. There was the Viscount of Turin. There was the Duke of Longueville, grandson of Louis de Gonzaga, Duke of Nevers, and alleged Grand Master of Chaon half a century before. The headquarters and capital of the Frondeurs was, significantly enough, the ancient Ardennes town of Stenay. The Company du Saint-Sacrement. According to the Prieur documents, the Prieur de Chaon, during the mid-17th century, dedicated itself to deposing Mazarin. Quite clearly, it would seem to have been unsuccessful. The Fronde failed. Louis XIV did mount the throne of France, and Mazarin, though briefly removed, was quickly reinstated, presiding as prime minister until his death in 1660. But if Chaon did in fact devote itself to opposing Mazarin, we at last had some vector on it, some means of locating and identifying it. Given the families involved in the Fronde families whose genealogies also figured in the Prieur documents, it seemed reasonable to associate Chaon with the instigators of that turmoil. The Prieur documents had asserted that Chaon actively opposed Mazarin. They also asserted that certain families and titles, Lorraine, for example, Gonzaga, Nevers, Guise, Longueville and Bouillon, had not only been intimately connected with the order, but also provided it with some of its grand masters. And history confirmed that it was these names and titles which had loomed in the forefront of resistance to the cardinal. It thus seemed that we had located the Prieur de Chaon, and that we had identified at least some of its members. If we were right, Chaon during the period in question, at any rate, was simply another name for a movement and a conspiracy which historians had long recognized and acknowledged. But if the Frondeurs constituted an enclave of opposition to Mazarin, they were not the only such enclave. There were others as well, overlapping enclaves which functioned not only during the Fronde but long afterwards. The Prieur documents themselves refer repeatedly and insistently to the Company du Saint-Sacrement. They imply quite clearly that the company was in fact Chaon, or a facade for Chaon, operating under another name. And certainly the company in its structure, organization, activities and modes of operation conformed to the picture we had begun to form of Chaon. The Company du Saint-Sacrement was a highly organized and efficient secret society. There is no question of it being fictitious. On the contrary, its existence has been acknowledged by its contemporaries, as well as by subsequent historians. It has been exhaustively documented, and numerous books and articles have been devoted to it. Its name is familiar enough in France, and it continues to enjoy a certain fashionable mystique. Some of its own papers have even come to light. The company is said to have been founded, between 1627 and 1629, by a nobleman associated with Gaston d'Orléans. The individuals who guided and shaped its policies remain scrupulously anonymous, however, and are still so today. The only names definitively associated with it are those of intermediate or lower-ranking members of its hierarchy, the front men, so to speak, who acted on instructions from above. One of these was the brother of the Duchess of Longueville. Another was Charles Fouquet, brother of Louis XIV's superintendent of finances. And there was the uncle of the philosopher Fenelon who, half a century later, exerted a profound influence on Freemasonry through the Chevalier Ramsay. Among those most prominently associated with the company were the mysterious figures now known as Saint Vincent de Paul and Nicolas Pavillon, Bishop of Alet, the town a few miles from Rennes-le-Château, and Jean-Jacques Ollier, founder of the seminary of Saint Sulpice. Indeed, Saint Sulpice is now generally acknowledged to have been the company's center of operations. In its organization and activities, the company echoed the Order of the Temple and prefigured later Freemasonry. Working from Saint Sulpice, it established an intricate network of provincial branches or chapters. Provincial members remained ignorant of their directors' identities. They were often manipulated on behalf of objectives they themselves did not share. They were even forbidden to contact each other except via Paris, thus ensuring a highly centralized control. And even in Paris, the architects of the society remained unknown to those who obediently served them. In short, the company comprised a hydra-headed organization with an invisible heart. To this day, it is not known who constituted the heart, nor what constituted the heart. But it is known that the heart beat in accordance with some veiled and weighty secret. Contemporary accounts refer explicitly to the secret which is the core of the company. According to one of the society's statutes, discovered long afterwards, the primary channel which shapes the spirit of the company, and which is essential to it, is the secret. So far as uninitiated novice members were concerned, the company was ostensibly devoted to charitable work, especially in regions devastated by the wars of religion and subsequently by the Fronde. In Picardy, for instance, Champagne and Lorraine. It is now generally accepted, however, that this charitable work was merely a convenient and ingenious facade, which had little to do with the company's real raison d'etre. The real raison d'etre was twofold: to engage in what was called pious espionage, gathering intelligence information, and to infiltrate the most important offices in the land, including circles in direct proximity to the throne. In both of these objectives, the company seems to have enjoyed a signal success. As a member of the Royal Council of Conscience, for example, Vincent de Paul became confessor to Louis XIII. He was also an intimate advisor to Louis XIV until his opposition to Mazarin forced him to resign this position. And the Queen Mother, Anne of Austria, was, in many respects, a hapless pawn of the company, who for a time at any rate managed to turn her against Mazarin. But the company did not confine itself exclusively to the throne. By the mid-17th century, it could wield power through the aristocracy, the parliament, the judiciary, and the police, so much so, that on a number of occasions these bodies openly dared to defy the king. In our researches we found no historian, writing either at the time or more recently, who adequately explained the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement. Most authorities depict it as a militant arch-Catholic organization, a bastion of rigidly entrenched and fanatic orthodoxy. The same authorities claim that it devoted itself to weeding out heretics. But why, in a devoutly Catholic country, should such an organization have had to function with such strict secrecy? And who constituted a heretic at that time? Protestants? Jansenists? In fact, there were numerous Protestants and Jansenists within the ranks of the company. In 1988, the Canadian writer Michael Bradley published a book entitled Holy Grail Across the Atlantic, in which he traced aspects of our story to North America. According to Bradley, the real power behind the founding of Montreal was the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement. In 1641, the company dispatched 50 settlers under conditions of rigorous secrecy. These settlers established the center of Montreal and proceeded to maintain it. In 1650, they incorporated the future city as the Société de Montréal, or the Company of Montreal. For the next 5 decades or so, Montreal was sustained by constant injections of money from the company, some 200,000 livres in the first 30 years. Among those named as joint owners of the island of Montreal was Jean-Jacques Ollier. Ollier, it will be remembered, is repeatedly cited by the Prior documents as representing their interests in forming a secret conclave at St. Sulpice, a conclave which included Vincent de Paul, as well as Nicolas Pavillon, then Bishop of Alet, the town a few miles away from Rennes-le-Château. Among those with a particular interest in Montreal was Louis XIV's Minister of Finances, Nicolas Fouquet, who, along with his brother, Louis, plays a crucial role in our story. Fouquet at one point fancied claiming for himself the title King of America. If the company was piously Catholic, it should, in theory, have endorsed Cardinal Mazarin, who, after all, embodied Catholic interests at the time. Yet the company militantly opposed Mazarin so much, so that the cardinal, losing his temper, vowed he would employ all his resources to destroy it. What is more, the company provoked vigorous hostility in other conventional quarters as well. The Jesuits, for instance, assiduously campaigned against it. Other Catholic authorities accused the company of heresy, the very thing the company itself purported to oppose. In 1651, the Bishop of Toulouse charged the company with impious practices, and hinted at something highly irregular in its induction ceremonies, a curious echo of the charges leveled against the Templars. He even threatened members of the society with excommunication. Most of them brazenly defied this threat, an extremely singular response from supposedly pious Catholics. The company had been formed when the Rosicrucian furor was still at its zenith. The invisible confraternity was believed to be everywhere, omnipresent, and this engendered not only panic and paranoia, but also the inevitable witch hunts. And yet no trace was ever found of a card-carrying Rosicrucian nowhere, least of all in Catholic France. So far as France was concerned, the Rosicrucians remained figments of an alarmist popular imagination. Or did they? If there were indeed Rosicrucian interests determined to establish a foothold in France, what better facade could there be than an organization dedicated to hunting out Rosicrucians? In short, the Rosicrucians may have furthered their objectives, and gained a following in France, by posing as their own archenemy. The company successfully defied both Mazarin and Louis XIV. In 1660, less than a year before Mazarin's death, the king officially pronounced against the company and ordered its dissolution. For the next 5 years the company cavalierly ignored the royal edict. At last, in 1665, it concluded that it could not continue to operate in its present form. Accordingly, all documents pertinent to the society were recalled and concealed in some secret Paris depository. This depository has never been located, although it is generally believed to have been St. Sulpice. If it was, the company's archives would thus have been available, more than 2 centuries later, to men like Abbé Émile Hoffet. But though the company ceased to exist in what was then its present form, nonetheless it continued to operate at least until the beginning of the next century, still constituting a thorn in Louis XIV's side. According to unconfirmed traditions, it survived well into the 20th century. Whether this last assertion is true or not, there is no question that the company survived its supposed demise in 1665. In 1667, Molière, a loyal adherent of Louis XIV, attacked the company through certain veiled but pointed allusions in Tartuffe. Despite its apparent extinction, the company retaliated by getting the play suppressed and keeping it so for 2 years, despite Molière's royal patronage. And the company seems to have employed its own literary spokesman as well. It is rumored, for example, to have included La Rochefoucauld, who was certainly active in the Fronde. According to Gerard de Sede, La Fontaine was also a member of the company, and his charming, ostensibly innocuous fables were in fact allegorical attacks on the throne. This is not inconceivable. Louis XIV disliked La Fontaine intensely, and actively opposed his admission to the Académie Française. And La Fontaine's sponsors and patrons included the Duke of Guise, the Duke of Bouillon, the Viscount of Turin, and the widow of Gaston d'Orléans. In the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement we thus found an actual secret society, much of whose history was on record. It was ostensibly Catholic, but was nevertheless linked with distinctly un-Catholic activities. It was intimately associated with certain important aristocratic families who had been active in the Fronde, and whose genealogies figured in the Prior documents. It was closely connected with St. Sulpice. It worked primarily by infiltration and came to exercise enormous influence. and it was actively opposed to Cardinal Mazarin. In all these respects, it conformed almost perfectly to the image of the Prieur de Chaumont as presented in the Prieur documents. If Chaumont was indeed active during the 17th century, we could reasonably assume it to have been synonymous with the company. Or perhaps with the power behind the company. Château Barbary. According to the Prieur documents, Chaumont's opposition to Mazarin provoked bitter retribution from the cardinal. Among the chief victims of this retribution are said to have been the Plantard family, lineal descendants of Dagobert II and the Merovingian dynasty. In 1548, the Prieur documents state, Jean de Plantard had married Marie de Saint Clair, thus forging another link between his family and that of the Saint Clair/Geysers. By that time, too, the Plantard family was supposedly established at a certain Château Barbary near Nevers, in the Nivernais region of France. This château supposedly constituted the Plantards' official residence for the next century. Then, on July 11, 1659, according to the Prieur documents, Mazarin ordered the razing and total destruction of the château. In the ensuing conflagration, the Plantard family is said to have lost all its possessions. No established or conventional history book, no biography of Mazarin, confirmed these assertions. Our researches yielded no mention whatever of a Plantard family in the Nivernais, or, at first, of any Château Barbary. And yet Mazarin, for some unspecified reason, did covet the Nivernais and the Duchy of Nevers. Eventually he managed to purchase them, and the contract is signed July 11, 1659, the very day on which Château Barbary is said to have been destroyed. This prompted us to investigate the matter further. Eventually we exhumed a few disparate fragments of evidence. They were not enough to explain things, but they did attest to the veracity of the Prieur documents. In a compilation, dated 1506, of estates and holdings in the Nivernais, a Barbary was indeed mentioned. A charter of 1575 mentioned a hamlet in the Nivernais called Les Plantards. Most convincing of all, it transpired that the existence of Château Barbary had in fact been definitively established. During 1874 5 members of the Society of Letters, Sciences, and Arts of Nevers undertook an exploratory excavation on the site of certain ruins. It was a difficult enterprise, for the ruins were almost unrecognizable as such, the stones had been vitrified by fire and the site itself was thickly overgrown with trees. Eventually, however, remnants of a town wall and of a château were uncovered. This site is now acknowledged to have been Barbary. Before its destruction it apparently consisted of a small fortified town in château. And it is within a short distance of the old hamlet of Les Plantards. We could now say that Château Barbary indisputably existed and was destroyed by fire. And, given the hamlet of Les Plantards, there was no reason to doubt it had been owned by a family of that name. The curious fact was that there was no record of when the château had been destroyed, nor by whom. If Mazarin was responsible, he would seem to have taken extraordinary pains to eradicate all traces of his action. Indeed, there seemed to have been a methodical and systematic attempt to wipe Château Barbary from the map and from history. Why embark on such a process of obliteration, unless there was something to hide? Nicolas Fouquet. Mazarin had other enemies besides the Frondeurs and the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement. Among the most powerful of them was Nicolas Fouquet, who in 1653 had become superintendent of finances to Louis XIV. A gifted, precocious and ambitious man, Fouquet, within the next few years, had become the wealthiest and most powerful individual in the kingdom. He was sometimes called the true king of France. And he was not without political aspirations. It was rumored that he intended to make Brittany an independent duchy and himself its presiding duke. Fouquet's mother was a prominent member of the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement. So was his brother Charles, Archbishop of Narbonne in the Languedoc. His younger brother, Louis, was also an ecclesiastic. In 1656 Nicolas Fouquet dispatched Louis to Rome, for reasons which, though not necessarily mysterious, have never been explained. From Rome, Louis wrote the enigmatic letter quoted in Chapter 1, the letter that speaks of a meeting with Poussin, and a secret which even kings would have great pains to draw from him. And indeed, if Louis was indiscreet in correspondence, Poussin gave nothing whatever away. His personal seal bore the motto Tenet confident I am. In 1661, Louis XIV ordered the arrest of Nicolas Fouquet. The charges were extremely general and nebulous. There were vague accusations of misappropriation of funds, and others, even more vague, of sedition. On the basis of these accusations, all Fouquet's goods and properties were placed under royal sequestration. But the king forbade his officers to touch the superintendent's papers or correspondence. He insisted on sifting through these documents himself personally and in private. The ensuing trial dragged on for 4 years and became the sensation of France at the time, violently splitting and polarizing public opinion. Louis Fouquet, who had met with Poussin and written the letter from Rome, was dead by then. But the superintendent's mother and surviving brother mobilized the Compagnie de Saint-Sacrament, whose membership also included one of the presiding judges. The company threw the whole of its support behind the superintendent, working actively through the courts and the popular mind. Louis XIV, who was not usually bloodthirsty, demanded nothing less than the death sentence. Refusing to be intimidated by him, the court passed a sentence of perpetual banishment. Still demanding death, the enraged king removed the recalcitrant judges and replaced them with others more obedient, but the company still seems to have defied him. Eventually, in 1665, Fouquet was sentenced to perpetual imprisonment. On the king's orders, he was kept in rigorous isolation. He was forbidden all writing implements, all means whereby he might communicate with anyone. And any soldiers who conversed with him were allegedly consigned to prison ships or, in some cases, hanged. In 1665, the year of Fouquet's imprisonment, Poussin died in Rome. During the years that followed, Louis XIV persistently endeavored through his agents to obtain a single painting Les Burgers d'Arcadie. In 1685 he finally managed to do so. But the painting was not placed on display, not even in the royal residence. On the contrary, it was sequestered in the king's private apartments, where no one could view it without the monarch's personal authority. There is a footnote to Fouquet's story: for his own disgrace, whatever its causes and magnitude, was not visited on his children. By the middle of the following century, Fouquet's grandson, the Marquis of Belle-Isle, had become, in effect, the single most important man in France. In 1718, the Marquis of Belle-Isle ceded Belle-Isle itself, a fortified island off the Breton coast, to the crown. In return, he obtained certain interesting territories. One was Longueville, whose former dukes and duchesses had figured recurrently in our investigation. And another was Geysers. In 1718, the Marquis of Belle-Isle became Count of Geysers. In 1742, he became Duke of Geysers. And in 1748, Geysers was raised to the exalted status of Premier Duchy. Nicolas Poussin. Poussin himself was born in 1594 in a small town called Les Andelys, a few miles, we discovered, from Geysers. As a young man, he left France and established residence in Rome, where he spent the duration of his life, returning only once to his native country. He returned to France in the early 1640s at the request of Cardinal Richelieu, who had invited him to undertake a specific commission. Although he was not actively involved in politics, and few historians have touched on his political interests, Poussin was in fact closely associated with the Fronde. He did not leave his refuge in Rome. But his correspondence of the period reveals him to have been deeply committed to the anti-Mazarin movement, and on surprisingly familiar terms with a number of influential Frondeurs, so much so, indeed, that, in speaking of them, he repeatedly uses the word we, thus clearly implicating himself. We had already traced the motifs of the underground stream Alpheus, of Arcadia and Arcadian shepherds, to René d'Anjou. We now undertook to find an antecedent for the specific phrase in Poussin's painting E.T. in Arcadia Ego. It appeared in an earlier painting by Poussin, in which the tomb is surmounted by a skull, and does not constitute an edifice of its own, but is embedded in the side of a cliff. In the foreground of this painting, a bearded water deity reposes, in an attitude of brooding moroseness, the river god Alpheus, lord of the underground stream. The work dates from 1630 or 1635, 5 or 10 years earlier than the more familiar version of Les Burgers d'Arcadie. The phrase E.T. in Arcadia Ego made its public debut between 1618 and 1623 in a painting by Giovanni Francesco Guercino, a painting which constitutes the real basis for Poussin's work. In Guercino's painting, two shepherds, entering a clearing in a forest, have just happened upon a stone sepulchre. It bears the now famous inscription, and there is a large skull resting on top of it. Whatever the symbolic significance of this work, Guercino himself raised a number of questions. Not only was he well versed in esoteric tradition, he also seems to have been conversant with the lore of secret societies, and some of his other paintings deal with themes of a specifically Masonic character a good 20 years before lodges started proliferating in England and Scotland. One painting, The Raising of the Master, pertains explicitly to the Masonic legend of Hiram Abiff, architect and builder of Solomon's Temple. It was executed nearly a century before the Hiram legend is generally believed to have found its way into Masonry. In the Prior documents, ET in Arcadia Ego is said to have been the official device of the Plantard family since at least the 12th century, when Jean de Plantard married Idoine de Geysers. According to one source quoted in the Prior documents, it is cited as such as early as 1210 by one Robert, abbot of Mont Saint-Michel. We were unable to obtain access to the archives of Mont Saint-Michel, and so could not verify this assertion. Our research convinced us, however, that the date of 1210 was demonstrably wrong. In point of fact, there was no abbot of Mont Saint-Michel named Robert in 1210. On the other hand, one Robert de Torigny was indeed abbot of Mont Saint-Michel between 1154 and 1186. And Robert de Torigny is known to have been a prolific and assiduous historian whose hobbies included collecting mottos, devices, blazons and coats of arms of noble families throughout Christendom. Whatever the origin of the phrase, ET in Arcadia Ego seems, for both Guercino and Poussin, to have been more than a line of elegiac poetry. Quite clearly it seems to have enjoyed some important secret significance, which was recognizable or identifiable to certain other people, the equivalent, in short, of a Masonic sign or password. And it is precisely in such terms that one statement in the Prior documents defines the character of symbolic or allegorical art. Allegorical works have this advantage, that a single word suffices to illumine connections which the multitude cannot grasp. Such works are available to everyone, but their significance addresses itself to an elite. Above and beyond the masses, sender and receiver understand each other. The inexplicable success of certain works derives from this quality of allegory, which constitutes not a mere fashion, but a form of esoteric communication. In its context, this statement was made with reference to Poussin. As Francis Yates has demonstrated, however, it might equally well be applied to the works of Leonardo, Botticelli, and other Renaissance artists. It might also be applied to later figures, to Nodier, Hugo, Debussy, Cocteau, and their respective circles. Rosslyn Chapel and Shugborough Hall. In our previous research we had found a number of important links between Chouin's alleged Grand Masters of the 17th and 18th centuries in European Freemasonry. In the course of our study of Freemasonry we discovered certain other links as well. These additional links did not relate to the alleged Grand Masters as such, but they did relate to other aspects of our investigation. Thus, for example, we encountered repeated references to the Sinclair family, Scottish branch of the Norman St. Clair/Geysers family. Their domain at Rosslyn was only a few miles from the former Scottish headquarters of the Knights Templar, and the chapel at Rosslyn, built between 1446 and 1486, has long been associated with both Freemasonry and the Rose-Croix. In a charter believed to date from 1601, moreover, the Sinclairs are recognized as hereditary Grand Masters of Scottish Masonry. According to Masonic sources, however, the hereditary Grand Mastership was conferred on the Sinclairs by James II, who ruled between 1437 and 1460, the age of René d'Anjou. Another and rather more mysterious piece of our jigsaw puzzle also surfaced in Britain, this time in Staffordshire, which had been a hotbed for Masonic activity in the early and mid-17th century. When Charles Radcliffe, alleged Grand Master of Chouin, escaped from Newgate Prison in 1714, he was aided by his cousin, the Earl of Lichfield. Later in the century the Earl of Lichfield's line became extinct and his title lapsed. It was bought in the early 19th century by descendants of the Anson family, who are the present Earls of Lichfield. The seat of the present Earls of Lichfield is Shugborough Hall in Staffordshire. Formerly a bishop's residence, Shugborough was purchased by the Anson family in 1697. During the following century it was the residence of the brother of George Anson, the famous admiral who circumnavigated the globe. When George Anson died in 1762, an elegiac poem was read aloud in Parliament. One stanza of this poem reads, "Upon that storied marble cast thine eye." The scene commands a moralising sigh. E'en in Arcadia's blessed Elysian plains, amidst the laughing nymphs and sportive swains, see festal joy subside, with melting grace and pity visit the half-smiling face, where now the dance, the lute, the nuptial feast, the passion throbbing in the lover's breast, life's emblem here, in youth and vernal bloom, but reason's finger pointing at the tomb. This would seem to be an explicit allusion to Poussin's painting, and the inscription "Et in Arcadia ego" right down to the finger pointing at the tomb. And in the grounds of Shugborough there is an imposing marble bas-relief, executed at the command of the Anson family between 1761 and 1767. This bas-relief comprises a reproduction reversed, mirror fashion of Poussin's Les Burgers d'Arcadie. And immediately below it, there is an enigmatic inscription, which no one has ever satisfactorily deciphered: OUOSVAVV. The Pope's Secret Letter. In 1738 Pope Clement XII issued a papal bull condemning and excommunicating all Freemasons, whom he pronounced enemies of the Roman Church. It has never been altogether clear why they should have been regarded as such, especially as many of them, like the Jacobites at the time, were ostensibly Catholic. Perhaps the Pope was aware of the connection we had discovered between early Freemasonry and the anti-Roman Rosicrucians of the 17th century. In any case, some light may be shed on the matter by a letter released and published for the first time in 1962. This letter had been written by Pope Clement XII and addressed to an unknown correspondent. In its text the Pope declares that Masonic thought rests on a heresy we had encountered repeatedly before the denial of Jesus' divinity. And he further asserts that the guiding spirits, the masterminds, behind Freemasonry are the same as those who provoked the Lutheran Reformation. The Pope may well have been paranoid, but it is important to note that he is not speaking of nebulous currents of thought or vague traditions. On the contrary, he is speaking of a highly organized group of individuals, a sect, an order, a secret society who, through the ages, have dedicated themselves to subverting the edifice of Catholic Christianity. The Rock of Shaun. In the late 18th century, when different Masonic systems were proliferating wildly, the so-called Oriental Rite of Memphis made its appearance. In this rite the name Ormus occurred, to our knowledge, for the first time, the name allegedly adopted by the Prior Shaun between 1188 and 1307. According to the Oriental Rite of Memphis, Ormus was an Egyptian sage who, around A.D. 46, amalgamated pagan and Christian mysteries and, in so doing, founded the Rose-Croix. In other 18th century Masonic rites there are repeated references to the Rock of Shaun, the same Rock of Shaun which, as the Prior documents quote, rendered the royal tradition established by Godefroy and Baudouin de Bouillon equal to that of any other reigning dynasty in Europe. We had previously assumed that the Rock of Shaun was simply Mount Shaun, the high hill south of Jerusalem on which Godefroy built an abbey to house the order which became the Prieur de Shaun. But Masonic sources ascribe an additional significance to the Rock of Shaun. Given their preoccupation with the Temple of Jerusalem, it is not surprising that they refer one to specific passages in the Bible. And in these passages the Rock of Shaun is something more than a high hill. It is a particular stone overlooked or unjustifiably neglected during the building of the temple, which must subsequently be retrieved and incorporated as the structure's keystone. According to Psalm 118, for example, the stone which the builders refused is become the headstone of the corner. In Matthew 21 verse 42 Jesus alludes specifically to this psalm. Did ye never read in the scriptures, the stone which the builders rejected, the same has become the head of the corner? In Romans 9 verse 33 there is another reference, rather more ambiguous. Behold, I lay in Shaun a stumbling stone and rock of offense, and whosoever believeth on him shall not be ashamed. In Acts 4 verse 11 the Rock of Shaun might well be interpreted as a metaphor for Jesus himself. By the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, doth this man stand here before you whole? This is the stone which was set at naught of you builders, which has become the head of the corner. In Ephesians 2 verse 20 the equation of Jesus with the Rock of Shaun becomes more apparent. Built upon the foundation of the apostles and prophets, Jesus Christ himself being the chief cornerstone. And in 1 Peter 2 verses 3-8 this equation is made even more explicit: the Lord is gracious. To whom coming as unto a living stone, disallowed indeed of men but chosen of God, and precious. Ye also, as lively stones, are built up a spiritual house, an holy priesthood, to offer up spiritual sacrifices, acceptable to God by Jesus Christ. Wherefore it is also contained in the Scripture, Behold, I lay in Sion a chief cornerstone, elect, precious, and he that believeth on him shall not be confounded. Unto you therefore which believe he is precious, but unto them which be disobedient, the stone which the builders disallowed, the same is made the head of the corner, and a stone of stumbling, and a rock of offense, even to them which stumble at. The word, being disobedient, whereunto also they were appointed. In the very next verse, the text goes on to stress themes whose significance did not become apparent to us until later. It speaks of an elect line of kings who are both spiritual and secular leaders, a line of priest kings, but you are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, an holy nation, a peculiar people. What were we to make of these baffling passages? What were we to make of the rock of Sion, the keystone of the temple, which seemed to figure so saliently among the inner secrets of Freemasonry? What were we to make of the explicit identification of this keystone with Jesus himself? And what were we to make of that royal tradition which, because founded on the rock of Sion, or on Jesus himself, was equal to the reigning dynasties of Europe during the Crusades? The Catholic Modernist movement. In 1833, Jean-Baptiste Pitois, Charles Nodier's former disciple at the Arsenal Library, was an official in the Ministry of Public Education. And in that year the ministry undertook an ambitious project to publish all hitherto suppressed documents pertinent to the history of France. 2 committees were formed to preside over the enterprise. These committees included, among others, Victor Hugo, Jules Michelet, and an authority on the Crusades, Baron Emmanuel Ray. Among the works subsequently published under the auspices of the Ministry of Public Education was Michelet's monumental Le Procès des Templiers, an exhaustive compilation of Inquisition records dealing with the trials of the Knights Templar. Under the same auspices, Baron Ray published a number of works dealing with the Crusades and the Frankish Kingdom of Jerusalem. In these works there appeared in print for the first time original charters pertaining to the Prieur de Sion. At certain points the texts Ray quotes are almost verbatim with passages in the Prieur documents. In 1875 Baron Ray co-founded the Société de l'Orient Latin, Society of the Latin or Frankish Middle East. Based in Geneva, this society devoted itself to ambitious archaeological projects. It also published its own magazine, the Revue de l'Orient Latin, which is now one of the primary sources for modern historians like Sir Stephen Runciman. The Revue de l'Orient Latin reproduced a number of additional charters of the Prieur de Sion. Ray's research was typical of a new form of historical scholarship appearing in Europe at the time, most prominently in Germany, which constituted an extremely serious threat to the Church. The dissemination of Darwinian thought and agnosticism had already produced a crisis of faith in the late 19th century, and the new scholarship magnified the crisis. In the past, historical research had been, for the most part, an unreliable affair, resting on highly tenuous foundations on legend and tradition, on personal memoirs, on exaggerations promulgated for the sake of one or another cause. Only in the 19th century did German scholars begin introducing the rigorous, meticulous techniques that are now accepted as commonplace, the stock in trade of any responsible historian. Such preoccupation with critical examination, with investigation of first-hand sources, with cross-references and exact chronology, established the conventional stereotype of the Teutonic pedant. But if German writers of the period tended to lose themselves in minutiae, they also provided a solid basis for inquiry. And for a number of major archaeological discoveries as well. The most famous example, of course, is Heinrich Schliemann's excavation of the site of Troy. It was only a matter of time before the techniques of German scholarship were applied, with similar diligence, to the Bible. And the Church, which rested on unquestioning acceptance of dogma, was well aware that the Bible itself could not withstand such critical scrutiny. In his best-selling and highly controversial Life of Jesus, Ernest Renan had already applied German methodology to the New Testament, and the results, for Rome, were extremely embarrassing. The Catholic modernist movement arose initially as a response to this new challenge. Its original objective was to produce a generation of ecclesiastical experts trained in the German tradition, who could defend the literal truth of Scripture with all the heavy ordnance of critical scholarship. As it transpired, however, the plan backfired. The more the Church sought to equip its younger clerics with the tools for combat in the modern polemical world, the more those same clerics began to desert the cause for which they had been recruited. Critical examination of the Bible revealed a multitude of inconsistencies, discrepancies, and implications that were positively inimical to Roman dogma. And by the end of the century, the modernists were no longer the elite shock troops the Church had hoped they would be, but defectors and incipient heretics. Indeed, they posed the most serious threat the Church had experienced since Martin Luther, and brought the entire edifice of Catholicism to the brink of a schism unparalleled for centuries. The hotbed for modernist activity, as it had been for the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, was Saint Sulpice in Paris. Indeed, one of the most resonant voices in the modernist movement was the man who was director of the seminary of Saint Sulpice from 1852 to 1884. From Saint Sulpice, modernist attitudes spread rapidly to the rest of France, and to Italy and Spain. According to these attitudes, biblical texts were not unimpugnably authoritative, but had to be understood in the specific context of their time. And the modernists also rebelled against the increasing centralization of ecclesiastical power, especially the recently instituted doctrine of papal infallibility, which ran flagrantly counter to the new trend. Before long, modernist attitudes were being disseminated not only by intellectual clerics, but by distinguished and influential writers as well. Figures like Roger Martin du Gard in France, and Miguel de Unamuno in Spain, were among the primary spokesmen for modernism. The Church responded with predictable vigor and wrath. The modernists were accused of being Freemasons. Many of them were suspended or even excommunicated, and their books were placed on the index. In 1903, Pope Leo XIII established the Pontifical Biblical Commission to monitor the work of scriptural scholars. In 1907, Pope Pius X issued a formal condemnation of modernism. And on September 1, 1910, the Church demanded of its clerics an oath against modernist tendencies. Nevertheless, modernism continued to flourish until the First World War diverted public attention to other concerns. Until 1914, it remained a cause célèbre. One modernist author, the Abbé Termal, proved a particularly mischievous individual. While ostensibly behaving impeccably at his teaching post in Brittany, he published a series of modernist works under no less than 14 different pseudonyms. Each of them was placed on the index, but not until 1929 was Termal identified as their author. Needless to say, he was then summarily excommunicated. In the meantime, modernism spread to Britain, where it was warmly welcomed and endorsed by the Anglican Church. Among its Anglican adherents was William Temple, later Archbishop of Canterbury, who declared that modernism is what most educated people already believe. One of Temple's associates was Canon A.L. Lilly. And Lilly knew the priest from whom we had received that portentous letter, which spoke of incontrovertible proof that Jesus did not die on the cross. Lilly, as we knew, had worked for some time in Paris, where he made the acquaintance of the Abbé Émile Hoffet, the man to whom Saunière brought the parchments found at Rennes-le-Château. With his expertise in history, language, and linguistics, Hoffet was the typical young modernist scholar of his age. He had not been trained at Saint Sulpice, however. On the contrary, he had been trained in Lorraine. At the seminary school of Chaon, La Colline Inspirée. The Protocols of Chaon. One of the most persuasive testimonials we found to the existence and activities of the Prieur de Chaon dated from the late 19th century. The testimonial in question is well enough known, but it is not recognized as a testimonial. On the contrary, it has always been associated with more sinister things. It has played a notorious role in recent history and still tends to arouse such violent emotions, bitter antagonisms, and gruesome memories that most writers are happy to dismiss it out of hand. To the extent that this testimonial has contributed significantly to human prejudice and suffering, such a reaction is perfectly understandable. But if the testimonial has been criminally misused, our research has convinced us that it has also been seriously misunderstood. The role of Rasputin at the court of Nicholas and Alexandra of Russia is more or less generally known. It is not generally known, however, that there were influential, even powerful esoteric enclaves at the Russian court long before Rasputin. During the 1890s and 1900s, one such enclave formed itself around an individual known as Monsieur Philippe, and around his mentor, who made periodic visits to the imperial court at Petersburg. And Monsieur Philippe's mentor was none other than the man called Papoose 35, the French esotericist associated with Jules Douanel, founder of the Neo-Catholic Church in the Languedoc, Paladin, who claimed to have discovered Jesus's tomb, Emma Cave and Claude Debussy. In a word, the French occult revival of the late 19th century had not only spread to Petersburg. Its representatives also enjoyed the privileged status of personal confidants to the Tsar and Tsarina. However, the esoteric enclave of Papoose and Monsieur Philippe was actively opposed by certain other powerful interests, the Grand Duchess Elizabeth, for example, who was intent on installing her own favorites in proximity to the imperial throne. One of the Grand Duchess's favorites was a rather contemptible individual known to posterity under the pseudonym of Sergei Nilus. Sometime around 1903, Nilus presented a highly controversial document to the Tsar, a document that supposedly bore witness to a dangerous conspiracy. But if Nilus expected the Tsar's gratitude for his disclosure, he must have been grievously disappointed. The Tsar declared the document to be an outrageous fabrication, and ordered all copies of it to be destroyed. And Nilus was banished from the court in disgrace. Of course, the document, or, at any rate, a copy of it, survived. In 1903 it was serialized in a newspaper, but failed to attract any interest. In 1905 it was published again, this time as an appendix to a book by a distinguished mystical philosopher, Vladimir Soloviev. At this point it began to attract attention. In the years that followed it became one of the single most infamous documents of the 20th century. The document in question was a tract, or, more strictly speaking, a purported social and political program. It has appeared under a variety of slightly differing titles, the most common of which is the Protocols of the Elders of Shaun. The protocols allegedly issued from specifically Jewish sources. And for a great many anti-Semites at the time, they were convincing proof of an international Jewish conspiracy. In 1919, for example, they were distributed to troops of the White Russian Army, and these troops, during the next 2 years, massacred some 60,000 Jews who were held responsible for the 1917 revolution. By 1919 the protocols were also being circulated by Alfred Rosenberg, later the chief racial theoretician and propagandist for the National Socialist Party in Germany. In Mein Kampf, Hitler used the protocols to fuel his own fanatical prejudices, and is said to have believed unquestioningly in their authenticity. In England the protocols were immediately accorded credence by the Morning Post. Even the Times, in 1921, took them seriously, and only later admitted its error. Experts today concur, and rightly so. We concluded that the protocols, at least in their present form, are a vicious and insidious forgery. Nevertheless, they are still being circulated in Latin America, in Spain, even in Britain as anti-Semitic propaganda. The protocols propound and outline a blueprint for nothing less than total world domination. On first reading they would seem to be the Machiavellian program, a kind of inter-office memo, so to speak, for a group of individuals determined to impose a new world order, with themselves as supreme despots. The text advocates a many-tentacled hydra-headed conspiracy dedicated to disorder and anarchy, to toppling certain existing regimes, infiltrating Freemasonry and other such organizations, and eventually seizing absolute control of the Western world's social, political and economic institutions. And the anonymous authors of the protocols declare explicitly that they stage-managed whole peoples according to a political plan which no one has so much as guessed at in the course of many centuries. To a modern reader the protocols might seem to have been devised by some fictitious organization like Spectre James Bond's adversary in Ian Fleming's novels. When they were first publicized, however, the protocols were alleged to have been composed at an International Judaic Congress which convened in Bâle in 1897. This allegation has long since been disproved. The earliest copies of the protocols, for example, are known to have been written in French, and the 1897 Congress in Bâle did not include a single French delegate. Moreover, a copy of the protocols is known to have been in circulation as early as 1884, a full 13 years before the Ball Congress met. The 1884 copy of the protocols surfaced in the hands of a member of a Masonic lodge, the same lodge of which Pappus was a member and subsequently Grand Master. Moreover, it was in this same lodge that the tradition of Ormus had first appeared, the legendary Egyptian sage who amalgamated pagan and Christian mysteries and founded the Rosicrucian. Modern scholars have established in fact that the protocols, in their published form, are based at least in part on a satirical work written and printed in Geneva in 1864. The work was composed as an attack on Napoleon III by a man named Maurice Joly, who was subsequently imprisoned. Joly is said to have been a member of a Rosicrucian order. Whether this is true or not, he was a friend of Victor Hugo, and Hugo, who shared Joly's antipathy to Napoleon III, was a member of a Rosicrucian order. It can thus be proved conclusively that the protocols did not issue from the Judaic Congress at Ball in 1897. That being so, the obvious question is whence they did issue. Modern scholars have dismissed them as a total forgery, a wholly spurious document concocted by anti-Semitic interests intent on discrediting Judaism. And yet the protocols themselves argue strongly against such a conclusion. They contain, for example, a number of enigmatic references that are clearly not Judaic. But these references are so clearly not Judaic that they cannot plausibly have been fabricated by a forger either. No anti-Semitic forger with even a modicum of intelligence would possibly have concocted such references in order to discredit Judaism. For no one would have believed these references to be of Judaic origin. Thus, for instance, the text of the protocols ends with a single statement, signed by the representatives of Shaun of the 33rd degree. Why would an anti-Semitic forger have made up such a statement? Why would he not have attempted to incriminate all Jews, rather than just a few, the few who constitute the representatives of Shaun of the 33rd degree? Why would he not declare that the document was signed by, say, the representatives of the International Judaic Congress? In fact, the representatives of Shaun of the 33rd degree would hardly seem to refer to Judaism at all, or to any international Jewish conspiracy. If anything, it would seem to refer to something specifically Masonic. And the 33rd degree in Freemasonry is that of the so-called ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, which emerges mysteriously out of French Freemasonry in the mid-18th century. The protocols contain other even more flagrant anomalies. The text speaks repeatedly, for example, of the advent of a Masonic kingdom, and of a king of the blood of Shaun, who will preside over this Masonic kingdom. It asserts that the future king will be of the dynastic roots of King David. It affirms that the king of the Jews will be the real pope and the patriarch of an international church. And it concludes in a most cryptic fashion: certain members of the seed of David will prepare the kings, and their heirs. Only the king and the three who stood sponsor for him will know what is coming. As an expression of Judaic thought, real or fabricated, such statements are blatantly absurd. Since biblical times, no king has figured in Judaic tradition, and the very principle of kingship has become utterly irrelevant. The concept of a king would have been as meaningless to Jews of 1897 as it would be to Jews today, and no forger can have been ignorant of this fact. Indeed, the references quoted would appear to be more Christian than Judaic. For the last 2 millennia, the only king of the Jews has been Jesus himself, and Jesus, according to the Gospels, was of the dynastic roots of David. If one is fabricating a document and ascribing it to a Jewish conspiracy, why include such patently Christian echoes? Why speak of so specifically and uniquely Christian a concept as a pope? Why speak of an international church rather than an international synagogue or an international temple? And why include the enigmatic allusion to the king and the three who stood sponsor, which is less suggestive of Judaism and Christianity than it is of the secret societies of Johann Valentin Andrea and Charles Nodier? If the protocols issued wholly from a propagandist's anti-Semitic imagination, it is difficult to imagine a propagandist so inept, or so ignorant and uninformed. On the basis of prolonged and systematic research, we reached certain conclusions about the protocols of the elders of Shaun. They are as follows. 1. There was an original text on which the published version of the protocols was based. This original text was not a forgery. On the contrary, it was authentic. But it had nothing whatever to do with Judaism or an international Jewish conspiracy. It issued rather from some Masonic organization or Masonically oriented secret society which incorporated the word Shaun. 2. The original text on which the published version of the protocols was based need not have been provocative or inflammatory in its language. But it may well have included a program for gaining power, for infiltrating Freemasonry, for controlling social, political, and economic institutions. Such a program would have been perfectly in keeping with the secret societies of the Renaissance, as well as with the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement and the institutions of Andrea and Nodier. 3. The original text on which the published version of the protocols was based fell into the hands of Sergei Nilus. Nilus did not at first intend it to discredit Judaism. On the contrary, he brought it to the Tsar with the intention of discrediting the esoteric enclave at the imperial court, the enclave of Papus, Monsieur Philippe and others who were members of the secret society in question. Before doing so, he almost certainly doctored the language, rendering it far more venomous and inflammatory than it initially was. When the Tsar spurned him, Nilus then released the protocols in their doctored form for publication. They had failed in their primary objective of compromising Papus and Monsieur Philippe. But they might still serve a secondary purpose, that of fostering anti-Semitism. Although Nilus's chief targets had been Papus and Monsieur Philippe, he was hostile to Judaism as well. 4. The published version of the protocols is not, therefore, a totally fabricated text. It is rather a radically altered text. But despite the alterations, certain vestiges of the original version can be discerned as in a palimpsest, or as in passages of the Bible. These vestiges, which referred to a king, a pope, an international church, and to Shaun, probably meant little or nothing to Nilus. He certainly would not have invented them himself. But if they were already there, he would have had no reason, given his ignorance, to excise them. And while such vestiges might have been irrelevant to Judaism, they might have been extremely relevant to a secret society. As we learned subsequently, they were and still are of paramount importance to the Prieur de Shaun, the Hiéron du Val d'Or. While we pursued our independent research, new Prieur documents had continued to appear. Some of them privately printed works, like the Dossier Secrets, and intended for limited circulation, were made available to us through the offices of Friends in France or through the Bibliothèque Nationale. Others appeared in book form, newly published and released on the market for the first time. In some of these works there was additional information on the late 19th century, and specifically on Bérenger Saunière. According to one such updated account, Saunière did not discover the fateful parchments in his church by accident. On the contrary, he is said to have been directed to them by emissaries of the Prieur de Shaun who visited him at Rennes-le-Château and enlisted him as their factotum. In late 1916, Saunière is reported to have defied the emissaries of Shaun and quarreled with them. 2. If this is true, the cure's death in January 1917 acquires a more sinister quality than is generally ascribed to it. 10 days before his death he had been in satisfactory health. Nevertheless, 10 days before his death a coffin was ordered on his behalf. The receipt for the coffin, dated January 12, 1917, is made out to Saunière's confidant and housekeeper, Marie Denarnaud. A more recent and, if anything, more apparently authoritative Prieur publication elaborates further on Saunière's story, and would seem to confirm, at least in part, the account summarized above. According to this publication, Saunière himself was little more than a pawn, and his role in the mystery of Rennes-le-Château has been much exaggerated. The real force behind the events at the mountain village is said to have been Saunière's friend, the Abbé Henri Boudet, cure of the adjacent village of Rennes-les-Bains. 3. Boudet is said to have provided Saunière with all his money, a total of 13 million francs between 1887 and 1915. And Boudet is said to have guided Saunière on his various projects, the public works, the construction of the Villa Bethania and the Tour Magdala. He is also said to have supervised the restoration of the church at Rennes-le-Château, and to have designed Saunière's perplexing Stations of the Cross as a kind of illustrated version, or visual equivalent, of a cryptic book of his own. According to this recent Prieur publication, Saunière remained essentially ignorant of the real secret for which he acted as custodian until Boudet, in the throes of approaching death, confided it to him in March 1915. According to the same publication, Marie Denarnaud, Saunier's housekeeper, was in fact Boudet's agent. It was through her that Boudet supposedly transmitted instructions to Saunier. And it was to her that all money was made payable. Or, rather, most money. For Boudet, between 1885 and 1901, is said to have paid 7,655,250 francs to the Bishop of Carcassonne, the man who, at his own expense, dispatched Saunier to Paris with the parchments. The bishop, too, would seem then to have been essentially in Boudet's employ. It is certainly an incongruous situation, an important regional bishop being the paid servitor of a humble, backwater parish priest. And the parish priest himself? For whom was Boudet working? What interests did he represent? What can have given him the power to enlist the services, and the silence, of his ecclesiastical superior? And who can have furnished him with such vast financial resources to be dispensed so prodigally? These questions are not answered explicitly. But the answer is constantly implicit: the Prieur de Chaon. Further light on the matter was shed by another recent work which, like its predecessors, seemed to draw on privileged sources of information. The work in question is Le Trésor du Triangle d'Or, The Treasure of the Golden Triangle, by Jean-Luc Chaumile, published in 1979. According to M. Chaumile, a number of clerics involved in the enigma of Rennes-le-Château Saunier, Boudet, quite probably others like Hoffet, Hoffet's uncle at St. Sulpice, and the Bishop of Carcassonne were affiliated with a form of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. This Freemasonry, M. Chaumile declares, differed from most other forms in that it was Christian, hermetic, and aristocratic. In short, it did not, like many rites of Freemasonry, consist primarily of freethinkers and atheists. On the contrary, it seems to have been deeply religious and magically oriented, emphasizing a sacred social and political hierarchy, a divine order, an underlying cosmic plan. And the upper grades or degrees of this Freemasonry, according to M. Chaumile, were the lower grades or degrees of the Prieur de Chaon. In our own researches we had already encountered a Freemasonry of the sort M. Chaumile describes. Indeed, M. Chaumile's description could readily be applied to the original Scottish rite introduced by Charles Radcliffe and his associates. Both Radcliffe's Masonry and the Masonry M. Chaumile describes would have been acceptable, despite papal condemnation, to devout Catholics, whether 18th-century Jacobites or 19th-century French priests. In both cases Rome certainly disapproved, and quite vehemently. Nevertheless, the individuals involved seem not only to have persisted in regarding themselves as Christians and Catholics. They also seem, on the basis of available evidence, to have received a major and exhilarating transfusion of faith, a transfusion that enabled them to see themselves as, if anything, more truly Christian than the papacy. Although M. Chaumile is both vague and evasive, he strongly implies that in the years prior to 1914 the Freemasonry of which Boudet and Saunier were members became amalgamated with another esoteric institution, an institution that might well explain some of the curious references to a monarch in the protocols of the Elders of Chaon, especially if, as M. Chaumile further intimates, the real power behind this other institution was also the Prieur de Chaon. The institution in question was called the Hiéron du Val d'Or, which would seem to be a verbal transposition of that recurring site, Orval. The Hiéron du Val d'Or was a species of secret political society founded, it would appear, around 1873. It seems to have shared much with other esoteric organizations of the period. There was, for example, a characteristic emphasis on sacred geometry and various sacred sites. There was an insistence on a mystical or Gnostic truth underlying mythological motifs. There was a preoccupation with the origins of men, races, languages, and symbols, such as occurs in theosophy. And like many other sects and societies of the time, the Hiéron du Val d'Or was simultaneously Christian and trans-Christian. It stressed the importance of the Sacred Heart, for instance, yet linked the Sacred Heart with other, pre-Christian symbols. It sought to reconcile, as the legendary Ormus was said to have reconciled Christian and pagan mysteries. And it ascribed special significance to Druidic thought which, like many modern experts, it regarded as partially Pythagorean. All of these themes are adumbrated in the published work of Saunier's friend, the Abbé Henri Boudet. For the purposes of our inquiry, the Hieron du Val d'Or proved relevant by virtue of its formulation of what M. Schomile calls an esoteric geopolitics and an ethnarchical world order. Translated into more mundane terms, this entailed, in effect, the establishment of a new Holy Roman Empire in 19th century Europe, a revitalized and reconstituted Holy Roman Empire, a secular state that unified all peoples and rested ultimately on spiritual, rather than social, political, or economic foundations. Unlike its predecessor, this new Holy Roman Empire would have been genuinely holy, genuinely Roman, and genuinely imperial, although the specific meaning of these terms would have differed crucially from the meaning accepted by tradition and convention. Such a state would have realized the centuries-old dream of a heavenly kingdom on earth, a terrestrial replica or mirror image of the order, harmony and hierarchy of the cosmos. It would have actualized the ancient Hermetic premise, as above, so below. And it was not altogether utopian or naive. On the contrary, it was at least remotely feasible in the context of late 19th century Europe. According to M. Schomile, the objectives of the Hieron du Val d'Or were a theocracy wherein nations would be no more than provinces, their leaders, but proconsuls in the service of a world occult government consisting of an elite. For Europe, this regime of the Great King implied a double hegemony of the papacy and the empire, of the Vatican, and of the Habsburgs, who would have been the Vatican's right arm. By the 19th century, of course, the Habsburgs were synonymous with the House of Lorraine. The concept of a great king would thus have constituted a fulfillment of Nostradamus's prophecies. And it would also have actualized, at least in some sense, the monarchist blueprint outlined in the protocols of the Elders of Chaon. At the same time, the realization of so grandiose a design would clearly have entailed a number of changes in existing institutions. The Vatican, for example, would presumably have been a very different Vatican from the one then situated in Rome. And the Habsburgs would have been more than imperial heads of state. They would have become, in effect, a dynasty of priest-kings, like the pharaohs of ancient Egypt. Or like the Messiah anticipated by the Jews at the dawn of the Christian era. M. Schomile does not clarify the extent, if any, to which the Habsburgs themselves were actively involved in these ambitious clandestine designs. There is a quantity of evidence, however, including the visit of a Habsburg archduke to Rennes-le-Château, which seemingly attests to at least some implication. But whatever plans were afoot, they would have been thwarted by the First World War, which, among other things, toppled the Habsburgs from power. As M. Schomile explained them, the objectives of the Hieron du Val d'Or or of the Prieur de Chaon made a certain logical sense in the context of what we had discovered. They shed new light on the protocols of the Elders of Chaon. They concurred with the stated objectives of various secret societies, including those of Charles Radcliffe and Charles Nodier. Most important of all, they conformed to the political aspirations which, through the centuries, we had traced in the House of Lorraine. But if the Hieron du Val d'Or's objectives made logical sense, they did not make practical political sense. On what basis, we wondered, would the Habsburgs have asserted their right to function as a dynasty of priest-kings? Unless it commanded overwhelming popular support, such a right could not possibly have been asserted against the Republican government of France, not to mention the imperial dynasties then presiding over Russia, Germany and Britain. And how could the necessary popular support have been obtained? In the context of 19th century political realities, such a scheme, while logically consistent, seemed to us effectively absurd. Perhaps, we concluded, we had misconstrued the Hieron du Val d'Or. Or perhaps the members of the Hieron du Val d'Or were quite simply potty. Until we obtained further information, we had no choice but to shelve the matter. In the meantime, we turned our attention to the present to determine whether the Prieur de Chaon existed today. As we quickly discovered, it did. Its members were not at all potty, and they were pursuing, in the post-war 20th century, a program essentially similar to that pursued in the 19th by the Hieron du Val d'Or. 8. The Secret Society Today. The French Journal Officiel is a weekly government publication in which all groups, societies and organizations in the country must declare themselves. In the Journal Officiel for the week of July 20, 1956, issue number 167, there is the following entry: 25 June 1956. Déclaration à la sous-préfecture de Saint-Julien en Genevois. Prière de Chaun. But, études et entrée de membres. Siege social, Sucassin, Annemasse, Haute-Savoie. June 25, 1956. Declaration to the Sub-Prefecture of Saint-Julien en Genevois. Prière de Chaun. Objectives, studies and mutual aid to members. Head Office, Sucassin, Annemasse, Haute-Savoie. The Prière de Chaun was officially registered with the police. Here, at any rate, appeared to be definitive proof of its existence in our own age, even though we found it somewhat odd that a supposedly secret society should thus broadcast itself. But perhaps it was not so odd after all. There was no listing for the Prière de Chaun in any French telephone directory. The address proved too vague to allow us to identify a specific office, house, building, or even street. And the sub-prefecture, when we rang them, were of little help. There had been numerous inquiries, they said, with weary, long-suffering resignation. But they could provide no further information. As far as they knew, the address was untraceable. If nothing else, this gave us pause. Among other things, it made us wonder how certain individuals had contrived to register a fictitious or non-existent address with the police and then, apparently, escape all subsequent consequences and prosecution of the matter. Were the police really as insouciant and indifferent as they sounded? Or had Chaun somehow enlisted their cooperation and discretion? The sub-prefecture, at our request, provided us with a copy of what purported to be the Prière de Chaun statutes. This document, which consisted of 21 articles, was neither controversial nor particularly illuminating. It did not, for example, clarify the order's objectives. It gave no indication of Chaun's possible influence, membership, or resources. On the whole, it was rather bland while at the same time compounding our perplexity. At one point, for instance, the statutes declared that admission to the order was not to be restricted on the basis of language, social origin, class, or political ideology. At another point, they stipulated that all Catholics over the age of 21 were eligible for candidature. Indeed, the statutes in general appeared to have issued from a piously, even fervently Catholic institution. And yet Chaun's alleged Grand Masters in past history, in so far as we had been able to trace them, hardly attested to any Orthodox Catholicism. For that matter, even the modern Prière documents, many of them published at the same time as the statutes, were less Catholic in orientation than Hermetic, even heretically Gnostic. The contradiction seemed to make no sense unless Chaun, like the Knights Templar and the Company du Saint-Sacrement, demanded Catholicism as an exoteric prerequisite, which might then be transcended within the order. At any rate, Chaun, like the Temple and the Company du Saint-Sacrement, apparently demanded an obedience which, in its absolute nature, subsumed all other commitments, secular or spiritual. According to Article 7 of the statutes, the candidate must renounce his personality in order to devote himself to the service of a high moral apostolate. The statutes further declare that Chaun functions under the subtitle of Che Valerie d Institutions et Règles Catholiques, d'Union Independent et Traditionalist, Chivalry of Catholic Rules and Institutions of the Independent and Traditionalist Union. This abbreviates to Circuit, the name of a magazine which, according to the statutes, is published internally by the order and circulated within its ranks. Perhaps the most interesting information in the statutes is that since 1956 the Prière de Chaun would seem to have expanded its membership almost fivefold. According to a page reproduced in the Dossier Secrets, printed sometime before 1956, Chaun had a total of 1,093 members ranked in 7 grades. The structure was traditionally pyramidal. At the top was the Grand Master, or not near. There were 3 in the grade below him, Prince Nochite de Notre Dame, 9 in the grade below that, Croix de Saint John. Each grade from here downwards was 3 times as large as the grade before it: 27, 81, 243, 729. The 3 highest grades, the Grand Master and his 12 immediate subordinates, were said to constitute the 13 Rose-Croix. The number would also, of course, correspond to anything from a satanic coven to Jesus and his 12 disciples. According to the post-1956 statutes, Chaun had a total membership of 9,841, ranked not in 7 grades, but in 9. The structure seems to have remained essentially the same, although it was clarified, and 2 new grades had been introduced at the bottom of the hierarchy, thus further insulating the leadership behind a larger network of novices. The Grand Master still retained the title of Nautnier. The 3 princes Nochites de Notre Dame were simply called seneschals. The 9 Croix de Saint Jean were called constables. The organization of the order, in the portentously enigmatic jargon of the statutes, was as follows. The General Assembly is composed of all members of the association. It consists of 729 provinces, 27 commanderies, and an arch-designated curia. Each of the commanderies, as well as the arch, must consist of 40 members, each province of 13 members. The members are divided into 2 effective groups, A. The Legion, charged with the apostolate. B. The Phalange, guardian of the tradition. The members compose a hierarchy of 9 grades. The hierarchy of 9 grades consists of A. In the 729 provinces 1, novices 61 members 2, Croix, 2,187 members B. In the 27 commanderies 3, Per, 729 members 4, Équires, 243 members 5, Chevaliers, 81 members 6, Commandeurs, 27 members C. In the Arch-Curia, 7, Connétables, 9 members 8, Senecoques, 3 members 9, Nautnier, 1 member apparently for official bureaucratic and legal purposes, for individuals were listed as comprising the council. 3 of the names were unfamiliar to us and, quite possibly, pseudonyms: André Bonhomme, born December 7, 1934, President; Jean de Level, born March 7, 1931, Vice President; Armand Defago, born December 11, 1928, Treasurer. One name, however, we had encountered before: Pierre Plantard, born March 18, 1920, Secretary General. According to the research of another writer, M. Plantard's official title was Secretary General of the Department of Documentation, which implies, of course, that there are other departments as well. Alain Poher. By the early 1970s, the Prieur de Chauny had become a modest cause célèbre among certain people in France. There were a number of magazine articles and some newspaper coverage. On February 13, 1973, the Midi Libre published a lengthy feature on Chauny, Saunière, and the mystery of Renesel Château. This feature specifically linked Chauny with a possible survival of the Merovingian bloodline into the 20th century. It also suggested that the Merovingian descendants included a true pretender to the throne of France, whom it identified as M. Alain Poher. While not especially well known in Britain or the United States, Alain Poher was, and still is, a household name in France. During the Second World War he won the Resistance Medal and the Croix de Guerre. Following the resignation of de Gaulle, he was provisional president of France from April 28 to June 19, 1969. He occupied the same position on the death of Georges Pompidou, from April 2 to May 27, 1974. In 1973, when the feature in the Midi Libre appeared, M. Poher was president of the French Senate. As far as we know, M. Poher never commented, one way or the other, on his alleged connections with the Prieur de Chauny and or the Merovingian bloodline. In the genealogies of the Prieur documents, however, there is mention of Arnaud, Count of Poher, who, sometime between 894 and 896, intermarried with the Plantard family, the direct descendants supposedly of Dagobert II. Arnaud de Poher's grandson, Alain, became Duke of Brittany in 937. Whether or not M. Poher acknowledges Chauny, it would thus seem clear that Chauny acknowledges him as being, at the very least, of Merovingian descent. The Lost King. In the meantime, while we pursued our research and the French media accorded periodic flurries of attention to the whole affair, new Prieur documents continued to appear. As before, some appeared in book form, others as privately printed pamphlets or articles deposited in the Bibliothèque Nationale. If anything, they only compounded the mystification. Someone was obviously producing this material, but their real objective remained unclear. At times we nearly dismissed the whole affair as an elaborate joke, a hoax of extravagant proportions. If this were true, however, it was a hoax that certain people seem to have been sustaining for centuries, and if one invests so much time, energy and resources in a hoax, can it really be called a hoax at all? In fact, the interlocking skeins and the overall fabric of the Prior documents were less a joke than a work of art, a display of ingenuity, suspense, brilliance, intricacy, historical knowledge, and architectonic complexity worthy of, say, James Joyce. And while Finnegan's Wake may be regarded as a joke of sorts, there is no question that its creator took it very seriously indeed. It is important to note that the Prior documents did not constitute a conventional bandwagon, a lucrative fashion which burgeoned into a profitable industry, spawning sequels, prequels, and assorted other derivatives. They could not be compared, for example, to von Daniken's Chariots of the Gods, the sundry accounts of the Bermuda Triangle, or the works of Carlos Castaneda. Whatever the motivation behind the Prior documents, it was clearly not financial gain. Indeed, money seemed to be only an incidental factor, if a factor at all. Although they would have proved extremely lucrative in book form, the most important Prior documents were not published as such. Despite their commercial potential, they were confined to private printings, limited editions, and discreet deposition at the Bibliothèque Nationale where, for that matter, they were not even always available. And the information that did appear in conventional book form was not haphazard or arbitrary, and for the most part it was not the work of independent researchers. Most of it seemed to issue from a single source. Most of it was based on the testimony of very specific informants, who measured out precise quantities of new information as if with an eyedropper and according to some prearranged plan. Each new fragment of information added at least one modification, one further piece to the overall jigsaw. Many of these fragments were released under different names. A superficial impression was thus conveyed of an array of separate writers, each of whom confirmed and imparted credibility to the others. There appeared to us only one plausible motivation for such a procedure: to attract public attention to certain matters, to establish credibility, to engender interest, to create a psychological climate or atmosphere that kept people waiting with bated breath for new revelations. In short, the Prior documents seemed specifically calculated to pave the way for some astonishing disclosure. Whatever this disclosure might eventually prove to be, it apparently dictated a prolonged process of softening up, of preparing people. And whatever this disclosure might eventually prove to be, it somehow involved the Merovingian dynasty, the perpetuation of that dynasty's bloodline to the present day, and a clandestine kingship. Thus, in a magazine article purportedly written by a member of the Prieur de Chaun, we found the following statement: without the Merovingians, the Prieur de Chaun would not exist, and without the Prieur de Chaun, the Merovingian dynasty would be extinct. The relationship between the order and the bloodline is partly clarified, partly further confused, by the following elaboration: the king is shepherd and pastor at the same time. Sometimes he dispatches some brilliant ambassador to his vassal in power, his factotum, one who has the felicity of being subject to death. Thus René d'Anjou, Connétable de Bourbon, Nicolas Fouquet, and numerous others for whom astonishing success is followed by inexplicable disgrace, for these emissaries are both terrible and vulnerable. Custodians of a secret, one can only exalt them or destroy them. Thus people like Gilles de Rais, Leonardo da Vinci, Joseph Balsamo, the Dukes of Nevers and Gonzaga, whose wake is attended by a perfume of magic in which sulfur is mingled with incense, the perfume of the Magdalene. If King Charles VII, on the entrance of Jeanne d'Arc into the great hall of his castle at Chinon, hid himself among the throng of his courtiers, it was not for the sake of a frivolous joke where was the humor in it, but because he already knew of whom she was the ambassadress, and that, before her, he was scarcely more than one courtier among the others. The secret she delivered to him in private was contained in these words: "Gentle lord, I come on behalf of the king." The implications of this passage are provocative and intriguing. One is that the king, the lost king, presumably of the Merovingian bloodline, continues in effect to rule, simply by virtue of who he is. Another, and perhaps even more startling, implication is that temporal sovereigns are aware of his existence, acknowledge him, respect him, and fear him. A third implication is that the Grand Master of the Prieur de Chaun, or some other member of the order, acts as ambassador between the lost king and his temporal deputies or surrogates. And such ambassadors, it would seem, are deemed expendable. Curious pamphlets in the Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris. In 1966, a curious exchange of letters occurred concerning the death of Leo Szydloff, the man who, under the pseudonym of Henri Lobineau, was at that time alleged to have composed the genealogies in some of the prior documents. The first letter, which appeared in the Catholic Weekly of Geneva, is dated October 22, 1966. It is signed by one Lionel Burris, who claims to speak on behalf of an organization called Swiss Christian Youth. Burris announces that Leo Szydloff, alias Henri Lobineau, died in Vienna the week before, on October 17. He then defends the deceased against a slanderous attack which, he claims, appeared in a recent Roman Catholic bulletin. Burris registers his indignation at this attack. In his eulogy on Szydloff he declares that the latter, under the name of Lobineau, compiled, in 1956, a remarkable study on the genealogy of the Merovingian kings and the affair of Rennes-le-Château. Rome, Burris asserts, did not dare asperse Szydloff when he was alive, even though it had a comprehensive dossier on the man and his activities. But even now, despite his death, Merovingian interests continue to be furthered. To support this contention, Burris seems to wax more than a little preposterous. He cites what, in 1966, was the emblem of Antar, one of France's leading petrol companies. This emblem is said to embody a Merovingian device and depict, albeit in cartoon fashion, a Merovingian king. And this emblem, according to Burris, proves that information and propaganda on behalf of the Merovingians is being effectively disseminated, and even the French clergy, he adds with imperfect relevance, do not always jump at the behest of the Vatican. As for Leo Szydloff, Burris concludes, with echoes of Freemasonry and Cathar thought, for all those who knew Henri Lobineau, who was a great voyager and a great seeker, a loyal and good man, he remains in our hearts as the symbol of a maître parfait, whom one respects and venerates. 5. This letter from Lionel Burris would seem distinctly cranky. Certainly it is extremely curious. More curious still, however, is the alleged attack on Szydloff in a Roman Catholic bulletin, from which Burris quotes liberally. The bulletin, according to Burris, accuses Szydloff of being pro-Soviet, a notorious Freemason actively preparing the way for a popular monarchy in France. It is a singular and seemingly contradictory accusation, for one does not usually combine Soviet sympathies with an attempt to establish a monarchy. And yet the bulletin, as Burris claims to quote it, makes charges that are even more extravagant. The Merovingian descendants have always been behind all heresies, from Arianism, through the Cathars and the Templars, to Freemasonry. At the beginning of the Protestant Reformation, Cardinal Mazarin, in July 1659, had their Château of Barbary, dating from the 12th century, destroyed. For the house and family in question, all through the centuries, had spawned nothing but secret agitators against the Church. Burris does not specifically identify the Roman Catholic bulletin in which this quotation supposedly appeared, so we could not verify its authenticity. If it is authentic, however, it would be of considerable significance. It would constitute independent testimony, from Roman Catholic sources, of the razing of Château Barbary in Nevers. It would also seem to suggest at least a partial raison d'etre for the Prieur de Chaon. We had already come to see Chaon, and the families associated with it, as maneuvering for power on their own behalf, and in the process repeatedly clashing with the Church. According to the above quotation, however, opposition to the Church would not seem to have been a matter of chance, circumstances, or even politics. On the contrary, it would seem to have been a matter of ongoing policy. This confronted us with another contradiction. For the statutes of the Prieur de Chaon had issued, at least ostensibly, from a staunchly Catholic institution. Not long after the publication of this letter, Lionel Burris was killed in a car accident which claimed 6 other victims as well. Shortly before his death, however, his letter elicited a response even more curious and provocative than that which he himself had written. This response was published as a privately printed pamphlet under the name of S. Roux. In certain respects, S. Roux's text would appear to echo the original attack on Szydloff which prompted Burris's letter. It also chastises Burris for being young, overzealous, irresponsible, and prone to talk too much. But while seeming to condemn Burris's position, not only does S. Roux's pamphlet confirm his facts, but it actually elaborates on them. Leo Schidloff, S. Roux affirms, was a dignitary of the Swiss Grande Loge Alpina, the Masonic lodge whose imprint appeared on certain of the Prieur documents. According to S. Roux, Schidloff did not conceal his sentiments of friendship for the Eastern Bloc. As for M. Burris's statements about the Church, S. Roux continues, one cannot say that the Church is ignorant of the line of the Raises, but it must be remembered that all its descendants, since Dagobert, have been secret agitators against both the royal line of France and against the Church, and that they have been the source of all heresies. The return of a Merovingian descendant to power would entail for France the proclamation of a popular monarchy allied to the USSR, and the triumph of Freemasonry, in short, the disappearance of religious freedom. If all of this sounds rather extraordinary, the concluding statements of S. Roux's pamphlet are even more so. As for the question of Merovingian propaganda in France, everyone knows that the publicity of Anterpetrol, with a Merovingian king holding a lily in a circle, is a popular appeal in favor of returning the Merovingians to power. And one cannot but wonder what Lobonneau was preparing at the time of his decease in Vienna, on the eve of profound changes in Germany. Is it not also true that Lobonneau prepared in Austria a future reciprocal accord with France? Was not this the basis of the Franco-Russian Accord? Not surprisingly, we were utterly bewildered, wondering what the devil S. Roux was talking about. If anything, he appeared to have outdone M. Burris in nonsense. Like the Bulletin, M. Burris had attacked S. Roux links together political objectives as apparently diverse and discordant as Soviet hegemony and popular monarchy. He goes further than M. Burris by declaring that everyone knows the emblem of a petrol company to be a subtle form of propaganda for an unknown and apparently ludicrous cause. He hints at sweeping changes in France, Germany and Austria, as if these changes were already on the cards, if not indeed fait accompli. And he speaks of a mysterious Franco-Russian accord as if this accord were a matter of public knowledge. On first reading S. Roux's pamphlet appeared to make no sense whatever. A closer scrutiny convinced us that it was, in fact, another ingenious Prieur document deliberately calculated to mystify, to confuse, to tease, to sow hints of something portentous and monumental. In any case, it offered, in its wildly eccentric way, an intimation of the magnitude of the issues involved. If S. Roux was correct, the subject of our inquiry was not confined to the activities of some elusive, but innocuous latter-day chivalric order. If S. Roux was correct, the subject of our inquiry pertained in some way to the upper echelons of high-level international politics. The Catholic traditionalists. In 1977, a new and particularly significant Prieur document appeared, a 6-page pamphlet entitled Le Cercle d'Ulysse, written by one Jean Delade. In the course of his text, the writer addresses himself explicitly to the Prieur de Chaun. And although he rehashes much older material, he also furnishes certain new details about the order. In March 1177, Baudouin was compelled, at St. Leonard d'Acre, to negotiate and prepare the constitution of the Order of the Temple, under the directives of the Prieur de Chaun. In 1118, the Order of the Temple was then established by Hugues de Payen. From 1118 to 1188, the Prieur de Chaun and the Order of the Temple shared the same Grand Masters. Since the separation of the two institutions in 1188, the Prieur de Chaun had counted 27 Grand Masters to the present day. The most recent were Charles Nodier from 1801 to 1644, Victor Hugo from 1844 to 1885, Claude Debussy from 1885 to 1918, Jean Cocteau from 1918 to 1963, and from 1963 until the advent of the new order, the Abbé Ducade Bourget. For what is the Prieur de Chaun preparing? I do not know, but it represents a power capable of confronting the Vatican in the days to come. Monseigneur Lefebvre is a most active and redoubtable member, capable of saying, "You make me Pope, and I will make you King." There are two important new fragments of information in this extract. One is the alleged affiliation with the Prieur de Chaun of Archbishop Marcel Lefebvre. Monseigneur Lefebvre, of course, represents the extreme conservative wing of the Roman Catholic Church. He was vociferously outspoken against Pope Paul VI, whom he flagrantly and flamboyantly defied. In 1976 and 1977, in fact, he was explicitly threatened with excommunication, and his brazen indifference to this threat nearly precipitated a full-scale ecclesiastical schism. But how could we reconcile a militant hard-line Catholic like Monsignor Lefebvre with a movement and an order that was hermetic, if not downright heretical, in orientation? There seemed to be no explanation for this contradiction, unless Monsignor Lefebvre was a modern-day representative of the 19th-century Freemasonry associated with the Hiéron du Val d'Or, or the Christian, aristocratic and hermetic Freemasonry, which presumed to regard itself as more Catholic than the Pope. The second major point in the extract quoted above is, of course, the identification of the Prieur de Chaon's Grand Master at that time as Abbé de Caudebourget. François de Caudebourget was born in 1897 and trained for the priesthood at, predictably enough, the seminary of Saint Sulpice. He is thus likely to have known many of the modernists there at the time, and quite possibly Émile Hoffaut. Subsequently, he was conventual chaplain of the Sovereign Order of Malta. For his activities during the Second World War he received the Resistance Medal and the Croix de Guerre. Today he is recognized as a distinguished man of letters, a member of the Académie Française, a biographer of important French Catholic writers like Paul Claudel and François Mauriac, and a highly esteemed poet in his own right. Like Monsignor Lefebvre, the Abbé de Caudebourget assumed a stance of militant opposition to Pope Paul VI. Like Monsignor Lefebvre, he is an adherent of the Trident in Massachusetts. Like Monsignor Lefebvre, he has proclaimed himself a traditionalist, adamantly opposed to ecclesiastical reform or any attempt to modernize Roman Catholicism. On May 22, 1976, he was forbidden to administer confession or absolution and, like Monsignor Lefebvre, he boldly defied the interdict imposed on him by his superiors. On February 27, 1977, he led 1,000 Catholic traditionalists in their occupation of the Church of Saint Nicolas du Chardonnet in Paris. If Marcel Lefebvre and François de Caudebourget appear to be right-wing theologically, they would seem to be equally so politically. Before the Second World War, Monsignor Lefebvre was associated with Action Française, the extreme right of French politics at the time, which shared certain attitudes in common with National Socialism in Germany. More recently, the rebel archbishop attracted considerable notoriety by warmly endorsing the military regime in Argentina. When questioned on this position, he replied that he had made a mistake. He had not meant Argentina, he said, but Chile. François de Caudebourget would not appear to be quite so extreme, and his medals, at any rate, attest to patriotic anti-German activity during the war. Nevertheless, he has expressed a high regard for Mussolini, and the hope that France would recover its sense of values under the guidance of a new Napoleon. Our first suspicion was that Marcel Lefebvre and François de Caudebourget were not, in fact, affiliated with the Prieur de Chaon at all, but that someone had deliberately attempted to embarrass them by aligning them with the very forces they would, in theory, most vigorously oppose. And yet, according to the statutes we had obtained from the French police, the subtitle of the Prieur de Chaon was Che Valerie d'institutions et règles catholiques, d'union indépendante et traditionnaliste. An institution with such a name might very well accommodate individuals like Marcel Lefebvre and François de Caudebourget. There seemed to us a second possible explanation, a far-fetched explanation admittedly, but one that would at least account for the contradiction confronting us. Perhaps Marcel Lefebvre and François de Caudebourget were not what they appeared to be. Perhaps they were something else. Perhaps, in actuality, they were agents provocateurs whose objective was systematically to create turmoil, sow dissent, foment an incipient schism that threatened Pope Paul's pontificate. Such tactics would be in keeping with the secret societies described by Charles Nodier, as well as with the protocols of the Elders of Chaon. And a number of recent commentators, journalists, as well as ecclesiastical authorities have declared Archbishop Lefebvre to be working for, or manipulated by, someone else. Far-fetched though our hypothesis might be, there was a coherent logic underlying it. If Pope Paul were regarded as the enemy, and one wished to force him into a more liberal position, how would one go about it? Not by agitating from a liberal point of view. That would only have entrenched the Pope more firmly in his conservatism. But what if one publicly adopted a position even more rabidly conservative than Paul's? Would this not, despite his wishes to the contrary, force him into an increasingly liberal position? And that, certainly, is what Archbishop Lefebvre and his colleagues accomplished, the unprecedented feat of casting the Pope as a liberal. Whether our conclusions were valid or not, it seemed clear that Archbishop Lefebvre, like so many other individuals in our investigation, was privy to some momentous and explosive secret. In 1976, for example, his excommunication seemed imminent. The press, indeed, was expecting it any day, for Pope Paul, confronted by brazen and repeated defiance, seemed to have no alternative. And yet, at the very last minute, the Pope backed down. It is still unclear precisely why he did so, but the following excerpt from The Guardian, dated August 30, 1976, suggests a clue. The Archbishop's team of priests in England believe that their leader still has a powerful ecclesiastical weapon to use in his dispute with the Vatican. No one will give any hint of its nature, but Father Peter Morgan, the group's leader, describes it as being something earth-shaking. What kind of earth-shaking matter or secret weapon could thus intimidate the Vatican? What kind of Damoclean sword, invisible to the world at large, could have been held over the pontiff's head? Whatever it was, it certainly seems to have proved effective. It seems, in fact, to have rendered the Archbishop wholly immune to punitive action from Rome. As Jean Delaude wrote, Marcel Lefebvre did indeed seem to represent a power capable of confronting the Vatican head-on, if necessary. But to whom did he, or will he allegedly say, "You make me Pope and I will make you King"? The Convent of 1981 and Cocteau's statutes. More recently, some of the issues surrounding François de Caudebourget seem to have been clarified. This clarification has resulted from a sudden glare of publicity which the Prieur de Chaon, during late 1980 and early 1981, has received in France. This publicity has made it something of a household name. In August 1980, the popular magazine Bonne Soirée, a kind of amalgam between a British Sunday supplement and the American TV Guide, published a two-part feature on the mystery of Rennes-le-Château and the Prieur de Chaon. In this feature, both Marcel Lefebvre and François de Caudebourget are explicitly linked with Chaon. Both are said to have paid a special visit fairly recently to one of Chaon's sacred sites, the village of Saint Colombe in Nevers, where the Plantard domain of Château Barbery was situated before its destruction by Cardinal Mazarin in 1659. By this time we ourselves had established both telephone and postal contact with the Abbé de Caudebourget. He proved courteous enough. But his answers to most of our questions were vague, if not evasive, and, not surprisingly, he disavowed all affiliation with the Prieur de Chaon. This disavowal was reiterated in a letter which, shortly thereafter, he addressed to Bonne Soirée. On January 22, 1981, a short article appeared in the French press, 16 of which it is worth quoting the greater part. A veritable secret society of 121 dignitaries, the Prieur de Chaon, founded by Godefroy de Bouillon in Jerusalem in 1099, has numbered among its Grand Masters Leonardo da Vinci, Victor Hugo and Jean Cocteau. This order convened its convent at Blois on January 17, 1981, the previous convent dating from June 5, 1956, in Paris. As a result of this recent convent at Blois, Pierre Plantard de Saint Clair was elected Grand Master of the order by 83 out of 92 votes on the third ballot. This choice of Grand Master marks a decisive step in the evolution of the order's conception and spirit in relation to the world, for the 121 dignitaries of the Prieur de Chaon are all eminences gris of high finance and of international political or philosophical societies, and Pierre Plantard is the direct descendant, through Dagobert II, of the Merovingian kings. His descent has been proved legally by the parchments of Queen Blanche of Castile, discovered by the Abbé Saunière in his church at Rennes-le-Château, Aude, in 1891. These documents were sold by the priest's niece in 1965 to Captain Roland Stanmore and Sir Thomas Fraser, and were deposited in a safe deposit box of Lloyds Bank Europe Limited of London. Shortly before this item appeared in the press, we had written to Philippe de Chérici, with whom we had already established contact, and whose name figured as frequently as Pierre Plantard's as a spokesman for the Prieur de Chaon. In reply to one of the questions we asked him, M. de Chérici declared that François de Caudebourget had not been elected Grand Master by a proper quorum. Moreover, he added, the Abbé de Caudebourget had publicly repudiated his affiliation with the order. This latter assertion seemed unclear. It made more sense, however, in the context of something M. de Chérici enclosed in his letter. Some time before, we had obtained, from the sub-prefecture of St. Julien, the statutes of the Prieur de Chaon. A copy of these same statutes had been published in 1973 by a French magazine. However, we had been told in Paris by Jean-Luc Chaumile that these statutes were fraudulent. In his letter to us, M. de Cherici enclosed a copy of what were said to be the Prieur de Chaon's true statutes translated from the Latin. These statutes bore the signature A.F. Jean Cocteau, and unless it had been executed by an extremely skillful forger, the signature was authentic. We certainly could not distinguish it from other specimens of Cocteau's signature. And on this basis, we are inclined to accept the statutes to which the signature is appended as genuine. They are set out below. Article 1. There is formed, between the undersigned to this present Constitution, and those who shall subsequently join and fulfill the following conditions, an initiatory order of chivalry, whose usages and customs rest upon the foundation made by Godefroy VI, called the Pious, Duc de Bouillon, at Jerusalem in 1099 and recognized in 1100. Article 2. The order is called Sionis Prioratus or Prieur de Chaon. Article 3. The Prieur de Chaon has as its objectives the perpetuation of the traditionalist order of chivalry, its initiatory teaching, and the creation between members of mutual assistance, as much moral as material, in all circumstances. Article 4. The duration of the Prieur de Chaon is unlimited. Article 5. The Prieur de Chaon adopts, as its representative office, the domicile of the Secretary General named by the convent. The Prieur de Chaon is not a secret society. All its decrees, as well as its records and appointments, are available to the public in Latin text. Article 6. The Prieur de Chaon comprises 121 members. Within these limits, it is open to all adult persons who recognize its aims and accept the obligations specified in this present Constitution. Members are admitted without regard to sex, race, or philosophical, religious, or political ideas. Article 7. Nevertheless, in the event that a member should designate in writing one of his descendants to succeed him, the convent shall accede to this request and may, if necessary in the case of minority, undertake the education of the above designated. Article 8. A future member must provide, for his induction to the first grade, a white robe with cord, at his own expense. From the time of his admission to the first grade, the member holds the right to vote. On admission, the new member must swear to serve the order in all circumstances, as well as to work for peace and the respect of human life. Article 9. On his admission, the member must pay a token fee, the amount being discretionary. Each year, he must forward to the Secretariat General a voluntary contribution to the order of a sum to be decided by himself. Article 10. On admission, the member must provide a birth certificate and a specimen of his signature. Article 11. A member of the Prieur de Chaon against whom a sentence has been pronounced by a tribunal for a common law offense may be suspended from his duties and titles, as well as his membership. Article 12. The General Assembly of Members is designated the convent. No deliberation of convent shall be deemed valid if the number of members present is less than 81. The vote is secret and is cast by means of white and black balls. To be adopted, all motions must receive 81 white balls. All motions not receiving 61 white balls in a vote may not be resubmitted. Article 13. The convent of the Prieur de Chaon alone decides, on a majority of 81 votes out of 121 members, all changes to the Constitution and the internal regulation of ceremonial. Article 14. All admissions shall be decided by the Council of the 13 Rose-Croix. Titles and duties shall be conferred by the Grand Master of the Prieur de Chaon. Members are admitted to their office for life. Their titles revert by right to one of their children chosen by themselves without consideration of sex. The child thus designated 192 may make an act of renunciation of his rights, but he cannot make this act in favor of a brother, sister, relative, or any other person. He may not be readmitted to the Prieur de Chaon. Article 15. Within 27 full days, 2 members shall be required to contact a future member to obtain his assent or his renunciation. In default of a deed of acceptance after a period of reflection of 81 full days, renunciation shall be legally recognized and the place considered vacant. Article 16. By virtue of hereditary right confirmed by the preceding articles, the duties and titles of Grand Master of the Prieur de Chaunes shall be transmitted to his successor according to the same prerogatives. In the case of a vacancy in the office of Grand Master, and the absence of a direct successor, the convent must proceed to an election within 81 days. Article 17. All decrees must be voted by convent and receive validation by the seal of the Grand Master. The Secretary General is named by convent for 3 years, renewable by tacit consent. The Secretary General must be of the grade of commander to undertake his duties. The functions and duties are unpaid. Article 18. The hierarchy of the Prieur de Chaunes is composed of 5 grades. Article 19. There are 243 free brothers, called prieurs, since the year 1681, enfants de Saint Vincent, who participate neither in the vote nor in convents, but to whom the Prieur de Chaunes accords certain rights and privileges in conformity with the decree of January 17, 1681. Article 20. The funds of the Prieur de Chaunes are composed of gifts and fees of members. A reserve, called the patrimony of the order, is settled upon the council of the 13 Rose-Croix. This treasure may only be used in case of absolute necessity and grave danger to the prior and its members. Article 21. The convent is convoked by the Secretary General when the council of the Rose-Croix deems it useful. Article 22. Disavowal of membership in the Prieur de Chaunes, manifested publicly and in writing, without cause or personal danger, shall incur exclusion of the member, which shall be pronounced by the convent. Text of the Constitution in XXII articles, conforming to the original, and to the modifications of the Convent of June 5, 1956. Signature of the Grand Master. Jean Cocteau. In certain details, these statutes are at odds both with the statutes we received from the French police, and with the information relating to Chaunes in the Prieur documents. The latter shows a total membership of 1,093, the former of 9,841. According to the articles quoted above, Chaunes' total membership, including the 243 children of Saint Vincent, is only 364. The Prieur documents, moreover, establish a hierarchy of 7 grades. In the statutes we received from the French police, this hierarchy has been expanded to 9. According to the articles quoted above, there are only 5 grades in the hierarchy. And the specific appellations of these grades differ from those in the 2 previous sources as well. These contradictions might well be evidence of some sort of schism, or incipient schism, within the Prieur de Chaunes, dating from around 1956 when the Prieur documents first began to appear in the Bibliothèque Nationale. And indeed, Philippe de Chérizy alludes to just such a schism in a recent article. It occurred between 1956 and 1958, he says, and threatened to assume the proportions of the rift between Chaunes and the Order of the Temple in 1188, the rift marked by the cutting of the elm. According to M. de Chérizy, the schism was averted by the diplomatic skill of M. Plantard, who brought the potential defectors back into the fold. In any case, and whatever the internal politics of the Prieur de Chaunes, the order, as of the January 1981 convent, would seem to constitute a unified and coherent whole. If François de Caudebourget was the Prieur de Chaunes' Grand Master, it would appear clear that he is not so at present. M. de Chérizy declared that he had not been elected by the requisite quorum. This may mean that he was elected by the incipient schismatics. It is uncertain whether he is subject to or in violation of Article 22 of the statutes. We may assume that his affiliation with Chaunes, whatever it may have been in the past, no longer exists. The statutes quoted might seem to clarify the status of François de Caudebourget. They make clear, anyway, the principle of selection governing the Prieur de Chaunes' Grand Masters. It is now comprehensible why there should have been Grand Masters aged 5 or 8. It is also comprehensible why the Grand Mastership should move, as it does, in and out of a particular bloodline and network of interlinked genealogies. In principle, the title would seem to be hereditary, transmitted down the centuries through an intertwined cluster of families all claiming Merovingian descent. When there was no eligible claimant, however, or when the designated claimant declined the status offered him, the Grand Mastership, presumably in accordance with the procedures outlined in the statutes, was conferred on a chosen outsider. It would be on this basis that individuals like Leonardo, Newton, Notier and Cocteau found their way onto the list. M. Plantard de Saint Clair. Among the names that figured most prominently and recurrently in the various Prieur documents was that of the Plantard family. And among the numerous individuals associated with the mystery of Saunière and Rennes-le-Château, the most authoritative seemed to be Pierre Plantard de Saint Clair. According to the genealogies in the Prieur documents, M. Plantard is a lineal descendant of King Dagobert II and the Merovingian dynasty. According to the same genealogies, he is also a lineal descendant of the owners of Château Barbery, the property destroyed by Cardinal Mazarin in 1659. Throughout the course of the inquiry we had repeatedly encountered M. Plantard's name. Indeed, so far as release of information during the last 25 years or so was concerned, all trails seemed to lead ultimately to him. In 1960, for example, he was interviewed by Gerard Desailles and spoke of an international secret concealed at geysers. During the subsequent decade he seems to have been a major source of information for M. Desailles' books on both geysers and Rennes-le-Château. According to recent disclosures, M. Plantard's grandfather was a personal acquaintance of Bérenger Saunière. And M. Plantard himself proved to own a number of tracts of land in the vicinity of Rennes-le-Château and Rennes-les-Bains, including the mountain of Blanchefort. When we interviewed the town antiquarian at Stenay, in the Ardennes, we were told that the site of the old church of Saint Dagobert was also owned by M. Plantard. And according to the statutes we obtained from the French police, M. Plantard was listed as Secretary General of the Prieur de Chauny. In 1973 a French magazine published what seems to have been the transcript of a telephone interview with M. Plantard. Not surprisingly, he did not give very much away. As might be expected, his statements were elusive, cryptic and provocative, raising, in fact, more questions than they answered. Thus, for example, when speaking of the Merovingian bloodline and its royal claims, he declared, "You must explore the origins of certain great French families, and you will then comprehend how a personage named Henri de Montpezat could one day become king." And when asked the objectives of the Prieur de Chauny, M. Plantard replied in a manner whose evasiveness was predictable, "I cannot tell you that. The society to which I am attached is extremely ancient. I merely succeed others, a point in a sequence. We are guardians of certain things. And without publicity." The same French magazine also published a character sketch of M. Plantard, written by his first wife, and Leah Hissler, who died in 1971. If the magazine is to be believed, this sketch first appeared in Circuit, the Prieur de Chauny's own internal publication, for which M. Plantard is said to have written regularly under the pseudonym of Chiron. Let us not forget that this psychologist was the friend of personages as diverse as Comte Israel Monti, one of the brothers of the Holy Vem, Gabriel Trarias d'Egmont, one of the 13 members of the Rose Croix, Paul Lecour, the philosopher on Atlantis, the Abbé Hoffet of the Service of Documentation of the Vatican, Th. Moreau, the director of the Conservatory at Bourges, etc. Let us remember that during the occupation, he was arrested, suffered torture by the Gestapo, and was interned as a political prisoner for long months. In his capacity of Doctor of Arcane Sciences, he learned to appreciate the value of secret information, which no doubt led to his receiving the title of honorary member in several Hermetic societies. All this has gone to form a singular personage, a mystic of peace, an apostle of liberty, an ascetic whose ideal is to serve the well-being of humanity. Is it astonishing therefore that he should become one of the eminences grise from whom the great of this world seek counsel? Invited in 1947 by the federal government of Switzerland, he resided for several years there, near Lake Leman, where numerous charges de missions and delegates from the entire world are gathered. Madame Hissler undoubtedly intended this to be a glowing portrait. What emerges, however, is the sense of an individual more singular than anything else. In some places Madame Hissler's language becomes both vague and hyperbolic. Moreover, the diverse people listed as M. Plantard's distinguished acquaintances are, to say the least, a fairly odd lot. On the other hand, M. Plantard's contretemps with the Gestapo would seem to point to some laudable activity during the occupation. And our own researches eventually yielded documentary evidence. As early as 1941, Pierre Plantard had begun editing the resistance journal Vainqueur, published in a suburb of Paris. He was imprisoned by the Gestapo for more than a year, from October 1943 until the end of 1944. M. Plantard's friends and associates proved to include individuals rather better known than those listed by Madame Hissler. They included André Malraux and Charles de Gaulle. Indeed, M. Plantard's connections apparently extended well into the corridors of power. In 1958, for example, Algeria rose in revolt and General de Gaulle sought to be returned to the presidency of France. He seems to have turned specifically to M. Plantard for aid. M. Plantard, together with André Malraux and others, seems to have responded by mobilizing the so-called Committees of Public Safety, which played a critical role in returning de Gaulle to the Élysée Palace. In a letter dated July 29, 1958, de Gaulle personally thanked M. Plantard for his services. In a second letter, dated 5 days later, the general requested of M. Plantard that the committees, having attained their objective, be disbanded. By an official communiqué in the press and on the radio, M. Plantard dissolved the committees. Needless to say, we became increasingly anxious, as our research progressed, to make M. Plantard's acquaintance. There did not at first seem much likelihood of our doing so, however. M. Plantard appeared to be untraceable, and there seemed no way whereby we, as private individuals, could possibly locate him. Then, during the early spring of 1979, we embarked on another film about Rennes-le-Château for the BBC, who placed their resources at our disposal. It was under the auspices of the BBC that we at last managed to establish contact with M. Plantard and the Prieur de Chaune. Initial inquiries were undertaken by an English woman, a journalist living in Paris, who had worked on various projects for the BBC and had acquired an imposing network of connections throughout France, through which she attempted to find the Prieur de Chaune. At first, pursuing her quest through Masonic lodges and the Parisian esoteric subculture, she encountered a predictable smokescreen of mystification and contradiction. One journalist warned her, for example, that anyone probing Chaune too closely sooner or later got killed. Another journalist told her that Chaune had indeed existed during the Middle Ages, but no longer did today. An official of Grande Loge Alpina, on the other hand, reported that Chaune did exist today, but was a modern organization. It had never, he said, existed in the past. Threading her way through this welter of confusion, our researcher at last established contact with Jean-Luc Chaumile, who had interviewed M. Plantard for a magazine and written extensively on Saunière, Rennes-le-Château, and the Prieur de Chaune. He was not himself a member of Chaune, M. Chaumile said, but he could contact M. Plantard and possibly arrange a meeting with us. In the meantime, he provided our researcher with additional fragments of information. According to M. Chaumile, the Prieur de Chaune was not, strictly speaking, a secret society. It merely wished to be discreet about its existence, its activities, and its membership. The entry in the Journal Officiel, M. Chaumile declared, was spurious, placed there by certain defecting members of the order. According to M. Chaumile, the statutes registered with the police were also spurious, issuing from the same defecting members. M. Chaumile confirmed our suspicions that Chaune entertained ambitious political plans for the near future. Within a few years, he asserted, there would be a dramatic change in the French government, a change that would pave the way for a popular monarchy with a Merovingian ruler on the throne. And Chaune, he asserted further, would be behind this change, as it had been behind numerous other important changes for centuries. According to M. Chaumile, Chaune was anti-materialistic and intent on presiding over a restoration of true values, it would appear, of a spiritual, perhaps esoteric character. These values, M. Chaumile explained, were ultimately pre-Christian despite Chaune's ostensibly Christian orientation, despite the Catholic emphasis in the statutes. M. Chaumile also reiterated that Chaune's Grand Master at that time was François de Caudebourget. When asked how the latter's Catholic traditionalism could be reconciled with pre-Christian values, M. Chaumile replied cryptically that we would have to ask the Abbé de Caudebourget himself. M. Chaumile emphasized the antiquity of the Prieur de Chaune, as well as the breadth of its membership. It included, he said, members from all spheres of life. Its objectives, he added, were not exclusively confined to restoring the Merovingian bloodline. And at this point, M. Chaumile made a very curious statement to our researcher. Not all members of the Prieur de Chaune, he said, were Jewish. The implication of this apparent non sequitur is obvious that some members of the order, if not indeed many, are Jewish. And again we were confronted with a baffling contradiction. Even if the statutes were spurious, how could we reconcile an order with Jewish membership and a Grand Master who embraced extreme Catholic traditionalism and whose close friends included Marcel Lefebvre, a man known for statements verging on anti-Semitism? Schomel made other perplexing statements as well. He spoke, for instance, of the Prince de Lorraine, who was descended from the Merovingian bloodline, and whose sacred mission was therefore obvious. This assertion is all the more baffling in that there is no known Prince of Lorraine today, not even a titular one. Was Schomel implying that such a prince did actually exist, living perhaps incognito? Or did he mean prince in the broader sense of scion? In that case, the present prince, as opposed to Prince of Lorraine, is Dr. Otto von Habsburg, who is titular Duke of Lorraine. On the whole, Schomel's answers were less answers than they were bases for further questions, and our researcher, in the short time of preparation allowed her, did not know precisely which questions to ask. She made considerable headway, however, by stressing the BBC's interest in the matter, for the BBC, on the continent, enjoys considerably more prestige than it does in Britain and is still a name to be conjured with. In consequence, the prospect of BBC involvement was not to be taken lightly. Propaganda is too strong a word, but a BBC film which emphasized and authenticated certain facts would certainly have been attractive, a powerful means of gaining credence and creating a psychological climate or atmosphere, especially in the English-speaking world. If the Merovingians and the Prieur de Chaumont became accepted as historical givens or generally acknowledged facts like, say, the Battle of Hastings or the murder of Thomas à Becket, this would patently have been to Chaumond's advantage. It was undoubtedly such considerations that prompted Schomel to telephone Plantard. Eventually, in March 1979, with our BBC producer, Roy Davies, and his researcher functioning as liaison, a meeting was arranged between Plantard and ourselves. When it occurred, it had something of the character of a meeting between mafia godfathers. It was held on neutral ground in a Paris cinema rented by the BBC for the occasion, and all parties were accompanied by an entourage. Plantard proved to be a dignified, courteous man of discreetly aristocratic bearing, unostentatious in appearance, with a gracious, volatile but soft-spoken manner. He displayed enormous erudition and impressive nimbleness of mind, a gift for dry, witty, mischievous, but not in any way barbed repartee. There was frequently a gently amused, indulgent twinkle in his eyes, an almost avuncular quality. For all his modest, unassertive manner, he exercised an imposing authority over his companions. And there was a marked quality of asceticism and austerity about him. He did not flaunt any wealth. His apparel was conservative, tasteful, insouciantly informal, but neither ostentatiously elegant nor manifestly expensive. As far as we could gather, he did not even drive a car. At our first and two subsequent meetings with him, Plantard made it clear to us that he would say nothing whatever about the Prieur de Chaumont's activities or objectives at the present time. On the other hand, he offered to answer any questions we might have about the order's past history. And although he refused to discuss the future in any public statements on film, for example, he did vouchsafe us a few hints in conversation. He declared, for example, that the Prieur de Chaumont did in fact hold the lost treasure of the Temple of Jerusalem, the booty plundered by Titus's Roman legions in AD 70. These items, he stated, would be returned to Israel when the time is right. But whatever the historical, archaeological, or even political significance of this treasure, Plantard dismissed it as incidental. The true treasure, he insisted, was spiritual. And he implied that this spiritual treasure consisted, at least in part, of a secret. In some unspecified way, the secret in question would facilitate a major social change. Plantard echoed Schomel in stating that, in the near future, there would be a dramatic upheaval in France, not a revolution, but a radical change in French institutions which would pave the way for the reinstatement of a monarchy. This assertion was not made with any prophetic histrionics. On the contrary, Plantard simply assured us of it, very quietly, very matter-of-factly, and very definitively. In Plantard's discourse there were certain curious inconsistencies. At times, for instance, he seemed to be speaking on behalf of the Prieur de Chaon. He would say we, and thereby indicate the order. At other times, he would seem to dissociate himself from the order, would speak of himself, alone, as a Merovingian claimant, a rightful king, and Chaon as his allies, or supporters. We seem to be hearing two quite distinct voices which were not always compatible. One was the voice of Chaon's Secretary General. The other was the voice of an incognito king who rules, but does not govern, and who regarded Chaon as one might a sort of privy council. This dichotomy between the two voices was never satisfactorily resolved, and M. Plantard could not be prevailed upon to clarify it. After 3 meetings with M. Plantard and his associates, we were not significantly wiser than we had been before. Apart from the committees of public safety and the letters from Charles de Gaulle, we received no indication of Chaon's political influence or power, or that the men we had met were in any position to transform the government and institutions of France. And we received no indication of why the Merovingian bloodline should be taken any more seriously than the various attempts to restore any other royal dynasty. There are several Stuart claimants to the British throne, for example, and their claims, at least so far as modern historians are concerned, rest on a more solid basis than that of the Merovingians. For that matter, there are numerous other claimants to vacant crowns and thrones throughout Europe, and there are surviving members of the Bourbon, Habsburg, Hohenzollern and Romanov dynasties. Why should they be accorded any less credibility than the Merovingians? In terms of absolute legitimacy and from a purely technical point of view, the Merovingian claim might indeed take precedence. But the matter would still appear to be academic in the modern world, as academic, say, as a contemporary Irishman proving descent from the High Kings of Tara. Again, we considered dismissing the Prieur de Chaon as a minor lunatic fringe sect, if not an outright hoax. And yet all our own research had indicated that the order, in the past, had had real power and been involved in matters of high-level international import. Even today there was clearly more to it than met the eye. There was nothing mercenary about it, for example, or exploitative in any way. Had M. Plantard so desired, he could have turned the Prieur de Chaon into an extremely lucrative affair like many other fashionable New Age cults, sects and institutions. Yet most of the seminal Prieur documents remained confined to private printings. And Chaon itself did not solicit recruits, not even in the way that a Masonic lodge might. Its membership, as far as we could determine, remained rigorously fixed at a precise number, and new members were admitted only as vacancies occurred. Such exclusiveness attested, among other things, to an extraordinary self-confidence, a certainty that it simply did not need to enroll swarms of novices for financial gain or any other reason. In other words, it already had something going for it, something that seems to have enlisted the allegiance of men like Marlborough and de Gaulle. But could we seriously believe that men like Marlborough and de Gaulle were intent on restoring the Merovingian bloodline? The modern-day Prieur de Chaon first became public in 1956, when it was listed in the French journal Officiel. We subsequently discovered that 1955 and 1956 were apparently significant years in the story we were investigating. In the Messianic Legacy, we attempted to trace the circumstances in which the genealogical documents allegedly found by Saunier were secretly spirited to England. We obtained officially notarized papers dating from 1956, asserting that the documents in question had been entrusted by Saunier's niece to 3 City of London businessmen, who had then deposited them in a London bank. Parts of these documents were attested as valid by the authorities we consulted, but we proved that in one of them, at least, material concerning the genealogical documents had been fraudulently added at a later date. But to what purpose, and how had the forger obtained the original documents to tamper with? The most recent document was stamped and dated August 25, 1956, by the French consulate in London. The French consulate confirmed to us personally that the stamp, date and signature were authentic. We were left with the question of whether the year 1956 was in some way important or again relevant. Could all the subterfuge and intrigue involved in smuggling the documents to England have occurred at any time, and had 1956 been purely random, purely haphazard? Or was there a specific context, a specific constellation of events in 1956 that made the matter particularly consequential at that precise time? What, we pondered, had happened in 1956 that might have some bearing on the affair we were researching? The only things of any apparent pertinence were France's general instability just then, and her intensifying troubles in Algeria. On September 6, 1987, the Sunday Times provided a possible and provocative answer to our question. A banner headline on that day announced that France tried to join the Commonwealth. There followed an account derived from government papers only recently released, which had been investigated by a historian, Dr. John Zemetica. In 1940, in the period immediately preceding and following the fall of France, there had apparently been some tentative high-level discussion about amalgamating France and Britain, with the British Crown exercising sovereignty over both countries. At the time, the idea had been discarded. In 1956, however, it was resurrected. On September 11, 1956, the French Prime Minister, Guy Mollet, suggested to Sir Anthony Eden that France and Britain form a political union. France, Mollet reportedly said, would be prepared to accept the sovereignty of Elizabeth II and the British Crown. Eden established a cabinet committee to study the matter. This committee first met on September 24, 1956 and, on advice from the Treasury and the Foreign Office, quickly rejected the French suggestion. The French Prime Minister then proposed an alternative that France at least be allowed to join the Commonwealth, still recognizing the Queen as official head of state. Eden was said to be sympathetic to this proposal, but those opposed to it on the committee he had established thwarted it in time-honored fashion by setting up a subcommittee to study it further. The subcommittee was instituted on October 2, 1956. 34 days later, before any conclusions could be formulated, British and French forces invaded Suez. In the international furor that ensued, all suggestions of Anglo-French amalgamation vanished, never to be heard of again. The mere fact that such proposals were being discussed, however, imparts a new significance to Saunier's genealogies being brought to England in 1956. If there were indeed high-level discussions about amalgamating Britain and France, or about France joining the Commonwealth, the genealogies would have been important documents indeed to be used or withheld as various vested interests found expedient. In anything pertaining to the question of French sovereignty, documents concerning the Merovingian bloodline, its origins, its survival, and its status as the oldest and most legitimate in Europe could hardly have been ignored. It is not too far-fetched to suggest that the very existence of such documents, if known, would have been sufficient to deter Britain from any form of union with France. The politics of the Prieur de Chaon. In 1973, a book was published entitled Les Décis d'une ambition politique, The Undercurrents of a Political Ambition. This book, written by a Swiss journalist named Matthew Pauli, recounts the author's exhaustive attempts to investigate the Prieur de Chaon. Like us, Pauli eventually established contact with a representative of the order whom he does not identify by name. But Pauli did not have the prestige of the BBC behind him, and the representative he met, if we can gauge by his account, would seem to have been of lesser status than Plantard. Nor was this representative as communicative as Plantard was with us. At the same time, Pauli, being based on the continent and enjoying a greater mobility than we do, was able to pursue certain leads and undertake on-the-spot research in a way that we could not. As a result, his book was extremely valuable and contains much new information, so much, in fact, that it appeared to warrant a sequel, and we wondered why Pauli had not written one. When we inquired about him, we were told that in 1977 or 1978 he had been shot as a spy by the Israeli government for attempting to sell certain secrets to the Arabs. Pauli's approach, as he describes it in his book, was in many respects similar to our own. He too contacted the daughter of Leo Szydloff in London, and he too was told by Miss Szydloff that her father, to her knowledge, had no connection whatever with secret societies, Freemasonry, or Merovingian genealogies. Like our BBC researcher, Pauli also contacted Grande Loge Alpina and met with the Loge's chancellor, and each received an ambiguous reply. According to Pauli, the chancellor denied all knowledge of anyone named Lobineau or Szydloff. As for the various works bearing the Alpina imprint, the chancellor asserted quite categorically that they did not exist. And yet a personal friend of Pauli's, who was also a member of Alpina, claimed to have seen the works in the Loge's library. Pauli's conclusion is as follows: there is one of two possibilities. Given the specific character of the works of Henri Lobonneau, Grande Loge Alpina, which forbids all political activity both within Switzerland and without, does not want known its involvement in the affair. Or another movement has availed itself of the name of the Grande Loge in order to camouflage its own activities. In the Versailles Annex of the Bibliothèque Nationale, M. Pauli discovered 4 issues of Circuit, the magazine mentioned in the Prieur de Chaum's statutes. The first one was dated July 1, 1959, and its director was listed as Pierre Plantard. But the magazine itself did not purport to be connected with the Prieur de Chaum. On the contrary, it declared itself the official organ of something called the Federation of French Forces. There was even a seal which M. Pauli reproduces in his book, and the following data: Publication Périodique Culturelle de la Fédération de Forces Françaises 116 Rue Pierre Juhet, 116 Aulnay-sous-Bois, Seine-et-Thouars, Tel, 9297249 Mobile. Pauli checked the above address. No magazine had ever been published there. The telephone number, too, proved to be false. And all M. Pauli's attempts to track the Federation of French Forces proved futile. To this day, no information on any such organization has been forthcoming. But it would hardly seem coincidental that the French headquarters of the Committees of Public Safety were also Aulnay-sous-Bois. The Federation of French Forces would thus appear to have been in some way connected with the committees. There would seem to be considerable basis for this assumption. M. Pauli reports that Volume 2 of Circuit alludes to a letter from de Gaulle to Pierre Plantard, thanking the latter for his service. The service in question would seem to have been the work of the Committees of Public Safety. According to M. Pauli, most of the articles in Circuit dealt with esoteric matters. They were signed by Pierre Plantard under both his own name and the pseudonym Chiron, and Leah Hissler and others with whom we were already familiar. At the same time, however, there were other articles of a very different kind. Some of them, for example, spoke of a secret science of vines and viticulture, the grafting of vines, which, apparently, had some crucial bearing on politics. This seemed to make no sense unless we assumed that vines and viticulture were to be understood allegorically, a metaphor perhaps for genealogies, for family trees and dynastic alliances. When the articles in Circuit were not arcane or obscure, they were, according to M. Pauli, fervently nationalistic. In one of them, for instance, signed Adrien Savret, the author asserts that no solution for existing problems will be forthcoming except through new methods and new men, for politics are dead. The curious fact remains that men do not wish to recognize this. There exists only one question: economic organization. But do there still exist men who are capable of thinking France, as during the occupation, when patriots and resistance fighters did not bother themselves about the political tendencies of their comrades in the fight? And from Volume 4 of Circuit, M. Pauli quotes the following passage: "We desire that the 1,500 copies of Circuit be a contact which kindles a light. We desire that the voice of patriots be able to transcend obstacles as in 1940. When they left invaded France to come and knock on the office door of the leader of Free France. Today, it is the same. Before all, we are French, we are that force which fights in one way or another to construct a France cleansed anew. This must be done in the same patriotic spirit, with the same will and solidarity of action. Thus we cite here what we declare to be an old philosophy. There then follows a detailed plan of government to restore to France a lost luster. It insists, for example, on the dismantling of departments and the restoration of provinces. The department is but an arbitrary system, created at the time of the Revolution, dictated and determined by the era in accordance with the demands of locomotion, the horse. Today, it no longer represents anything. In contrast, the province is a living portion of France. It is a whole vestige of our past, the same basis as that which formed the existence of our nation. It has its own folklore, its customs, its monuments, often its local dialects, which we wish to reclaim and promulgate. The province must have its own specific apparatus for defense and administration, adapted to its specific needs, with the national unit. M. Pauli then quotes 8 pages that follow. The material they contain is organized under the following subheadings: Council of the Provinces, Council of State, Parliamentary Council, Taxes, Work and Production, Medical, National Education, Age of Majority, Housing in Schools. The plan of government proposed under these subheadings is not inordinately controversial, and could probably be instituted with a minimum of upheaval. Nor can the plan be labeled politically. It cannot be called left-wing or right-wing, liberal or conservative, radical or reactionary. On the whole, it seems fairly innocuous, and one is at a loss to see how it would necessarily restore any particular lost luster to France. As M. Polly says, the propositions are not revolutionary. However, they rest on a realistic analysis of the actual structures of the French state, and are impregnated with a solid good sense. But then the plan of government outlined in circuit makes no explicit mention of the real basis on which, if implemented, it would presumably ultimately rest the restoration of a popular monarchy ruled by the Merovingian bloodline. In circuit there would be no need to state this, for it would constitute an underlying given, a premise on which everything published in the magazine pivoted. For the magazine's intended readers, the restoration of the Merovingian bloodline was clearly too obvious and accepted an objective to need belaboring. At this point in his book, M. Polly poses a crucial question, a question that had haunted us as well. We have, on the one hand, a concealed descent from the Merovingians and, on the other, a secret movement, the Prieur de Chaon, whose goal is to facilitate the restoration of a popular monarchy of the Merovingian line. But it is necessary to know if this movement contents itself with esoterico-political speculations, whose unavowed end is to make much money by exploiting the world's gullibility and naivete, or whether this movement is genuinely active. M. Polly then considers this question, reviewing the evidence at his disposal. His conclusion is as follows: unquestionably, the Prieur de Chaon seems to possess powerful connections. In actuality, any creation of an association is submitted to a preliminary inquiry by the Minister of the Interior. This obtains as well for a magazine, a publishing house. And yet these people are able to publish, under pseudonyms, at false addresses, through non-existent publishing houses, works which cannot be found in circulation either in Switzerland or in France. There are two possibilities. Either government authorities are not doing their jobs, or else M. Polly does not spell out the alternative. At the same time, it is apparent that he personally regards the unstated alternative as the more probable of the two. M. Polly's conclusion, in short, is that government officials, and a great many other powerful people as well, are either members of Chaon or obedient to it. If this is so, Chaon must be a very influential organization indeed. Having conducted extensive research of his own, M. Polly is satisfied with the Merovingian claim to legitimacy. To that extent, he admits, he can make sense of Chaon's objectives. Beyond this point, however, he confesses himself to be profoundly puzzled. What is the point, he wonders, of restoring the Merovingian bloodline today, 1,300 years after it was deposed? Would a modern-day Merovingian regime be different from any other modern-day regime? If so, how and why? What is so special about the Merovingians? Even if their claim is legitimate, it would seem to be irrelevant. Why should so many powerful and intelligent people, both today and in the past, accord it not only their attention, but their allegiance as well? We, of course, were posing precisely the same questions. Like M. Polly, we were prepared to acknowledge the Merovingian claim to legitimacy. But what possible significance could such a claim enjoy today? Could the technical legitimacy of a monarchy really be so persuasive and convincing an argument? Why, in the late 20th century, should any monarchy, legitimate or not, command the kind of allegiance the Merovingians seemed to command? If we were dealing only with a group of idiosyncratic cranks, we could dismiss the matter out of hand. But we were not. On the contrary, we seemed to be dealing with an extremely influential organization which included in its ranks some of the most important, most distinguished, most acclaimed and most responsible men of our age. And these men, in many cases, seemed to regard the restoration of the Merovingian dynasty as a sufficiently valid goal to transcend their personal political, social and religious differences. It seemed to make no sense that the restoration of a 1,300-year-old bloodline should constitute so vital a cause célèbre for so many public and highly esteemed people. Unless, of course, we were overlooking something. unless legitimacy was not the only Merovingian claim. Unless there was something else of immense consequence that differentiated the Merovingians from other dynasties. Unless, in short, there was something very special indeed about the Merovingian blood royal. 9. The long-haired monarchs. By this time, of course, we had already researched the Merovingian dynasty. As far as we could, we had groped our way through a mist of fantasy, an obscurity even more opaque than that surrounding the Cathars and the Knights Templar. We had spent some months endeavoring to disentangle complex strands of intertwined history and fable. Despite our efforts, however, the Merovingians remained for the most part shrouded in mystery. The Merovingian dynasty issued from the Sicambrians, a tribe of the Germanic people collectively known as the Franks. Between the 5th and 7th centuries, the Merovingians ruled large parts of what are now France and Germany. The period of their ascendancy coincides with the period of King Arthur, a period which constitutes the setting for the romances of the Holy Grail. It is probably the most impenetrable period of what are now called the Dark Ages. But the Dark Ages, we discovered, had not been truly dark. On the contrary, it quickly became apparent to us that someone had deliberately obscured them. To the extent that the Roman Church exercised a veritable monopoly on learning, and especially on writing, the records that survived represent certain vested interests. Almost everything else has been lost or censored. But here and there something from time to time slipped through the curtain drawn across the past, seeped out to us despite the official silence. From these shadowy vestiges, a reality could be reconstructed, a reality of a most interesting kind, and one very discordant with the tenets of orthodoxy. Legend and the Merovingians. We encountered a number of enigmas surrounding the origins of the Merovingian dynasty. One usually thinks of a dynasty, for example, as a ruling family or house which not merely succeeds another ruling family or house, but does so by virtue of having displaced, deposed, or supplanted its predecessors. In other words, one thinks of dynasties as commencing with a coup d'état of one sort or another, often entailing the extinction of the previous ruling line. The Wars of the Roses in England, for instance, marked the change of a dynasty. A century or so later, the Stuarts mounted the English throne only when the Tudors were extinct. And the Stuarts themselves were deposed forcibly by the houses of Orange and Hanover. In the case of the Merovingians, however, there was no such violent or abrupt transition, no usurpation, no displacement, no extinction of an earlier regime. On the contrary, the house that came to be called Merovingian seems already to have ruled over the Franks. The Merovingians were already rightful and duly acknowledged kings. But there appears to have been something special about one of them, so much so that he conferred his name on the entire dynasty. The ruler from whom the Merovingians derived their name is most elusive, his historical reality eclipsed by legend. Merovee, Merovac or Merovius, was a semi-supernatural figure worthy of classical myth. Even his name bears witness to his miraculous origin and character. It echoes the French word for mother, as well as both the French and Latin words for sea. According to both the leading Frankish chronicler and to subsequent tradition, Merovee was born of two fathers. When already pregnant by her husband, King Clodio, Merovee's mother supposedly went swimming in the ocean. In the water she is said to have been seduced and or raped by an unidentified marine creature from beyond the sea, Bestia Neptuni Quinatori Similis, a beast of Neptune similar to a quinator, whatever a quinator may have been. This creature apparently impregnated the lady a second time. And when Merovee was born, there allegedly flowed in his veins a commingling of two different bloods, the blood of a Frankish ruler and of a mysterious aquatic creature. Such fantastic legends are quite common, of course, not only in the ancient world, but in later European tradition as well. Usually they are not entirely imaginary, but symbolic or allegorical, masking some concrete historical fact behind their fabulous facade. In the case of Merovee, the fabulous facade might well indicate an intermarriage of some sort, a pedigree transmitted through the mother, as in Judaism, for instance, or a mingling of dynastic lines whereby the Franks became allied by blood with someone else, quite possibly with a source from beyond the sea, a source which, for one or another reason, was transformed by subsequent fable into a sea creature. In any case, by virtue of his dual blood, Merovee was said to have been endowed with an impressive array of superhuman powers. And whatever the historical actuality behind the legend, the Merovingian dynasty continued to be mantled in an aura of magic, sorcery, and the supernatural. According to tradition, Merovingian monarchs were occult adepts, initiates in arcane sciences, practitioners of esoteric arts worthy rivals of Merlin, their fabulous near contemporary. They were often called the sorcerer kings or thaumaturge kings. By virtue of some miraculous property in their blood, they could allegedly heal by laying on of hands, and according to one account, the tassels at the fringes of their robes were deemed to possess miraculous curative powers. They were said to be capable of clairvoyant or telepathic communication with beasts and with the natural world around them, and to wear a powerful magical necklace. They were said to possess an arcane spell which protected them and granted them phenomenal longevity, which history, incidentally, does not seem to confirm. And they all supposedly bore a distinctive birthmark, which distinguished them from all other men, which rendered them immediately identifiable, and which attested to their semi-divine or sacred blood. This birthmark reputedly took the form of a red cross, either over the heart, a curious anticipation of the Templar blazon, or between the shoulder blades. The Merovingians were also frequently called the long-haired kings. Like Samson in the Old Testament, they were loath to cut their hair. Like Samson's, their hair supposedly contained their virtue, the essence and secret of their power. Whatever the basis for this belief in the power of the Merovingians' hair, it seems to have been taken quite seriously, and as late as A.D. 754. When Childeric III was deposed in that year and imprisoned, his hair was ritually shorn at the Pope's express command. However extravagant the legends surrounding the Merovingians, they would seem to rest on some concrete basis, some status enjoyed by the Merovingian monarchs during their own lifetime. In fact, the Merovingians were not regarded as kings in the modern sense of that word. They were regarded as priest-kings, embodiments of the divine, in other words, not unlike, say, the ancient Egyptian pharaohs. They did not rule simply by God's grace. On the contrary, they were apparently deemed the living embodiment and incarnation of God's grace, a status usually reserved exclusively for Jesus. And they seem to have engaged in ritual practices which partook, if anything, more of priesthood than of kingship. Skulls found of Merovingian monarchs, for example, bear what appears to be a ritual incision or hole in the crown. Similar incisions can be found in the skulls of high priests of early Tibetan Buddhism to allow the soul to escape on death, and to open direct contact with the divine. There is reason to suppose that the clerical tonsure is a residue of the Merovingian practice. In 1653, an important Merovingian tomb was found in the Ardennes, the tomb of King Childeric I, son of Merovee and father of Clovis, most famous and influential of all Merovingian rulers. The tomb contained arms, treasure and regalia, such as one would expect to find in a royal tomb. It also contained items less characteristic of kingship than of magic, sorcery and divination, a severed horse's head, for instance, a bull's head made of gold, and a crystal ball. One of the most sacred of Merovingian symbols was the bee, and King Childeric's tomb contained no less than 300 miniature bees made of solid gold. Along with the tomb's other contents, these bees were entrusted to Leopold Wilhelm von Habsburg, military governor of the Austrian Netherlands at the time and brother of the Emperor Ferdinand III. Eventually, most of Childeric's treasure was returned to France. And when he was crowned emperor in 1804, Napoleon made a special point of having the golden bees affixed to his coronation robes. This incident was not the only manifestation of Napoleon's interest in the Merovingians. He commissioned a compilation of genealogies by one Abbé Pichon to determine whether or not the Merovingian bloodline had survived the fall of the dynasty. It was on these genealogies, commissioned by Napoleon, that the genealogies in the Prieur documents were in large part based. The Marquis de Chérizy began to drop recurring allusions to the painter Jacques-Louis David, 1748 to 1825. We had noted David's paintings, the care, for instance, with which he emphasized the golden Merovingian bees on Napoleon's coronation robe. But David's name had not previously occurred in relation to the mystery of Rennes-le-Château, and had not previously figured in what we called the Prieur documents. As is well known, David was the neoclassical court painter to Napoleon, famous for his depictions of Napoleon's coronation, reproduced for years in cognac advertisements, and of Marat's assassination, as well as for his portrayal of Marie Antoinette on her way to execution. His first significant commission as a painter had come in 1782 from the wife of the then Minister of War, the Marshal de Noailles. She was Catherine de Causbrissac. The Noailles family had often been cited in the Prieur documents as having a valid claim to Merovingian descent. They had figured repeatedly in our story, up to the 20th century, when Cocteau's patron was the Comtesse de Noailles. The Causbrissac family had been associated with the Noailles as early as the 16th century, and had subsequently become one of the families most closely associated with French Freemasonry. It was in the archives of the Causbrissac family that the 1656 Fouquet letter came to light. Around 1795, David began to gather a circle of pupils at his studio in Paris. Among this circle was a certain Maurice Quay. Quay was the founder of an unnamed secret society. He was also a close friend of the young Charles Nodier, alleged to have been Grand Master of the Prieur between 1801 and 1844. The secret society founded by Quay, and attended by Nodier, would meet regularly in a room directly above David's studio. David can hardly have been unaware of its existence and its activities, especially given the involvement of one of his pupils. It is likely, indeed, that his circle of disciples provided other recruits. And in one instance at least, that circle leads directly back to the mystery of Renessel Chateau. The list of David's pupils includes, among others, the name of a future military commander, the Marquis de Hautefeuille. The Marquis, Armand de Hautefeuille, was a member of the Hautefeuille-Blanchefort family who, until the French Revolution, had owned Rennes-le-Château. Armand was in fact the nephew of Marie de Negri-d'Ables, or Marie de Blanchefort, whose enigmatic enciphered tombstone provides one of the starting points for any investigation of the mystery. Armand de Hautefeuille never exhibited any of his paintings, and nothing is known about his period of apprenticeship to David. From 1803 on, when he was commissioned a lieutenant in a regiment of horse artillery, he pursued a military career. He fought at Ulm, Austerlitz, and in Spain. He was wounded at Wagram. He was at the side of the emperor, as a staff officer of ordnance, on Napoleon's invasion of Russia, and on the subsequent retreat. He fought at Lutzen and Dresden, where he was wounded again, this time severely. In 1814, he resigned from Napoleon's army and transferred his allegiance to the restored Bourbon monarchy, eventually becoming a general and commander of the staff. College. Towards the end of his life, he resigned this post in protest against serving the government of Louis Philippe. Armand de Hautefeuille's uncle, Joseph Marie, Marquis de Hautefeuille, had been the husband of Marie de Negri-d'Ables, or Marie de Blanchefort, or, as she was also known, Marie de Hautefeuille-Rennes. This marriage had reunited two sides of the ancient Hautefeuille family which had been separated since 1418. But Joseph Marie de Hautefeuille had died at a relatively early age, in 1753. Marie died in 1781. The future general, Armand de Hautefeuille, would thus have been her heir, and eventual custodian of the family's secrets. The links associating him directly with David, and, through David, with Nodier, assume, in consequence, a dramatic new significance. The Bear from Arcadia. The legends surrounding the Merovingians proved worthy of the Age of Arthur and the Grail romances. At the same time, they constituted a daunting rampart between us and the historical reality we wanted to explore. When we at last gained access to it, or what little of it survived, this historical reality was somewhat different from the legends. But it was not any the less mysterious, extraordinary, or evocative. We could find little verifiable information about the true origins of the Merovingians. They themselves claimed descent from Noah, whom they regarded, even more than Moses, as the source of all biblical wisdom, an interesting position, which surfaced again 1,000 years later in European Freemasonry. The Merovingians also claimed direct descent from ancient Troy, which, whether true or not, would serve to explain the occurrence in France of Trojan names like Troyes and Paris. More contemporary writers, including the authors of the Prieur documents, have endeavored to trace the Merovingians to ancient Greece, and specifically to the region known as Arcadia. According to these documents, the ancestors of the Merovingians were connected with Arcadia's royal house. At some unspecified date towards the advent of the Christian era, they supposedly migrated up the Danube, then up the Rhine, and established themselves in what is now Western Germany. Whether the Merovingians derived ultimately from Troy or from Arcadia would now seem to be academic, and there is not necessarily a conflict between the two claims. According to Homer, a substantial contingent of Arcadians was present at the siege of Troy. According to early Greek histories, Troy was in fact founded by settlers from Arcadia. It is also worth noting in passing that the bear, in ancient Arcadia, was a sacred animal, a totem on which mystery cults were based and to which ritual sacrifice was made. Indeed, the very name Arcadia derives from Arcades, which means people of the bear. The ancient Arcadians claimed descent from Arcas, the patron deity of the land, whose name also means bear. According to Greek myth, Arcas was the son of Callisto, a nymph connected with Artemis, the huntress. To the modern mind, Callisto is most familiar as the constellation Ursa Major, the Great Bear. For the Sicambrian Franks, from whom the Merovingians issued, the bear enjoyed a similar exalted status. Like the ancient Arcadians, they worshipped the bear in the form of Artemis, or, more specifically, the form of her Gallic equivalent, Arduina, patron goddess of the Ardennes. The mystery cult of Arduina persisted well into the Middle Ages, one center of it being the town of Lunéville, not far from two other sites recurring repeatedly in our investigation, Steny and Orville. As late as 1304, statutes were still being promulgated by the church forbidding worship of the heathen goddess. Given the magical, mythic and totemic status of the bear in the Merovingian heartland of the Ardennes, it is not surprising that the name Ursus Latin for bear should be associated in the prior documents with the Merovingian royal line. Rather more surprising is the fact that the Welsh word for bear is Arth, from whence the name Arthur derives. Although we did not pursue the matter at this point, the coincidence intrigued us that Arthur should not only be contemporary with the Merovingians, but also, like them, associated with the bear. The Sicambrians enter Gaul. In the early 5th century, the invasion of the Huns provoked large-scale migrations of almost all European tribes. It was at this time that the Merovingians, or, more accurately, the Sicambrian ancestors of the Merovingians, crossed the Rhine and moved en masse into Gaul, establishing themselves in what is now Belgium and northern France, in the vicinity of the Ardennes. A century later, this region came to be called the Kingdom of Ostracy. And the core of the Kingdom of Ostracy was what is now known as Lorraine. The Sicambrian influx into Gaul did not consist of a horde of wild, unkempt barbarians tumultuously overrunning the land. On the contrary, it was a placid and civilized affair. For centuries, the Sicambrians had maintained close contact with the Romans, and though they were pagans, they were not savages. Indeed, they were well versed in Roman customs and administration, and followed Roman fashions. Some Sicambrians had become high-ranking officers in the imperial army. Some had even become Roman consuls. Thus, the Sicambrian influx was less an onslaught or an invasion than a kind of peaceful absorption. And when, towards the end of the 5th century, the Roman Empire collapsed, the Sicambrians filled the vacuum. They did not do so violently or by force. They retained the old customs and altered very little. With no upheaval whatever, they assumed control of the already existing but vacant administrative apparatus. The regime of the early Merovingians thus conformed fairly closely to the model of the old Roman Empire. Merovee and his descendants. Our research exhumed mention of at least two historical figures named Merovee, and it is not altogether clear which of them legend credits with descent from a sea creature. One Merovee was a Sicambrian chieftain, alive in 417, who fought under the Romans and died in 438. It has been suggested by at least one modern expert on the period that this Merovee actually visited Rome and caused something of a sensation. There is certainly a record of a visit by an imposing Frankish leader, conspicuous for his flowing yellow hair. In 448, the son of this first Merovee, bearing the same name as his father, was proclaimed king of the Franks at Tournai and reigned until his death 10 years later. He may have been the first official king of the Franks as a united people. By virtue of this perhaps, or of whatever was symbolized by his fabulous dual birth, the dynasty which succeeded him has since been called Merovingian. Under Merovee's successors, the kingdom of the Franks flourished. It was not the crude barbaric culture often imagined. On the contrary, it warrants comparison in many respects with the high civilization of Byzantium. Even secular literacy was encouraged. Under the Merovingians, secular literacy was more widespread than it would be 2 dynasties and 500 years later. This literacy extended up to the rulers themselves, a most surprising fact, given the rude, untutored and unlettered character of later medieval monarchs. King Chilperic, for example, who reigned during the 6th century, not only built lavish Roman-style amphitheaters at Paris and Soissons, but was also a dedicated and accomplished poet, who took considerable pride in his craft. And there are verbatim accounts of his discussions with ecclesiastical authorities which reflect an extraordinary subtlety, sophistication, and learning, hardly qualities one would associate with a king of the time. In many of these discussions, Chilperic proves himself more than equal to his clerical interlocutors. Under Merovingian rule, the Franks were often brutal, but they were not really a warlike people by nature or disposition. They were not like the Vikings, for instance, or the Vandals, Visigoths, or Huns. Their main activities were farming and commerce. Much attention was devoted to maritime trade, especially in the Mediterranean. And the artifacts of the Merovingian epoch reflect a quality of workmanship which is truly amazing, as the Sutton who treasure ship attests. The wealth accumulated by the Merovingian kings was enormous, even by later standards. Much of this wealth was in gold coins of superb quality, produced by royal mints at certain important sites, including what is now shown in Switzerland. Specimens of such coins were found in the Sutton who treasure ship, and can now be seen in the British Museum. Many of the coins bear a distinctive equal-armed cross, identical to the one subsequently adopted during the Crusades for the Frankish Kingdom of Jerusalem. Blood royal. Although Merovingian culture was both temperate and surprisingly modern, the monarchs who presided over it were another matter. They were not typical even of rulers of their own age, for the atmosphere of mystery and legend, magic and the supernatural, surrounded them even during their lifetimes. If the customs and economy of the Merovingian world did not differ markedly from others of the period, the aura about the throne and the royal bloodline was quite unique. Sons of the Merovingian blood were not created kings. On the contrary, they were automatically regarded as such on the advent of their 12th birthday. There was no public ceremony of anointment, no coronation of any sort. Power was simply assumed, as by sacred right. But while the king was supreme authority in the realm, he was never obliged or even expected to sully his hands with the mundane business of governing. He was essentially a ritualized figure, a priest-king, and his role was not necessarily to do anything, simply to be. The king reigned, in short, but did not govern. In this respect, his status was somewhat similar to that of the present British royal family. Government and administration were left to a non-royal official, the equivalent of a chancellor, who held the title mayor of the palace. On the whole, the structure of the Merovingian regime had many things in common with modern constitutional monarchies. Even after their conversion to Christianity, the Merovingian rulers, like the patriarchs of the Old Testament, were polygamous. On occasion they enjoyed harems of oriental proportions. Even when the aristocracy, under pressure from the church, became rigorously monogamous, the monarchy remained exempt. And the church, curiously enough, seems to have accepted this prerogative without any inordinate protest. According to one modern commentator, why was it, polygamy, tacitly approved by the Franks themselves? We may here be in the presence of ancient usage of polygamy in a royal family, a family of such rank that its blood could not be ennobled by any match, however advantageous, nor degraded by the blood of slaves. It was a matter of indifference whether a queen were taken from a royal dynasty, or from among courtesans. The fortune of the dynasty rested in its blood and was shared by all who were of that blood. And again, it is just possible that, in the Merovingians, we may have a dynasty of Germanic hyrcanage derived from an ancient kingly family of the migration period. But how many families can there possibly have been in the whole of world history which enjoyed such extraordinary and exalted status? Why should the Merovingians do so? Why should their blood come to be invested with such immense power? These questions continue to perplex us. Clovis and his pact with the Church. The most famous of all Merovingian rulers was Meravi's grandson, Clovis I, who reigned between 481 and 511. Clovis's name is familiar to any French schoolchild, for it was under Clovis that the Franks were converted to Roman Christianity. And it was through Clovis that Rome began to establish her undisputed supremacy in Western Europe, a supremacy that would remain unchallenged for 1,000 years. By 496, the Roman Church was in a precarious situation. During the course of the 5th century, its very existence had been severely threatened. Between 384 and 399, the Bishop of Rome had already begun to call himself the Pope, but his official status was no greater than that of any other bishop, and quite different from that of the Pope today. He was not, in any sense, the spiritual leader or supreme head of Christendom. He merely represented a single body of vested interests, one of many divergent forms of Christianity, and one which was desperately fighting for survival against a multitude of conflicting schisms and theological points of view. Officially, the Roman Church had no greater authority than, say, the Celtic Church, with which it was constantly at odds. It had no greater authority than heresies such as Arianism, which denied Jesus' divinity and insisted on his humanity. Indeed, during much of the 5th century, every bishopric in Western Europe was either Arian or vacant. If the Roman Church was to survive, still more assert its authority, it would need the support of a champion, a powerful secular figure who might represent it. If Christianity was to evolve in accordance with Roman doctrine, that doctrine would have to be disseminated, implemented, and imposed by secular force, a force sufficiently powerful to withstand and eventually extirpate the challenge of rival Christian creeds. Not surprisingly, the Roman Church, in its most acute moment of need, turned to Clovis. By 486, Clovis had significantly increased the extent of Merovingian domains, striking out from the Ardennes to annex a number of adjacent kingdoms and principalities, vanquishing a number of rival tribes. As a result, many important cities, Troyes for instance, Reims and Amiens, were incorporated into his realm. Within a decade, it was apparent that Clovis was well on his way to becoming the most powerful potentate in Western Europe. The conversion and baptism of Clovis proved to be of crucial importance to our investigation. An account of it was compiled, in all its particulars and details, around the time it happened. 2.5 centuries later, this account, called The Life of Saint Remy, was destroyed, except for a few scattered manuscript pages. And the evidence suggests that it was destroyed deliberately. Nevertheless, the fragments that survive bear witness to the importance of what was involved. According to tradition, Clovis's conversion was a sudden and unexpected affair, effected by the king's wife, Clotilde, a fervent devotee of Rome, who seems to have badgered her husband until he accepted her faith, and who was subsequently canonized for her efforts. In these efforts she was said to have been guided and assisted by her confessor, Saint Remy. But behind these traditions, there lies a very practical and mundane historical reality. When Clovis was converted to Roman Christianity and became first Catholic king of the Franks, he had more to gain than his wife's approbation, and a kingdom more tangibly substantial than the kingdom of heaven. It is known that in 496 a number of secret meetings occurred between Clovis and Saint Remy. Immediately thereafter an accord was ratified between Clovis and the Roman Church. For Rome, this accord constituted a major political triumph. It would ensure the Church's survival and establish the Church as supreme spiritual authority in the West. It would consolidate Rome's status as an equal to the Greek Orthodox faith based in Constantinople. It would offer a prospect of Roman hegemony and an effective means of eradicating the Hydra heads of heresy. And Clovis would be the means of implementing these things, the sword of the Church of Rome, the instrument whereby Rome imposed her spiritual dominion, the secular arm and palpable manifestation of Roman power. In return, Clovis was granted the title of Novus Constantinus, New Constantine. In other words, he was to preside over a unified empire, a Holy Roman Empire intended to succeed the one supposedly created under Constantine and destroyed by the Visigoths and Vandals not long before. According to one modern expert of the period, Clovis, prior to his baptism, was fortified with visions of an empire in succession to that of Rome, which should be the inheritance of the Merovingian race. According to another modern writer, Clovis must now become a kind of Western emperor, a patriarch to the Western Germans, reigning over, though not governing, all peoples and kings. The pact between Clovis and the Roman Church, in short, was one of momentous consequence to Christendom, not only the Christendom of the time, but also the Christendom of the next millennium. Clovis's baptism was deemed to mark the birth of a new Roman Empire, a Christian empire, based on the Roman Church and administered, on the secular level, by the Merovingian bloodline. In other words, an indissoluble bond was established between church and state, each pledging allegiance to the other, each binding itself to the other in perpetuity. In ratification of this bond, in 496, Clovis allowed himself to be formally baptized by Saint Remy at Reims. At the climax of the ceremony, Saint Remy pronounced his famous words, Mitis depone calla, sic amber, adora quod incendisti, incendi quod adorasti. Bow thy head humbly, Sicambrian, revere what thou hast burned and burn what thou hast revered. It is important to note that Clovis's baptism was not a coronation as historians sometimes suggest. The church did not make Clovis a king. He was already that, and all the church could do was recognize him as such. By virtue of so doing, the church officially bound itself not to Clovis alone, but to his successors as well, not to a single individual, but to a bloodline. In this respect the pact resembled the covenant which God, in the Old Testament, makes with King David, a pact which can be modified, as in Solomon's case, but not revoked, broken, or betrayed. And the Merovingians did not lose sight of the parallel. During the remaining years of his life, Clovis fully realized Rome's ambitious expectations of him. With irresistible efficiency, faith was imposed by the sword, and with the sanction and spiritual mandate of the Church, the Frankish kingdom expanded to both east and south, encompassing most of modern France and much of modern Germany. Among Clovis's numerous adversaries, the most important were the Visigoths, who adhered to Arian Christianity. It was against the empire of the Visigoths, which straddled the Pyrenees and extended as far north as Toulouse, that Clovis directed his most assiduous and concerted campaigns. In 507 he decisively defeated the Visigoths at the Battle of Vouille. Shortly thereafter Aquitaine and Toulouse fell into Frankish hands. The Visigoth Empire north of the Pyrenees effectively collapsed before the Frankish onslaught. From Toulouse, the Visigoths fell back to Carcassonne. Driven from Carcassonne, they established their capital, and last remaining bastion, in the Raises, at Redi, now the village of Rennes-le-Château. Dagobert II. In 511 Clovis died, and the empire he had created was divided, according to Merovingian custom, between his 4 sons. For more than a century thereafter the Merovingian dynasty presided over a number of disparate and often warring kingdoms, while lines of succession became increasingly tangled and claims to thrones increasingly confused. The authority once centralized in Clovis became progressively more diffuse, progressively more inchoate, and secular order deteriorated. Intrigues, machinations, kidnappings, and political assassination became ever more commonplace. And the court chancellors, or mayors of the palace, accumulated more and more power, a factor which would eventually contribute to the fall of the dynasty. Bereft increasingly of authority, the later Merovingian rulers have often been called les rois fainéants, the enfeebled kings. Posterity has contemptuously stigmatized them as weak, ineffectual monarchs, effeminate and pliably helpless in the hands of cunning and wily counselors. Our research revealed that this stereotype was not strictly accurate. It is true that the constant wars, vendettas and internecine strife thrust a number of Merovingian princes onto the throne at an extremely youthful age, and they were thus easily manipulated by their advisors. But those who did attain manhood proved as strong and decisive as any of their predecessors. This certainly seems to have been the case with Dagobert II. Dagobert II was born in 651, heir to the kingdom of Ostracy. On his father's death in 656, extravagant attempts were made to preclude his inheritance of the throne. Indeed, Dagobert's early life reads like a medieval legend or a fairy tale. But it is well documented history. On his father's death, Dagobert was kidnapped by the presiding mayor of the palace, an individual named Grimoald. Attempts to find the 5-year-old child proved fruitless, and it was not difficult to convince the court that he was dead. On this basis, Grimoald then engineered his own son's acquisition of the throne, claiming this had been the wish of the former monarch, Dagobert's deceased father. The ruse worked effectively. Even Dagobert's mother, believing her son dead, deferred to the ambitious mayor of the palace. However, Grimoald had apparently balked at actually murdering the young prince. In secret, Dagobert had been confided to the charge of the Bishop of Poitiers. The bishop, it seems, was equally reluctant to murder the child. Dagobert was therefore consigned to permanent exile in Ireland. He grew into manhood at the Irish monastery of Slane, not far from Dublin, and here, at the school attached to the monastery, he received an education unobtainable in France at the time. At some point during this period, he is supposed to have attended the court of the High King of Tara. And he is said to have made the acquaintance of 3 Northumbrian princes, also being educated at Slane. In 666, probably still in Ireland, Dagobert married Matilde, a Celtic princess. Not long after, he moved from Ireland to England, establishing residence at York, in the Kingdom of Northumbria. Here he formed a close friendship with Saint Wilfrid, Bishop of York, who became his mentor. During the period in question, a schism still existed between the Roman and Celtic churches, with the latter refusing to acknowledge the former's authority. In the interests of unity, Wilfrid was intent on bringing the Celtic Church into the Roman fold. This he had already accomplished at the famous Council of Whitby in 664. But his subsequent friendship and patronage of Dagobert too may not have been devoid of ulterior motive. By Dagobert's time, Merovingian allegiance to Rome as dictated by the Church's pact with Clovis a century and a half before was somewhat less fervent than it might have been. As a loyal adherent of Rome, Wilfrid was eager to consolidate Roman supremacy not only in Britain but on the continent as well. Were Dagobert to return to France and reclaim the Kingdom of Austracy, it would have been expedient to ensure his fealty. Wilfrid may well have seen the exiled king as a possible future sword arm of the Church. In 670, Matilde, Dagobert's Celtic wife, died giving birth to her 3rd daughter. Wilfrid hastened to arrange a new match for the recently bereft monarch, and in 671 Dagobert married for the 2nd time. If his first alliance was of potential dynastic import, his second was even more so. Dagobert's new wife was Giselle de Rezes, daughter of the Count of Rezes, and niece of the king of the Visigoths. In other words, the Merovingian bloodline was now allied to the royal bloodline of the Visigoths. Herein lay the seeds of embryonic empire, which would have united much of modern France, extending from the Pyrenees to the Ardennes. Such an empire, moreover, would have brought the Visigoths, still with strong Arian tendency, firmly under Roman control. When Dagobert married Giselle, he had already returned to the continent. According to existing documentation, the marriage was celebrated at Giselle's official residence of Riedi, or Rennes-le-Château. Indeed, the marriage was reputedly celebrated in the Church of Saint Madeleine, the structure on the site of which Berenger Saunier's church was subsequently erected. To the Merovingian dynasty, the kings. From the work of Henri Lobinot, Henri de Lenoncourt, Dagobert's first marriage had produced 3 daughters but no male heir. By Giselle, Dagobert had 2 more daughters and at last, in 676, one son, the infant Sigisbert IV. And by the time Sigisbert was born, Dagobert was once more a king. For some 3 years he seems to have bided his time at Rennes-le-Château, watching the vicissitudes of his domains to the north. Finally, in 674, the opportunity had presented itself. With the support of his mother and her advisors, the long-exiled monarch announced himself, reclaimed his realm, and was officially proclaimed King of Austracy. Wilfrid of York was instrumental in his reinstatement. According to Gerard de Sede, so too was a much more elusive, much more mysterious figure, about whom there is little historical information, Saint Amadis, Bishop of Chaon in Switzerland. Once restored to the throne, Dagobert was no Roy Faineant. On the contrary, he proved to be a worthy successor to Clovis. At once he set about asserting and consolidating his authority, taming the anarchy that prevailed throughout Austracy and re-establishing order. He ruled firmly, breaking the control of various rebellious nobles who had mobilized sufficient military and economic power to challenge the throne. And at Rennes-le-Château he is said to have amassed a substantial treasury. These resources were to be used to finance the reconquest of Aquitaine, which had seceded from Merovingian hands some 40 years previously and declared itself an independent principality. At the same time, Dagobert must have been a severe disappointment to Wilfrid of York. If Wilfrid had expected him to be a sword arm of the Church, Dagobert proved nothing of the sort. On the contrary, he seems to have curbed attempted expansion on the part of the church within his realm, and thereby incurred ecclesiastical displeasure. A letter from an irate Frankish prelate to Wilfrid exists, condemning Dagobert for levying taxes, for scorning the churches of God together with their bishops. Nor was this the only respect in which Dagobert seems to have run foul of Rome. By virtue of his marriage to a Visigoth princess, he had acquired considerable territory in what is now the Languedoc. He may also have acquired something else. The Visigoths were only nominally loyal to the Roman Church. In fact, their allegiance to Rome was extremely tenuous, and a tendency towards Arianism still obtained in the royal family. There is evidence to suggest that Dagobert absorbed something of this tendency. By 679, after 3 years on the throne, Dagobert had made a number of powerful enemies, both secular and ecclesiastic. By curbing their rebellious autonomy, he had incurred the hostility of certain vindictive nobles. By thwarting its attempted expansion, he had roused the antipathy of the church. By establishing an effective and centralized regime, he had provoked the envy and alarm of other Frankish potentates, the rulers of adjacent kingdoms. Some of these rulers had allies and agents within Dagobert's realm. One such was the king's own mayor of the palace, Pepin the Fat. And Pepin, clandestinely aligning himself with Dagobert's political foes, did not shrink from either treachery or assassination. Like most Merovingian rulers, Dagobert had at least 2 capital cities. The most important of these was Styni, on the fringe of the Ardennes. Near the royal palace at Styni stretched a heavily wooded expanse, long deemed sacred, called the Forest of Woevres. It was in this forest, on December 23, 679, that Dagobert is said to have gone hunting. Given the date, the hunt may well have been a ritual occasion of some sort. In any case, what followed evokes a multitude of archetypal echoes, including the murder of Siegfried in the Nibelungenlied. Towards midday, succumbing to fatigue, the king lay down to rest beside a stream at the foot of a tree. While he slept, one of his servants, supposedly his godson, stole furtively up to him and, acting under Pepin's orders, pierced him with a lance through the eye. The murderers then returned to Styni, intent on exterminating the rest of the family in residence there. How successful they were in this latter undertaking is not clear. But there is no question that the reign of Dagobert and his family came to an abrupt and violent end. Nor did the church waste much time grieving. On the contrary, it promptly endorsed the actions of the king's assassins. There is even a letter from a Frankish prelate to Wilfrid of York, which attempts to rationalize and justify the regicide. Dagobert's body and posthumous status both underwent a curious number of vicissitudes. Immediately after his death, he was buried at Styni, in the royal chapel of St. Remy. In 872, nearly 2 centuries later, he was exhumed and moved to another church. This new church became the Church of St. Dagobert, for in the same year the dead king was canonized not by the Pope, who did not claim this right exclusively until 1159, but by a metropolitan conclave. The reason for Dagobert's canonization remains unclear. According to one source, it was because his relics were believed to have preserved the vicinity of Styni against Viking raids, though this explanation begs the question, for it is not clear why the relics should have possessed such powers in the first place. Ecclesiastical authorities seem embarrassingly ignorant concerning the matter. They admit that Dagobert, for some reason, became the object of a fully fledged cult, and had his own feast day December 23, the anniversary of his death. But they seem utterly at a loss as to why he should have been so exalted. It is possible, of course, that the church felt guilty about its role in the king's death. Dagobert's canonization may therefore have been an attempt to make amends. If so, however, there is no indication of why such a gesture should have been deemed necessary, nor why it should have had to wait for 2 centuries. Styni, the Church of St. Dagobert, and perhaps the relics it contained were all accorded great significance by a number of illustrious figures in the centuries that followed. In 1069, for example, the Duke of Lorraine Godefroy de Bouillon's grandfather accorded special protection to the church and placed it under the auspices of the nearby Abbey of Gors. Some years later the church was appropriated by a local nobleman. In 1093 Godefroy de Bouillon mobilized an army, and subjected Styni to a full-scale siege for the sole purpose, it would appear, of regaining the church and returning it to the Abbey of Gors. During the French Revolution, the church was destroyed and the relics of Saint Dagobert, like so many others throughout France, were dispersed. Today a ritually incised skull said to be Dagobert's is in the custody of a convent at Mons. All other relics of the king have disappeared. But in the mid-19th century a most curious document came to light. It was a poem, a 21-verse litany, entitled De Sancta Dagoberto Martyr, prose implying that Dagobert was martyred to or for something. This poem is believed to date from at least the Middle Ages, possibly much earlier. Significantly enough, it was found at the Abbey of Orville. The usurpation by the Carolingians. Strictly speaking, Dagobert was not the last ruler of the Merovingian dynasty. In fact, Merovingian monarchs retained at least nominal status for another 3/4 of a century. But these last Merovingians did warrant the appellation of Rois Fainéants. Many of them were extremely young. In consequence, they were often weak, helpless pawns in the hands of the mayors of the palace, incapable of asserting their authority or of making decisions of their own. They were really little more than victims, and more than a few became sacrifices. Moreover, the later Merovingians were of cadet branches, not scions of the main line descended from Clovis and Merovee. The main line of Merovingian descent had been deposed with Dagobert too. To all intents and purposes, therefore, Dagobert's assassination may be regarded as signaling the end of the Merovingian dynasty. When Childeric III died in 754, it was a mere formality so far as dynastic power was concerned. As rulers of the Franks, the Merovingian bloodline had been effectively extinct long before. As power seeped from the hands of the Merovingians, it passed into the hands of the mayors of the palace, a process that had already commenced before Dagobert's reign. It was a mayor of the palace, Pepin the Fat, who engineered Dagobert's death. And Pepin the Fat was followed by his son, the famous Charles Martel. In the eyes of posterity, Charles Martel is one of the most heroic figures in French history. There is certainly some basis for the acclaim given him. Under Charles, the Moorish invasion of France was checked at the Battle of Poitiers in 732, and Charles, by virtue of this victory, was, in some sense, both defender of the faith and savior of Christendom. What is curious is that Charles Martel, strong man though he was, never seized the throne which certainly lay within his grasp. In fact, he seems to have regarded the throne with a certain superstitious awe and, in all probability, as a specifically Merovingian prerogative. Certainly Charles's successors, who did seize the throne, went out of their way to establish their legitimacy by marrying Merovingian princesses. Charles Martel died in 741. 10 years later his son, Pepin III, mayor of the palace to King Childeric III, enlisted the support of the church in laying formal claim to the throne. Who should be king? Pepin's ambassadors asked the Pope. The man who actually holds power, or he, though called king, who had no power at all? The Pope pronounced in Pepin's favor. By apostolic authority he ordered that Pepin be created king of the Franks, a brazen betrayal of the pact ratified with Clovis 2.5 centuries before. Thus endorsed by Rome, Pepin deposed Childeric III, confined the king to a monastery, and to humiliate him, to deprive him of his magical powers, or both had him shorn of his sacred hair. For years later Childeric died, and Pepin's claim to the throne was undisputed. A year before, a crucial document had conveniently made its appearance, which subsequently altered the course of Western history. This document was called the Donation of Constantine. Today there is no question that it was a forgery, concocted and not very skillfully within the papal chancery. At the time, however, it was deemed genuine, and its influence was enormous. The Donation of Constantine purported to date from Constantine's alleged conversion to Christianity in A.D. 312. According to the donation, Constantine had officially given to the Bishop of Rome his imperial symbols and regalia, which thus became the Church's property. The donation further alleged that Constantine, for the first time, had declared the Bishop of Rome to be Vicar of Christ and offered him the status of emperor. In his capacity as Vicar of Christ, the bishop had supposedly returned the imperial regalia to Constantine, who wore them subsequently with ecclesiastical sanction and permission, more or less in the manner of a loan. The implications of this document are clear enough. According to the Donation of Constantine, the Bishop of Rome exercised supreme secular as well as supreme spiritual authority over Christendom. He was, in effect, a papal emperor who could dispose as he wished of the imperial crown, who could delegate his power or any aspect thereof as he saw fit. In other words, he possessed, through Christ, the unchallengeable right to create or depose kings. It is from the donation of Constantine that the subsequent power of the Vatican in secular affairs ultimately derives. Claiming authority from the donation of Constantine, the Church deployed its influence on behalf of Pepin III. It devised a ceremony whereby the blood of usurpers, or anyone else for that matter, could be made sacred. This ceremony came to be known as coronation and anointment, as those terms were understood during the Middle Ages and on into the Renaissance. At Pepin's coronation, bishops for the first time were authorized to attend, with rank equal to that of secular nobles. And the coronation itself no longer entailed the recognition of a king, or a pact with a king. It now consisted of nothing less than the creation of a king. The ritual of anointment was similarly transformed. In the past, when practiced at all, it was a ceremonial accoutrement and act of recognition and ratification. Now, however, it assumed a new significance. Now it took precedence over blood, and could magically, as it were, sanctify blood. Anointment became something more than a symbolic gesture. It became the literal act whereby divine grace was conferred upon a ruler. And the Pope, by performing this act, became supreme mediator between God and kings. Through the ritual of anointment, the Church arrogated to itself the right to make kings. Blood was now subordinate to oil. And all monarchs were rendered ultimately subordinate and subservient to the Pope. In 754, Pepin III was officially anointed at Pantheon, thus inaugurating the Carolingian dynasty. The name derives from Charles Martel, although it is generally associated with the most famous of Carolingian rulers, Charles the Great, Carolus Magnus, or, as he is best known, Charlemagne. And in 800 Charlemagne was proclaimed Holy Roman Emperor, a title which, by virtue of the pact with Clovis 3 centuries before, should have been reserved exclusively for the Merovingian bloodline. Rome now became the seat of an empire that embraced the whole of Western Europe, whose rulers ruled only with the sanction of the Pope. In 496 the Church had pledged itself in perpetuity to the Merovingian bloodline. In sanctioning the assassination of Dagobert, in devising the ceremonies of coronation and anointment, in endorsing Pepin's claim to the throne, it had clandestinely betrayed its pact. In crowning Charlemagne it had made its betrayal not only public, but a fait accompli. In the words of one modern authority, we cannot therefore be sure that the anointing with chrism of the Carolingians was intended to compensate for the loss of magical properties of the blood symbolized by long hair. If it compensated for anything, it was probably for loss of faith incurred in breaking an oath of fidelity in a particularly shocking way. And again, Rome showed the way by providing an unction, a king-making rite, that somehow cleared the consciences of all the Franks. Not all consciences, however. The usurpers themselves seem to have felt, if not a sense of guilt, at least an acute need to establish their legitimacy. To this end Pepin III, immediately before his anointment, had ostentatiously married a Merovingian princess. And Charlemagne did likewise. Charlemagne, moreover, seems to have been painfully aware of the betrayal involved in his coronation. According to contemporary accounts, the coronation was a carefully stage-managed affair, engineered by the Pope behind the Frankish monarch's back, and Charlemagne appears to have been both surprised and profoundly embarrassed. A crown of some sort had already been clandestinely prepared. Charlemagne had been lured to Rome and there persuaded to attend a special mass. When he took his place in the church, the Pope, without warning, placed a crown upon his head, while the populace acclaimed him as Charles Augustus, crowned by God, the great and peace-loving emperor of the Romans. In the words of a chronicler writing at the time, Charlemagne made it clear that he would not have entered the basilica that day at all, although it was the greatest of all festivals of the Church, if he had known in advance what the Pope was planning to do. But whatever Charlemagne's responsibility in the affair, the pact with Clovis and the Merovingian bloodline had been shamelessly betrayed. And all our inquiries indicated that this betrayal, even though it occurred more than 1,100 years ago, continued to rankle for the Prieur de Chaon. Matthew Pauli, the independent researcher quoted in the preceding chapter, reached a similar conclusion. For them, the Prieur de Chaon, the only authentic nobility is the nobility of Visigothic/Merovingian origin. The Carolingians, then all others, are but usurpers. In effect, they were but functionaries of the king, charged with administering lands who, after transmitting by heredity their right to govern these lands, then purely and simply seized power for themselves. In consecrating Charlemagne in the year 800, the Church perjured itself, for it had concluded, at the baptism of Clovis, an alliance with the Merovingians which had made France the eldest daughter of the Church. The exclusion of Dagobert II from history. With the murder of Dagobert II in 679, the Merovingian dynasty effectively ended. With the death of Childeric III in 755, the Merovingians seemed to vanish from the stage of world history completely. According to the Prieur documents, however, the Merovingian bloodline in fact survived. According to the Prieur documents, it was perpetuated to the present day, from the infant Sigisbert IV Dagobert's son by his second wife, Giselle de Reyes. There is no question that Sigisbert existed, and that he was Dagobert's heir. According to all sources other than the Prieur documents, however, it is unclear what happened to him. Certain chroniclers have tacitly assumed that he was murdered along with his father and other members of the royal family. One highly dubious account asserts that he died in a hunting accident a year or two before his father's death. If that is true, Sigisbert must have been a precocious hunter, for he cannot possibly have been much more than 3 years old at the time. There is no record whatever of Sigisbert's death. Nor is there any record apart from the evidence in the Prieur documents of his survival. The whole issue seems to have been lost in the mists of time, and no one seems to have been much concerned about it except, of course, for the Prieur de Chaon. In any case, Chaon appeared to be privy to certain information which was not available elsewhere, or was deemed of too little consequence to warrant much investigation, or was deliberately suppressed. It is hardly surprising that no account of Sigisbert's fate has been filtered down to us. There was no publicly accessible account even of Dagobert until the 17th century. At some point during the Middle Ages, a systematic attempt was apparently made to erase Dagobert from history, to deny that he ever existed. Today, Dagobert II can be found in any encyclopedia. Until 1646, however, there was no acknowledgement whatever that he had ever lived. Any list or genealogy of French rulers compiled before 1646 simply omits him, jumping, despite the flagrant inconsistency, from Dagobert I to Dagobert III, one of the last Merovingian monarchs, who died in 715. And not until 1655 was Dagobert II reinstated in accepted lists of French kings. Given this process of eradication, we were not unduly astonished at the dearth of information relating to Sigisbert. And we could not but suspect that whatever information did exist had been deliberately suppressed. But why, we wondered, should Dagobert II have been excised from history? What was being concealed by such an excision? Why should one wish to deny the very existence of a man? One possibility, of course, is to negate thereby the existence of his heirs. If Dagobert never lived, Sigisbert cannot have lived either. But why should it have been important, as late as the 17th century, to deny that Sigisbert had ever lived? Unless he had indeed survived, and his descendants were still regarded as a threat. It seemed to us that we were clearly dealing with some sort of cover-up. Quite patently there were vested interests which had something of import to lose if knowledge of Sigisbert's survival were made public. In the 9th century, and perhaps as late as the Crusades, these interests would seem to have been the Roman Church and the French royal line. But why should the issue have continued to matter as late as the age of Louis XIV? It would surely have been an academic point by then, for 3 French dynasties had come and gone, while Protestantism had broken Roman hegemony. Unless there was indeed something very special about the Merovingian blood. Not magical properties, but something else, something that retained its explosive potency even after superstitions about magical blood had fallen by the wayside. Prince Guillaume de Gellone, Comte de Reyes. According to the Prieur documents, Sigisbert IV, on the death of his father, was rescued by his sister and smuggled southwards to the domain of his mother, the Visigoth Princess Giselle de Reyes. He is said to have arrived in the Languedoc in 681 and, at some point shortly thereafter, to have adopted or inherited his uncle's titles, Duke of Rheims and Count of Rhédi. He is also said to have adopted the surname, or nickname, of Plantard, subsequently Plantard, from the appellation Regeton ardently flowering shoot of the Merovingian vine. Under this name, and under the titles acquired from his uncle, he is said to have perpetuated his lineage. And by 886 one branch of that lineage is said to have culminated in a certain Bernard Plantavello apparently derived from Plantard or Plantard whose son became the first Duke of Aquitaine. As far as we could ascertain, no independent historian either confirmed or disputed these assertions. The whole matter was simply ignored. But the circumstantial evidence argued persuasively that Sigisbert did indeed survive to perpetuate his lineage. The assiduous eradication of Dagobert from history lends credence to this conclusion. By denying his existence, any line of descent from him would have been invalidated. This constitutes a motive for an otherwise inexplicable action. Among the other fragments of evidence is a charter, dated 718, which pertains to the foundation of a monastery a few miles from Rennes-le-Château by Sigebert, Comte de Rhédi and his wife, Magdala. Apart from this charter, nothing is heard of the Rhédi or Rheims titles for another century. When one of them reappears, however, it does so in an extremely interesting context. By 742 there was an independent and fully autonomous state in the south of France, a princedom according to some accounts, a fully fledged kingdom according to others. Documentation is sketchy and history is vague about it. Most historians, in fact, are unaware of its existence, but there is no question of its reality. It was officially recognized by Charlemagne and his successors, and by the Caliph of Baghdad and the Islamic world. It was grudgingly recognized by the Church, some of whose lands it confiscated. And it survived until the late 9th century. Sometime between 759 and 768 the ruler of this state, which included the Rheims and Rennes-le-Château, was officially pronounced a king. Despite Rome's disapprobation, he was recognized as such by the Carolingians, to whom he pledged himself as vassal. In existing accounts he figures most frequently under the name of Theodoric or Thierry. And most modern scholars regard him as being of Merovingian descent. There is no definitive evidence from where such descent might have derived. It might well have derived from Sigisbert. In any case, there is no question that by 790 Theodoric's son, Guillaume de Gellone, held the title of Count of Rheims. The title Sigisbert is said to have possessed and passed on to his descendants. Guillaume de Gellone was one of the most famous men of his time, so much so, indeed, that his historical reality, like that of Charlemagne and Godefroy de Bouillon, has been obscured by legend. Before the epoch of the Crusades, there were at least 6 major epic poems composed about him, chansons de geste similar to the famous Chanson de Roland. In the Divine Comedy, Dante accorded him a uniquely exalted status. But even before Dante, Guillaume had again become an object of literary attention. In the early 13th century he figured as the protagonist of Willeham, an unfinished epic romance composed by Wolfram von Eschenbach, whose most famous work, Parzival, is probably the most important of all romances dealing with the mysteries of the Holy Grail. It seemed to us somewhat curious at first that Wolfram, all of whose other work deals with the Grail family, and the lineage of the Grail family, should suddenly devote himself to so radically different a theme as Guillaume de Gellone. On the other hand, Wolfram stated in another poem that the Grail castle, abode of the Grail family, was situated in the Pyrenees in what, at the beginning of the 9th century, was Guillaume de Gellone's domain. Guillaume maintained a close rapport with Charlemagne. His sister, in fact, was married to one of Charlemagne's sons, thus establishing a dynastic link with the imperial blood. And Guillaume himself was one of Charlemagne's most important commanders in the incessant warfare against the Moors. In 803, shortly after Charlemagne's coronation as Holy Roman Emperor, Guillaume captured Barcelona, doubling his own territory and extending his influence across the Pyrenees. So grateful was Charlemagne for his services that his principality was confirmed by the emperor as a permanent institution. The charter ratifying this has been lost or destroyed, but there is abundant testimony to its existence. Independent and unimpugnable authorities have provided detailed genealogies of Guillaume de Gellone's line, his family and descendants. These sources, however, provide no indication of Guillem's antecedents, except for his father, Theodoric. In short, the real origins of the family were shrouded in mystery. And contemporary scholars and historians are generally somewhat puzzled about the enigmatic appearance, as if by spontaneous combustion, of so influential a noble house. But one thing at any rate is certain. By 886 the line of Guillem de Gellone culminated in a certain Bernard Plantavello, who established the Duchy of Aquitaine. In other words, Guillem's line culminated in precisely the same individual as the line ascribed by the prior documents to Sigisbert IV and his descendants. On Friday, October 13, 1307, Templars throughout France were arrested in what was supposed to be a surprise swoop on their preceptories. Orders for similar arrests elsewhere swiftly followed in Aragon, for example, in December. Some of the Aragonese Templars fled, discarding their habits, cutting their beards and vanishing into the civilian populace. Most, however, retired to their fortified castles in the kingdom, and in adjacent Catalonia, where they prepared to defend themselves. In January 1308, forces loyal to the king laid siege to the Templar fortress of Miravet. The defending knights held out until the following November, when they finally surrendered on favorable terms. On entering the preceptory, the besiegers found, among other objects, an iron lance which had apparently been accorded some kind of special, if not indeed sacred, status. And revered, it would seem, as a relic. The lance had allegedly been passed down through the family of the Counts of Barcelona. Why should this lance have been significant? One can only speculate. But the first Count of Barcelona was the figure who appears in our text as Guillem de Gellone, Prince of Orange, Count of Toulouse and of Rezes, Rennes-le-Château, one of the peers of Charlemagne and ruler of the Judaic Principality in the south of France. Guillem was also cited by Wolfram von Eschenbach as a member of the Grail family, and figures as the protagonist in Wolfram's Wilhelm. Could the lance have been connected in some way with the lance in the Grail story, which Wolfram recounted in Parzival? Wolfram claimed to have heard the Grail story, it will be remembered, from one Guyot de Provence who supposedly learned it in turn from an individual known as Flegetanes, in Spain. We were tempted, of course, to jump to conclusions, and use the genealogies in the prior documents to bridge the gap left by accepted history. We were tempted to assume that the elusive progenitors of Guillem de Gellone were Dagobert II, and Sigisbert IV, and the main line of the deposed Merovingian dynasty, the line cited in the prior documents under the name Plantard or Plantard. Unfortunately, we could not do so. Given the confused state of existing records, we could not definitively establish the precise connection between the Plantard line and the line of Guillem de Gellone. They might indeed have been one and the same. On the other hand, they might have intermarried at some point. What remained certain, however, was that both lines, by 886, had culminated in Bernard Plantavello and the Dukes of Aquitaine. Although they did not always match precisely in dating and translation of names, the genealogies connected with Guillem de Gellone did constitute a certain independent confirmation for the genealogies in the prior documents. We could thus tentatively accept, in the absence of any contradictory evidence, that the Merovingian bloodline did continue more or less as the prior documents maintained. We could tentatively accept that Sigisbert did survive his father's murder, did adopt the family name of Plantard and, as Count of Rezes, did perpetuate his father's lineage. Prince Ursus. By 886, of course, the flowering shoot of the Merovingian vine had blossomed into a large and complicated family tree. Bernard Plantavello and the Dukes of Aquitaine constitute one branch. There were other branches as well. Thus the prior documents declare that Sigisbert IV's grandson, Sigisbert VI, was known by the name of Prince Ursus. Between 877 and 879 Prince Ursus is said to have been officially proclaimed King Ursus. Aided by two nobles, Bernard d'Auvergne and the Marquis of Gothy, he is said to have undertaken an insurrection against Louis II of France in an attempt to regain his rightful heritage. Independent historians confirm that such an insurrection did indeed occur between 877 and 879. These same historians refer to Bernard d'Auvergne and the Marquis of Gothy. The leader, or instigator, of the insurrection is not specifically named as Sigisbert VI. but there are references to an individual known as Prince Ursus. Moreover, Prince Ursus is known to have been involved in a curious and elaborate ceremony in Nîmes, at which 500 assembled ecclesiastics chanted the Te Deum. From all accounts of it, this ceremony would seem to have been a coronation. It may well have been the coronation to which the prior documents alluded the proclamation of Prince Ursus as king. Once again, the prior documents received independent support. Once again, they seemed to draw on information unobtainable elsewhere, information which supplemented and sometimes even helped explain caesuras in accepted history. In this case, they had apparently told us who the elusive Prince Ursus actually was, the lineal descendant, through Sigisbert IV, of the murdered Dagobert II. And the insurrection, of which historians had hitherto made no sense, could now be seen as a perfectly comprehensible attempt by the deposed Merovingian dynasty to regain its heritage, the heritage conferred upon it by Rome through the pact with Clovis, and then subsequently betrayed. According to both the prior documents and independent sources, the insurrection failed, Prince Ursus and his supporters being defeated at a battle near Poitiers in 881. With this setback, the Plantard family is said to have lost its possessions in the south of France, although it still clung to the now purely titular status of Duke of Rhédi and Count of Rhazes. Prince Ursus is said to have died in Brittany, while his line became allied by marriage with the Breton ducal house. By the late 9th century, then, the Merovingian blood had flowed into the duchies of both Brittany and Aquitaine. In the years that followed, the family, including Alain, later Duke of Brittany, is said to have sought refuge in England, establishing an English branch called Planta. Independent authorities again confirm that Alain, his family and entourage, fled from the Vikings to England. According to the prior documents, one of the English branch of the family, listed as Bara VI, was nicknamed the Architect. He and his descendants, having found a haven in England under King Athelstan, are said to have practiced the art of building, a seemingly enigmatic reference. Interestingly enough, Masonic sources date the origin of Freemasonry in England from the reign of King Athelstan. Could the Merovingian bloodline, we wondered, in addition to its claim to the French throne, be in some way connected with something at the core of Freemasonry? 3. The Merovingian dynasty, the Counts of Rhazes. From Henri Lobinau's work based on work by Abbé Pichon and de Hervé. The Grail family. The Middle Ages abound with a mythology as rich and resonant as those of ancient Greece and Rome. Some of this mythology pertains, although wildly exaggerated in form, to actual historical personages, to Arthur, to Roland and Charlemagne, to Rodrigo Diaz of Vivar, popularly known as El Cid. Other myths, like those relating to the Grail, for example, would seem at first to rest on a more tenuous foundation. Among the most popular and evocative of medieval myths is that of Lohengrin, the Swan Knight. On the one hand, it is closely linked with the fabulous Grail romances, on the other it cites specific historical personages. In its mingling of fact and fantasy it may well be unique. And through such works as Wagner's opera, it continues to exert its archetypal appeal even today. According to medieval accounts, Lohengrin, sometimes called Helios, implying solar associations, was a scion of the elusive and mysterious Grail family. In Wolfram von Eschenbach's poem, he is in fact the son of Parzival, the supreme knight of the Grail. One day, in the sacred temple or castle of the Grail at Munselvesch, Lohengrin is said to have heard the chapel bell tolling without the intervention of human hands, a signal that his aid was urgently required somewhere in the world. It was required, predictably enough, by a damsel in distress, the Duchess of Brabant according to some sources, the Duchess of Bouillon according to others. The lady desperately needed a champion, and Lohengrin hastened to her rescue in a boat drawn by heraldic swans. In single combat he defeated the Duchess's persecutor, then married the lady. At their nuptials, however, he issued a stringent warning. Never was his bride to query him about his origins or ancestry, his background or the place whence he came. And for some years the lady obeyed her husband's edict. At last, however, goaded to fatal curiosity by the scurrilous insinuations of rivals, she presumed to ask the forbidden question. Thereupon, Lohengrin was compelled to depart, vanishing in his swan-drawn boat into the sunset. And behind him, with his wife, he left a child of uncertain lineage. According to the various accounts, this child was either the father or the grandfather of Godefroy de Bouillon. For the Merovingian dynasty, the Lost Kings. From the work of Henri Lobinot, Henri die/Noncourt. It is difficult for the modern mind to appreciate the magnitude of Godefroy's status in popular consciousness not only in his own time, but even as late as the 17th century. Today, when one thinks of the Crusades, one thinks of Richard Coeur de Lion, King John, perhaps Louis IX, St. Louis, or Frederick Barbarossa. But until relatively recently, none of these individuals enjoyed Godefroy's prestige or acclaim. Godefroy, leader of the First Crusade, was the supreme popular hero, the hero par excellence. It was Godefroy who inaugurated the Crusades. It was Godefroy who captured Jerusalem from the Saracens. It was Godefroy who rescued Christ's sepulchre from infidel hands. It was Godefroy, above all others, who, in people's imaginations, reconciled the ideals of high chivalric enterprise and fervent Christian piety. Not surprisingly, therefore, Godefroy became the object of a cult which persisted long after his death. Given this exalted status, it is understandable that Godefroy should be credited with all manner of illustrious mythical pedigrees. It is even understandable that Wolfram von Eschenbach, and other medieval romanciers, should link him directly with the Grail, should depict him as a lineal descendant of the mysterious Grail family. And such fabulous pedigrees are rendered even more comprehensible by the fact that Godefroy's true lineage is obscure. History remains uncomfortably uncertain about his ancestry. The Prieur documents furnished us with the most plausible, perhaps, indeed, the first plausible genealogy of Godefroy de Bouillon that has yet come to light. As far as this genealogy could be checked, and much of it could be, it proved accurate. We found no evidence to contradict it, much to support it, and it convincingly bridged a number of perplexing historical gaps. According to the genealogy in the Prieur documents, Godefroy de Bouillon, by virtue of his great-grandmother, who married Hugues de Plantard in 1009, was a lineal descendant of the Plantard family. In other words, Godefroy was of Merovingian blood, directly descended from Dagobert II, Sigisbert IV, and the line of Merovingian lost kings Les Rois Perdus. For 4 centuries the Merovingian blood royal appears to have flowed through gnarled and numerous family trees. At last, through a process analogous to the grafting of vines in viticulture, it would seem to have borne fruit in Godefroy de Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine. And here, in the House of Lorraine, it established a new patrimony. This revelation cast a significant new light on the Crusades. We could now perceive the Crusades from a new perspective, and discern in them something more than the symbolic gesture of reclaiming Christ's sepulchre from the Saracens. In his own eyes, as well as those of his supporters, Godefroy would have been more than Duke of Lorraine. He would, in fact, have been a rightful king, a legitimate claimant of the dynasty deposed with Dagobert II in 679. But if Godefroy was a rightful king, he was also a king without a kingdom, and the Capetian dynasty in France, supported by the Roman Church, was by then too well entrenched to be dethroned. What can one do if one is a king without a kingdom? Perhaps find a kingdom. Or create a kingdom. The most precious kingdom in the entire world, Palestine, the Holy Land, the soil trodden by Jesus himself. Would not the ruler of such a kingdom be comparable to any in Europe? And would he not, in presiding over that most sacred of earthly sites, obtain sweet revenge on the Church which betrayed his ancestors 4 centuries before? The elusive mystery. Gradually certain pieces of the puzzle were beginning to fall into place. If Godefroy was of Merovingian blood, a number of seemingly disconnected fragments ceased to be disconnected and assumed a coherent continuity. We could thus explain the emphasis accorded such apparently disparate elements as the Merovingian dynasty and the Crusades, Dagobert II and Godefroy, Rennes-le-Château, the Knights Templar, the House of Lorraine, the Prieur de Chaumont. We could even trace the Merovingian bloodlines up to the present day, to Alain Poher, to Henri de Montbazat, consort of the Queen of Denmark, to Pierre Plantard de Saint Clair, to Otto von Habsburg, titular Duke of Lorraine and King of Jerusalem. And yet the really crucial question continued to elude us. We still could not see why the Merovingian bloodline should be so inexplicably important today. We still could not see why its claim should be in any way relevant to contemporary affairs, or why it should command the allegiance of so many distinguished men through the centuries. We still could not see why a modern Merovingian monarchy, however technically legitimate it might be, warranted such urgent endorsement. Quite clearly we were overlooking something. 10. The exiled tribe. Could there be something special about the Merovingian bloodline, something more than an academic, technical legitimacy? Could there really be something which, in some way, might genuinely matter to people today? Could there be something that might affect, perhaps even alter, existing social, political, or religious institutions? These questions continued to nag at us. As yet, however, there appeared to be no answer to them. Once again we sifted through the compilation of prior documents, and especially the all-important dossier's secrets. We reread passages which had meant nothing to us before. Now they made sense, but they did not serve to explain the mystery, nor to answer what had now become the critical questions. On the other hand, there were other passages whose relevance was still unclear to us. These passages by no means resolved the enigma, but, if nothing else, they set us thinking along certain lines which eventually proved to be of paramount significance. As we had already discovered, the Merovingians themselves, according to their own chroniclers, claimed descent from ancient Troy. But according to certain of the prior documents, the Merovingian pedigree was older than the siege of Troy. According to certain of the prior documents, the Merovingian pedigree could in fact be traced back to the Old Testament. Among the genealogies in the dossier's secrets, for example, there were numerous footnotes and annotations. Many of these referred specifically to one of the 12 tribes of ancient Israel, the tribe of Benjamin. One such reference cites and emphasizes 3 biblical passages: Deuteronomy 33, Joshua 18, and Judges 20 and 21. Deuteronomy 33 contains the blessing pronounced by Moses on the patriarchs of each of the 12 tribes. Of Benjamin, Moses says, "The beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders." 33:12, in other words, Benjamin and his descendants were singled out for a very special and exalted blessing. That much, at any rate, was clear. We were, of course, puzzled by the promise of the Lord dwelling between Benjamin's shoulders. Should we associate it with the legendary Merovingian birthmark, the red cross between the shoulders? The connection seemed somewhat far-fetched. On the other hand, there were other clearer similarities between Benjamin in the Old Testament and the subject of our investigation. According to Robert Graves, for example, the day sacred to Benjamin was January 23, Dagobert's feast day. Among the 3 clans which comprised the tribe of Benjamin, there was the clan of Ahiram, which might in some obscure way pertain to Hiram, builder of the Temple of Solomon and central figure in Masonic tradition. Hiram's most devoted disciple, moreover, was named Benoni, and Benoni, interestingly enough, was the name originally conferred upon the infant Benjamin by his mother, Rachel, before she died. The second biblical reference in the dossier's secrets, to Joshua 18, is rather more clear. It deals with the arrival of Moses' people in the Promised Land, and the apportionment to each of the 12 tribes of particular tracts of territory. According to this apportionment, the territory of the tribe of Benjamin included what subsequently became the sacred city of Jerusalem. Jerusalem, in other words, even before it became the capital of David and Solomon, was the allocated birthright of the tribe of Benjamin. According to Joshua 18 verse 28, the birthright of the Benjamites encompassed Zelah, Eleph and Jebusi, which is Jerusalem, Gibeath and Kirjath, 14 cities with their villages. This is the inheritance of the children of Benjamin according to their families. The third biblical passage cited by the dossier's secrets involves a fairly complex sequence of events. A Levite, traveling through Benjamite territory, is assaulted, and his concubine ravished, by worshippers of Belial, a variant of the Sumerian mother goddess, known as Ishtar by the Babylonians and Astarte by the Phoenicians. Calling representatives of the 12 tribes to witness, the Levite demands vengeance for the atrocity, and at a council, the Benjamites are instructed to deliver the malefactors to justice. One might expect the Benjamites to comply readily. For some reason, however, they do not, and undertake, by force of arms, to protect the sons of Belial. The result is a bitter and bloody war between the Benjamites and the remaining 11 tribes. In the course of hostilities, a curse is pronounced by the latter on any man who gives his daughter to a Benjamite. When the war is over, however, and the Benjamites virtually exterminated, the victorious Israelites repent of their malediction, which, however, cannot be retracted. Now the men of Israel had sworn in Mizpeh, saying, "There shall not any of us give his daughter unto Benjamin to wife." And the people came to the house of God, and abode there till even before God, and lifted up their voices, and wept sore, and said, O Lord God of Israel, why is this come to pass in Israel, that there should be today one tribe lacking in Israel? Judges 21 verses 1-3. A few verses later, the lament is repeated, and the children of Israel repented them for Benjamin their brother, and said, There is one tribe cut off from Israel this day. How shall we do for wives for them that remain, seeing we have sworn by the Lord that we will not give them of our daughters to wives? Judges 21 verses 6-7. And yet again, and the people repented them for Benjamin, because that the Lord had made a breach in the tribes of Israel. Then the elders of the congregation said, How shall we do for wives for them that remain, seeing the women are destroyed out of Benjamin? And they said, There must be an inheritance for them that be escaped out of Benjamin, that a tribe be not destroyed out of Israel. Howbeit we may not give them wives of our daughters, for the children of Israel have sworn, saying, Cursed be he that giveth a wife to Benjamin. Judges 21 verses 15-18. Confronted by the possible extinction of an entire tribe, the elders quickly devise a solution. At Shiloh in Bethel, there is to be a festival shortly, and the women of Shiloh whose menfolk had remained neutral in the war are to be considered fair game. The surviving Benjamites are instructed to go to Shiloh and wait in ambush in the vineyards. When the women of the town congregate to dance in the forthcoming festival, the Benjamites are to pounce upon them and take them to wife. It is not at all clear why the dossier's secrets insist on calling attention to this passage. But whatever the reason, the Benjamites, so far as biblical history is concerned, are clearly important. Despite the devastation of the war, they quickly recover in prestige, if not in numbers. Indeed, they recover so well that in 1 Samuel they furnish Israel with her first king, Saul. Whatever recovery the Benjamites may have made, however, the dossier's secrets imply that the war over the followers of Belial was a crucial turning point. It would seem that in the wake of this conflict many, if not most, Benjamites went into exile. Thus, there is a portentous note in the dossier's secrets, in capital letters, One day the descendants of Benjamin left their country, certain remained. 2,000 years later Godfrey VI, de Bouillon, became king of Jerusalem and founded the Order de Shaun. At first there appeared to be no connection between these apparent non sequiturs. When we assembled the diverse and fragmentary references in the dossier's secrets, however, a coherent story began to emerge. According to this account, most Benjamites did go into exile. Their exile supposedly took them to Greece, to the central Peloponnese, to Arcadia, in short, where they supposedly became aligned with the Arcadian royal line. Towards the advent of the Christian era, they are then said to have migrated up the Danube and the Rhine, intermarrying with certain Teutonic tribes and eventually engendering the Sicambrian Franks, the immediate forebears of the Merovingians. According to the Prior documents, then, the Merovingians were descended, via Arcadia, from the tribe of Benjamin. In other words, the Merovingians, as well as their subsequent descendants, the bloodlines of Plantard and Lorraine, for example, were ultimately of Semitic or Israelite origin. And if Jerusalem was indeed the hereditary birthright of the Benjamites, Godfrey de Bouillon, in marching on the Holy City, would in fact have been reclaiming his ancient and rightful heritage. Again, it is significant that Godfrey, alone among the august Western princes who embarked on the First Crusade, disposed of all his property before his departure, implying thereby that he did not intend to return to Europe. Showing the only avenue of escape for the tribe of Benjamin. Needless to say, we had no way of ascertaining whether the Merovingians were of Benjamite origin or not. The information in the Prior documents, such as it was, related to too remote, too obscure a past, for which no confirmation, no records of any sort could be obtained. But the assertions were neither particularly unique nor particularly new. On the contrary, they had been around, in the form of vague rumors and nebulous traditions, for a long time. To cite but one instance, Proust draws upon them in his opus, and more recently, the novelist Jean d'Ormesson suggests a Judaic origin for certain noble French families. And in 1965 Roger Parfitt, who seems to like scandalizing his countrymen, did so with resounding éclat in a novel affirming all French and most European nobility to be ultimately Judaic. In fact, the argument, although unprovable, is not altogether implausible, nor are the exile and migration ascribed to the tribe of Benjamin in the Prior documents. The tribe of Benjamin took up arms on behalf of the followers of Belial, a form of the mother goddess often associated with images of a bull or calf. There is reason to believe that the Benjamites themselves revered the same deity. Indeed, it is possible that the worship of the golden calf in Exodus, the subject, significantly enough, of one of Poussin's most famous paintings, may have been a specifically Benjamite ritual. Following their war against the other 11 tribes of Israel, Benjamites fleeing into exile would, of necessity, have had to flee westwards, towards the Phoenician coast. The Phoenicians possessed ships capable of transporting large numbers of refugees. And they would have been obvious allies for fugitive Benjamites, for they too worshipped the mother goddess in the form of Astarte, Queen of Heaven. If there was actually an exodus of Benjamites from Palestine, one might hope to find some vestigial record of it. In Greek myth one does. There is the legend of King Belus' son, one Danaus, who arrives in Greece with his daughters by ship. His daughters are said to have introduced the cult of the mother goddess, which became the established cult of the Arcadians. According to Robert Graves, the Danaus myth records the arrival in the Peloponnesus of colonists from Palestine. Graves states that King Belus is in fact Baal, or Bel, or perhaps Belial from the Old Testament. It is also worthy of note that one of the clans of the tribe of Benjamin was the clan of Bela. In Arcadia, the cult of the mother goddess not only prospered, but survived longer than in any other part of Greece. It became associated with worship of Demeter, then of Diana or Artemis. Known regionally as Arduina, Artemis became tutelary deity of the Ardennes, and it was from the Ardennes that the Sicambrian Franks first issued into what is now France. The totem of Artemis was the she-bear Callisto, whose son was Arcas, the bear-child and patron of Arcadia. And Callisto, transported to the heavens by Artemis, became the constellation Ursa Major, the Great Bear. There might thus be something more than coincidence in the appellation Ursus, applied repeatedly to the Merovingian bloodline. In any case, there is other evidence, apart from mythology, suggesting a Judaic migration to Arcadia. In classical times, the region known as Arcadia was ruled by the powerful, militaristic state of Sparta. The Spartans absorbed much of the older Arcadian culture, and indeed, the legendary Arcadian Lycaeus may in fact be identified with Lycurgus, who codified Spartan law. On reaching manhood, the Spartans, like the Merovingians, ascribed a special, magical significance to their hair, which, like the Merovingians, they wore long. According to one authority, the length of hair denoted their physical vigor and became a sacred symbol. For what is more, both books of Maccabees and the Apocrypha stress the link between Spartans and Jews. Maccabees 2 speaks of certain Jews having embarked to go to the Lacedaemonians, in hope of finding protection there because of their kinship. 5 and Maccabees 1 states explicitly, "It has been found in writing concerning the Spartans and the Jews that they are brethren and are of the family of Abraham." 6 We could thus acknowledge at least the possibility of a Judaic migration to Arcadia, so that the Prior documents, if they could not be proved correct, could not be dismissed either. As for Semitic influence on Frankish culture, there was solid archaeological evidence. Phoenician or Semitic trade routes traversed the whole of southern France, from Bordeaux to Marseilles and Narbonne. They also extended up the Rhône. As early as 700 to 800 BC, there were Phoenician settlements not only along the French coast, but inland as well, at such sites as Carcassonne and Toulouse. Among the artifacts found at these sites were many of Semitic origin. This is hardly surprising. In the 9th century BC, the Phoenician kings of Tyre had intermarried with the kings of Israel and Judah, thus establishing a dynastic alliance that would have engendered a close contact between their respective peoples. The sack of Jerusalem in AD 70 and the destruction of the temple prompted a massive exodus of Jews from the Holy Land. Thus the city of Pompeii, buried by the eruption of Vesuvius in AD 79, included a Jewish community. Certain cities in southern France, Arles, for example, Lommel and Narbonne, provided a haven for Jewish refugees around the same time. And yet the influx of Judaic peoples into Europe, and especially France, predated the fall of Jerusalem in the 1st century. In fact, it had been in progress from before the Christian era. Between 106 and 48 BC, a Jewish colony was established in Rome. Not long after, another such colony was founded far up the Rhine at Cologne. Certain Roman legions included contingents of Jewish slaves, who accompanied their masters all over Europe. Many of these slaves eventually won, purchased, or, in some other fashion, obtained their freedom and formed communities. In consequence, there are many specifically Semitic place names scattered about France. Some of them are situated squarely in the old Merovingian heartland. A few kilometers from Styni, for example, on the fringe of the forest of Woevres where Dagobert was assassinated, there is a village called Ballon. Between Styni and Orval, there is a town called Avioff. And the mountain of Chaon in Lorraine, La Colline Inspirée, was originally Mount Semida. Again then, while we could not prove the claims in the prior documents, we could not discount them either. Certainly there was enough evidence to render them at least plausible. We were compelled to acknowledge that the prior documents might be correct, that the Merovingians, and the various noble families descended from them, might have stemmed from Semitic sources. But could this, we wondered, really be all there was to the story? Could this really be the portentous secret which had engendered so much fuss and intrigue, so much machination and mystery, so much controversy and conflict through the centuries? Merely another lost tribe legend? And even if it were not legend but true, could it really explain the motivation of the Prieur de Chaon and the claim of the Merovingian dynasty? Could it really explain the adherence of men like Leonardo and Newton, or the activities of the houses of Guise and Lorraine, the covert endeavors of the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, the elusive secrets of Scottish Rite Freemasonry? Obviously not. Why should descent from the tribe of Benjamin constitute so explosive a secret? And, perhaps most crucially, why should descent from the tribe of Benjamin matter today? How could it possibly clarify the Prieur de Chaon's present-day activities and objectives? If our inquiry involved vested interests that were specifically Semitic or Judaic. Moreover, why did it involve so many components of a specifically, even fervently, Christian character? The pact between Clovis and the Roman Church, for example, the avowed Christianity of Godefroy de Bouillon and the conquest of Jerusalem, the heretical, perhaps, but nonetheless Christian thought of the Cathars and Knights Templar, pious institutions like the Compagnie du Saint-Sacrement, Freemasonry that was hermetic, aristocratic and Christian, and the implication of so many Christian ecclesiastics, from high-ranking princes of the church to local village cures like Boudin and Saunière? It might be that the Merovingians were ultimately of Judaic origin, but if this were so, it seemed to us essentially incidental. Whatever the real secret underlying our investigation, it appeared to be inextricably associated not with Old Testament Judaism, but with Christianity. In short, the tribe of Benjamin for the moment, at least, seemed to be a red herring. However important it might be, there was something of even greater importance involved. We were still overlooking something.